Quite analogous is the organization of the felt industry in a number of other districts. In 363 village communities of Semyanovo Uyezd in the same gubernia, the industry in 1889 was carried on by 3,180 households, with 4,038 persons working. Of 3,946 workers, only 752 worked for the market, 576 were wage workers and 2,618 worked for masters on the basis, in greater part, of using the latter's materials. 189 households gave out work to 1,805 households. The big owners have workshops with as many as 25 wage workers, and buy wool to a value of some 10,000 rubles per year. The big owners are called thousanders, their turnover runs to from 5,000 to 100,000 rubles, they have their own wool warehouses, and their own booths for the sale of wares for Kazan gubernia. The list gives 5 felt factories, with 122 workers and an output totaling 48,000 rubles, as well as 60 outside workers. Evidently the latter are also included among the handicraftsmen, concerning whom we read that they often work for buyers up, and that there are establishments having 60 workers. Of 29 felt factories in Kostroma gubernia, 28 are concentrated in Kinchma Uyezd, and have 593 workers employed in the establishments and 458 outside. From the transactions of the Handicraft Commission we learn that out of a total of 3,908 wool carders and felt makers in this gubernia, 2,008 are concentrated in Kinchma Uyezd. The Kostroma felt makers are in greater part dependent or work for wages in extremely insanitary workshops in Kalyazin Uyezd, Tver gubernia. We find, on the one hand, that home work is done for factory owners, and, on the other, that precisely this Uyezd is a center of handicraft felt makers, as many as 3,000 of them come from this Uyezd, passing through the wasteland called Tsimniak, and forming an enormous labor market of wool carders and felt makers. In Yaroslavl gubernia outside work for factory owners is also done, and there are handicraftsmen who work for merchant proprietors, using the latter's wool, etc. 3. The hat and cap and hemp and rope trades. Above we gave statistics for the hat industry of Moscow gubernia. They show that 2/3 of the total output and of the total number of workers are concentrated in 18 establishments, which have an average of 15.6 wage workers. The handicraft hat makers perform only part of the hat making operations, they make the shapes, which are sold to Moscow merchants who have their own finishing establishments. On the other hand, clippers work at home for the handicraft hat makers. Thus, all in all, we find here capitalist cooperation based on division of labor and entangled in a whole network of diverse forms of economic dependence. In the center of the industry the separation of the industrialists from agriculture is clearly to be seen, together with the rise in the level of the population's requirements. They live more decently, dress in calico and even in cloth, buy samovars, abandon ancient customs, etc., thereby evoking the bitter complaints of the local admirers of old times. The new era even occasioned the appearance of migratory hat makers. A typical example of capitalist manufacture is the cap industry in the village of Malvidino, Buy Uyezd, Kostroma gubernia. The principal occupation in the village of Malvidino and in 36 hamlets is the cap industry. Agriculture is being abandoned. Since 1861 the industry has greatly developed, sewing machines have become widely used. In Malvidino 10 workshops are busy all year round with 5 to 25 male and 1 to 5 female workers each. The best workshop has a turnover of about 100,000 rubles per annum. Work is also distributed to homes. Division of labor cripples the workers, who work under the most insanitary conditions and usually contract tuberculosis. The lengthy existence of the industry has produced highly skilled craftsmen. The Malvidino craftsmen are known in the big cities and in the remote outer regions. The center of the hemp industry in the Medin Uyezd, Kalyuga gubernia, is the village of Polotniany Zavod. This is a large village with a population that is landless and highly industrial. It is the center of the handicraft industries of Medin Uyezd. The hemp industry is organized in the following way. The big proprietors have workshops employing wage workers and circulating capital of more or less considerable dimensions for purchasing raw materials. The hemp is combed in the factory, spun by spinners in their homes, and twisted both in the factory and in the home. It is warped in the factory and woven both in the factory and in the home. In 1878 a total of 841 handicraftsmen was counted in the hemp industry. Yerokin is considered to be both a handicraftsman and a factory owner, employing 94 to 64 workers in 1890 and in 1894 to 1895, according to reports and investigations, hundreds of peasants work for him. In Nizhny Novgorod Gubernia, the rope industry is also centered in non-agricultural industrial villages, Nizhny Izbailets and Verkhny Izbailets in the Gorbatov uyezd. According to Mr. Karpov, the Gorbatov Izbailets district is one large rope-making area. Part of the inhabitants of the town of Gorbatov are also engaged in the industry, and the villages of Verkhny Izbailets and Nizhny Izbailets are, in fact, almost part of the town of Gorbatov. The inhabitants live like townspeople, drink tea every day, wear clothing bought in the shops, and eat white bread. Altogether, as many as 2/3 of the inhabitants of 32 villages are engaged in the industry, a total of 4,701 working with an output of about 1.5 million rubles. The industry has been in existence for nearly 200 years, and is now declining. It is organized as follows: all work for 29 proprietors, using the latter's materials, are paid by the piece, are totally dependent upon the proprietors and work from 14 to 15 hours a day. According to Zemstvo statistics, the industry employs 1,699 male workers. Of 1,648 working, only 197 work for sale, 1,340 work for proprietors, and 111 are wage workers employed in the workshops of 58 proprietors. Of 1,288 allotment households, only 727, or a little over half, cultivate all their land themselves. Of 1,573 allotment holding working persons, 306, or 19.4%, do not engage in agriculture at all. Turning to the question as to who these proprietors are, we must pass from the sphere of handicraft industry to that of factory industry. According to the list for 1894 to 95, there were 2 rope factories there, with 231 workers employed on the premises and 1,155 working outside, with an output totaling 423,000 rubles. Both these establishments have installed motors, and we therefore clearly see here the transition from capitalist manufacture to capitalist machine industry, and the transformation of handicraft work distributors and buyers up into real factory owners. In Perm Gubernia, the handicraft census of 1894 to 95 registered 68 peasant rope and string yards, with 343 workers and an output totaling 115,000 rubles. These small establishments are headed by big manufactories, which are reckoned together, viz., 6 owners employ 101 workers and have an output totaling 81,000 rubles. The system of production in these big establishments may serve as the most striking example of serial manufacture, i.e., the sort of manufacture in which different workers perform different consecutive operations in working up the raw material: 1. Hemp scutching, 2. Combing, 3. Spinning, 4. Coiling, 5. Tarring, 6. Winding on drum, 7. Passing threads through perforated board, 8. Passing threads through iron bush, 9. Stranding of plates, twisting and gathering of ropes. The organization of the hemp industry in Orel Gubernia is evidently similar. From among the considerable number of small peasant establishments, big manufactories emerge, principally in the towns, and are included among the factories and works. The peasants work in the hemp industry for merchants, using the latter's materials, at piece rates, the work being divided up into special operations. Scutchers scutch the hemp, spinners spin it, bearders trim it, wheelmen turn the wheel. The work is very hard, many contract consumption and rupture. The dust is so thick that unless accustomed you will not stay in it for a quarter of an hour. The work is done in ordinary sheds from dawn to dusk, from May to September. 4. The woodworking trades. The most typical example of capitalist manufacture in this sphere is the chest-making industry. According to the data, for instance, of the PERM investigators, this industry is organized as follows: a few big proprietors, owning workshops that employ wage workers, purchase materials, partly make the wares on their own premises, but mainly give out material to small workshops making parts, and in their own shops assemble them and, after finishing, send the ready article to market. Division of labor is employed on the job extensively. The making of the entire chest is divided into 10 or 12 operations, each separately performed by handicraftsmen. The organization of the industry consists in the combination of workers performing one operation under the command of capital. This is heterogeneous manufacture, in which the different workers do not perform consecutive operations in turning the raw material into the product, but make the various parts of the product, which are afterwards assembled. The preference of the capitalists for the domestic work of handicraftsmen is to be explained partly by the above-mentioned character of manufacture, and partly by the cheaper labor of the home workers. Let us observe that the relatively big workshops in this industry are sometimes also included among factories and works. In all probability, the chest-making industry is organized similarly in Vladimir Gubernia, in Muromuyezd, where, according to the list, there are 9 factories, with 89 workers on the premises and 114 outside, and an output totaling 69,810 rubles. The carriage industry, in Perm Gubernia, for example, is organized on similar lines. From among the mass of small establishments there emerge assembly workshops employing wage workers. The small handicraftsmen are workers who make parts of the carriages both out of their own materials, and out of materials supplied by the buyers. Up we read about the Poltava handicraft carriage builders that in the suburb of Arden there are workshops that employ wage workers and also distribute work to homes. In Kazan Gubernia, division of labor as to wares is to be observed in the building of town carriages, some villages specialis in sleighs, others in wheeled vehicles, etc. The town carriages, completely assembled in the villages, are sent to Kazan merchant customers, who in turn send them to blacksmiths for the metal work. The carriages are then sent back again to the shops and workshops in the town, where they are finished off, i.e., are upholstered and painted. Kazan, where town carriages were formerly iron-mounted, gradually passed this work on to handicraftsmen, who work at home for a smaller payment than do the town craftsmen. Hence, capital prefers to distribute work to home workers because this reduces the cost of labor power. The organization of the carriage industry, as is evident from the data quoted, constitutes, in the majority of cases, a system of handicraftsmen making parts, who are under the sway of capital. The large industrial village of Vorontsovka, Pavlovsk-Uyezd, Voronezh Gubernia, constitutes, as it were, a single manufactory of wooden articles. Over 800 houses are engaged in the industry. They make carts, tarantasses, wheels, chests, etc., to a total of about 267,000 rubles. Less than one-third are independent masters. Hired workers in masters' workshops are rare. The majority work to order for peasant merchants at piece rates. The workers are in debt to the proprietors and are worn out by arduous toil. The people are growing feebler. The inhabitants of the suburb are industrial, not of the rural type, and scarcely engage in agriculture at all, since their allotments are miserably small. The industry has been long in existence, diverting the population from agriculture and increasingly widening the rift between the rich and the poor. The people subsist on meager food. They dress more smartly than before, but beyond their means, in clothing that is entirely bought. The population has succumbed to the spirit of industry and trade. Nearly all who have no craft carry on some trading. Under the influence of industry and trade, the peasant has, generally speaking, become more unreserved, and this has made him more developed and resourceful. The celebrated wooden spoon industry of the Semyonovo Uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, is close to capitalist manufacture in its organization. True, there are no big workshops standing out from among the mass of small workshops and dominating them, but we find a deeply rooted division of labor and the complete subjection of the mass of part-job workers to capital. Before it is ready, the spoon passes through no less than 10 hands, the buyers up getting some of the operations done by specially hired workers or giving them out to specialist workers, some of the villages specialists in particular operations. The buyers up purchase the timber wholesale in the Samara and other gubernias, where they send parties of hired workers, they own warehouses for raw material and manufactured goods, supply the most valuable material to handicraftsmen for processing, etc. The mass of workers doing part jobs merge into a single, complex mechanism of production, entirely under the sway of capital. It is all the same to the spoon makers whether they work for hire at the master's cost and on his premises, or are occupied in their own cottages, for in this industry, as in others, everything has been weighed, measured, and counted. The spoon maker never earns more than just enough to keep body and soul together. It is quite natural that under such conditions the capitalists who dominate the whole trade are in no hurry to open their own workshops, and the industry, based on hand skill and traditional division of labor, stagnates in its seclusion and immobility. Tied to the land, the handicraftsmen seem to have become petrified in their routine, as in 1879, so in 1889, they still count money in the old style, in bank notes, and not in silver. The toy industry in Moscow gubernia is headed similarly by establishments of the capitalist manufactory type of 481 workshops, 20 have over 10 workers each. Division of labor, both as to wares and as to individual operations, is practiced on a very wide scale, enormously raising the productivity of labor. For example, it is estimated that a small workshop yields a return of 26% of the selling price, and a big workshop, one of 58%. Of course, the fixed capital of the big proprietors is also much larger, technical devices are met with. The center of the industry is a non-agricultural township, the suburb of Sergeyevsky. The author of the article on this industry, referring to the prevalence of small workshops, etc., considers it more, but still not very, likely that the industry will develop into manufacture rather than into factory industry. In the future, too, he says, the small producers will always be able to compete more or less successfully with large-scale production. The author forgets that in manufacture the technical basis is always the same hand production that obtains in the small industries, that the division of labor can never be such a decisive advantage that it will entirely eliminate the small producers, particularly if the latter resort to such means as lengthening the working day, etc., and that manufacture is never in a position to embrace the whole of production, but remains a mere superstructure over the mass of small establishments. 5. The processing of livestock produce. The leather and fur trades. The most extensive areas of the leather industry present particularly striking examples of the complete merging of handicraft and factory industry, examples of capitalist manufacture highly developed. What is characteristic is the fact that the gubernias which are conspicuous for the size of their factory leather industry are marked by a particular development of handicraft industries in this sphere. In the village of Bogorodskoy, Gorbatov Uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, there were, according to the directory for 1890, 58 factories with 392 workers and an output totaling 547,000 rubles. According to the list for 1894-95 there were 119 works, with 1,499 workers on the premises and 205 outside, and with an output totaling 934,000 rubles. But these data deal only with the top levels of capitalist manufacture. Mr. Karpov in 1879 computed in this village and its environs over 296 establishments, with 5,669 workers, and with an output totaling about 1,490,000 rubles in the following industries: tanning, shingle gluing, basket weaving, harness making, horse collar making, mitten making and, standing by itself, pottery. The Zemstvo census of 1889 listed 4,401 industrialists for this district, and of 1,842 workers for whom detailed information is given, 1,119 work for hire in other people's workshops and 405 work at home for masters. Bogorodskoye, with its population of 8,000, is a huge tannery in continuous operation. To be more precise, it is a serial manufactory controlled by a few big capitalists who buy the raw materials, tan the hides, and turn them into a variety of articles, hiring several thousand absolutely propertyless workers for the job and ruling over the small establishments. This industry has had a very long existence, since the 17th century. Particularly memorable in the industry's history are the Sheremetyevo, landlords who helped considerably to develop the industry and, incidentally, protected the proletariat, which came into existence here long ago, from the local rich. After 1861 the industry greatly developed, and particularly did big establishments grow at the expense of the small ones. Centuries of industrial activity produced from among the population remarkably skilled craftsmen who have carried the trade all over Russia. The firmly rooted capitalist relations have led to the separation of industry from agriculture. Hardly any farming is done in Bogorodskoye village itself, which, on the contrary, divorces neighboring peasants who move into this town from the land. Mr. Karpov notes in this village a complete absence of peasant characteristics among the inhabitants, so that you would never think you were in a village and not a town. This village leaves Gorbatov and all the other uyezd towns of Nizhny Novgorod gubernia far behind, with the exception, perhaps, of Arzamas. It is one of the considerable commercial and industrial centers in the gubernia, and its industry and commerce run into the millions. The radius of the industrial and commercial influence of Bogorodskoye is very wide, but most closely connected with the industry of Bogorodskoye is that of its environs within a radius of 10 to 12 versts. These industrial environs are, as it were, a continuation of Bogorodskoye itself. The inhabitants of Bogorodskoye do not in the least resemble the ordinary, raw mujiks. They are artisans of the burgher type, shrewd, experienced people, who look down on the peasants. The manner of life and the ethical standards of the Bogorodskoye inhabitants are completely urban. To this we must add that the industrial villages of Gorbatov uyezd are marked by a relatively high level of literacy among the population. Thus, the percentage of literate and student men and women is, in the villages of Pavlovo, Bogorodskoye, and Vorzma, 37.8% and 20% respectively, as against 21.5% and 4.4% in the rest of the uyezd. Quite analogous are the relations in the leather processing industries of the villages of Katenki and Gorodets, Bolshoy Murashkino, Urano, and Tubaneivka, Spasskoye, Vatras and Ladysika in the same uyezd. These are similar non-agricultural centers with a ring of surrounding agricultural villages, and with similar diverse industries and numerous small establishments subordinated to big entrepreneurs, whose capitalist workshops are occasionally included among factories and works. Without going into statistical details, which will provide nothing new compared with what has already been said, let us merely quote the following extremely interesting description of the village of Katenki ****. A certain patriarchal simplicity in the relations between masters and workmen, which, however, is not so noticeable at first sight, and is, unfortunately, disappearing increasingly every year, testifies to the handicraft character of the industries. It is only recently that the factory character both of the industries and of the population has begun to be observed, under the influence, in particular, of the town, intercourse with which has been facilitated by the inauguration of the steamboat service. Today the village looks like a regular industrial township. There is no sign of agriculture whatever. The houses are built close together as in the towns, the fine brick houses of the rich, and alongside of them the miserable hovels of the poor, the long wooden and brick buildings of the factories crowded in the middle of the village. All this sharply distinguishes Katenki from the neighboring villages and clearly points to the industrial character of the local population. The inhabitants themselves possess features of character that also call to mind the type of factory hand who has already taken shape in Russia, a certain showiness in house furniture, in clothes and manners, spendthrift habits of life in most cases, and little care for the morrow, a forwardness and often affectation in speech, a certain superciliousness towards the country yokel. All these features are possessed by them in common with all Russian factory people. In the town of Arzamas, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, the factory statistics listed in 1890 a total of 6 tanneries, employing 64 workers. This is only a small fraction of the capitalist manufacture which embraces the fur, boot making and other industries. The same factories employ workers in the home, both in the town of Arzamas and in 5 suburban villages, where out of the 360 furrier households, 330 work for Arzamas merchants, using their materials and working 14 hours a day for 6 to 9 rubles per month. That is why the furriers are pallid, feeble and degenerating folk. In the suburb of Vyazdnaya Sloboda, of the 600 bootmaker households, 500 work for masters, from whom they receive the cut-out leather. The industry is of long standing, being about 200 years old, and is still growing and developing. The inhabitants hardly engage in agriculture at all, their whole manner of life is purely urban, and they live in grand style. The same applies to the furrier villages mentioned above, the inhabitants of which look down with disdain upon the peasant and call him a country bumpkin. We find exactly the same thing in Vyatka gubernia. The Vyatka and Slobodskoye uyezds are centers both of factory and of handicraft leather and fur trades. In the Vyatka uyezd, the handicraft tanneries are concentrated on the outskirts of the town and supplement the industrial activities of the big works, for example, by working for the big owners. Working for the latter also, in the majority of cases, are the handicraft harness makers and glue makers. The fur factory owners have hundreds working for them in the home, sewing sheepskins, etc. This is just a single capitalist manufactory with branches: sheepskin dressing and sheepskin coat making, leather and harness, etc. Still more striking are the relations existing in the Slobodskoye uyezd. Here we see a small number of big factory owners at the head of handicraft tanners, boot and mitten makers, sheepskin dressers, and tailors. Generally speaking, such organization of the production of leather goods is evidently very widespread. Thus, in the town of Saraypul, Vyatka gubernia, the list gives 6 tanneries, also making footwear, which employ, in addition to 214 workers on the premises, 1,080 outside workers. What would become of our handicraftsmen, those representatives of people's industry who are depicted in such bright hues by all sorts of Manilovs, if all the Russian merchants and factory owners were to compute with equal detail and precision the outside workers employed by them? Reference should be made here to the industrial village of Raskazovo, Tambov uyezd, Tambov gubernia, a center both of factory industry and of handicraft industry, the latter being closely connected with the former, and to the industries, tanning, felt making, glue making, boot making, stocking knitting, etc. Near this village is the suburb of Belaya Polyana, celebrated for industries of the same kind. In Morshinsk uyezd, the center of the handicraft industries is the village of Pokrovskoye-Vasilyevskoye, which is also the center of factory industry. In Kursk gubernia, noteworthy as industrial villages and centers of handicraft industries are the suburbs, Veliko-Mikhailovka, Borisovka, Timiravka, Miropoly. In the same villages you will also find leather works. The principal handicraft industry is leather and boot making. It arose as far back as the first half of the 18th century and reached the peak of its development in the 60s of the 19th century, having become a stable organization of a purely commercial character. The whole business was monopolized by contractors, who bought the leather and gave it out to be processed by handicraftsmen. The railways destroyed this monopoly character of capital, and the capitalist contractors transferred their capital to more profitable undertakings. Today it is organized as follows: there are about 120 big entrepreneurs, they own workshops where wage workers are employed, and also distribute work to homes. there are as many as 3,000 small independent masters, there are 400 people who work at home, and as many wage workers, then there are the apprentices. The total number of bootmakers is over 4,000. In addition, there are handicraft potters, icon case makers, icon painters, tablecloth weavers, etc. A highly characteristic and typical example of capitalist manufacture is the squirrel fur industry in Kargopol Uyezd, Olonets Gubernia, described with such knowledge of the facts, and with truthful and artless presentation of the whole life of the industrial population by a craftsman and teacher in the Transactions of the Handicraft Commission. According to his description, the industry has existed since the beginning of the 19th century. 8 masters employ 175 workers, in addition to which they have as many as 1,000 seamstresses and some 35 families of furriers working for them at home, 1,300 to 1,500 persons in all, with an output totaling 336,000 rubles. As a point of interest, it should be noted that when this was a flourishing industry it was not included in the factory statistics. The directory for 1879 makes no mention of it. But when it began to decline the statistics included it. The directory for 1890 listed for the town and the uyezd of Kargopol 7 works, with 121 workers and an output totaling 50,000 rubles, whereas the list gave 5 works, with 79 workers and an output totaling 49,000 rubles. The order of things prevailing in this branch of capitalist manufacture is very instructive as a specimen of what goes on in our age-old, purely native handicraft industries, that have been left stranded in one of Russia's numerous rural backwoods. The craftsmen work 15 hours a day in a very unhealthy atmosphere and earn 8 rubles per month, less than 60 or 70 rubles per year. The master's incomes amount to about 5,000 rubles per annum. The relations between masters and workers are patriarchal. According to ancient custom, the master gives the workers kvass and salt gratis, which they have to beg from his cook. As a mark of gratitude to the master the workers come, without pay, to pull squirrel tails, and also clean furs after work. The workers live in the workshop all the week, and the masters knock them about, seemingly in a joke, make them do all sorts of jobs, such as raking hay, shoveling snow, fetching water, rinsing clothes, etc. Labor is astonishingly cheap in Kargopol itself, and the peasants in the vicinity are ready to work for next to nothing. Work is done by hand, there is systematic division of labor, and there is a lengthy apprenticeship. The lot of the apprentices can easily be imagined. 6. The remaining livestock processing trades. A particularly noteworthy example of capitalist manufacture is the celebrated boot industry of the village of Kumri, Korcheva Uyezd, Tver Gubernia, and its environs. The industry is a very old one, having existed since the 16th century. Since the reform, it has continued to grow and develop. In the early 70s Pletnev counted 4 volosts in the area covered by this industry, but in 1888 the area included 9 volosts. Basically the organization of the industry is as follows. It is headed by the owners of big workshops employing wage workers. They distribute the cut-out leather to be made up by outside workers. Mr. Pletnev counted 20 such masters, employing 124 adults and 60 boys, with an output totaling 818,000 rubles, while the number of workers occupied at home for these capitalists is estimated by the author approximately at 1,769 adults and 1,833 boys. Then come the small masters, each with 1 to 5 wage workers and 1 to 3 boys. These masters dispose of their goods mainly in the village market in Kumri. They number 224 and have 460 adults and 301 boys working for them. Output totals 187,000 rubles. Hence, there are 244 masters altogether, employing 2,353 adults and 2,194 boys, with an output totaling 1,005,000 rubles. Further, there are workshops which do various individual operations, currying, chipping, special carding, special carpentry, etc. Pletnev calculated the total output at 4.7 million rubles for the whole district. In 1881 the number of handicraftsmen was computed at 10,638, and with migrants, 26,000, with an output totaling 3.7 million rubles. As to conditions of labor, it is important to note the excessively long working day and the extremely insanitary working conditions, payment in goods, etc. The center of the industry, Kumri village, is more like a small town. The inhabitants are poor agriculturists, and are engaged in their industry all the year round. Only the rural handicraftsmen give up the industry during haymaking. The houses in Kumri village are urban, and the inhabitants are distinguished for their urban habits of life. Until very recently this industry was not included in factory statistics, probably because the masters readily style themselves handicraftsmen. The list has for the first time included 6 boot workshops in Kumri district, with 15 to 40 workers each on the premises, and with no outside workers. Of course, it contains no end of gaps. Manufacture also includes the button industry of Moscow Gubernia, Bronnitsy, and Bogorodskoye Uezds, the making of buttons from hoofs and ram's horns. Engaged in this industry are 487 workers, employed in 52 establishments. The output totals 264,000 rubles. Establishments with fewer than 5 employees number 16, those with 5 to 10 26, those with 10 and more 10. Masters who do without wage workers number only 10, these work for big masters, using the latter's materials. Only the big industrialists are quite independent. It is they, evidently, who figure in the directory as factory owners. This is serial manufacture. The horns are first steamed in what is called the smithy, then they are passed on to the workshop where they are cut up, after which they go to a stamping press, where the pattern is imprinted, and, lastly, are finished and polished on lathes. The industry has its apprentices. The working day is 14 hours. Payment in goods is a regular thing. The relations between masters and men are patriarchal, as seen in the following. The master calls the workers boys, and the pay book is called the boys' book. When the master pays the workers, he lectures them and never grants in full their requests for payment. The horn industry, which is included in our table of small industries, is also of the same type. Handicraftsmen employing dozens of wage workers figure also in the directory as factory owners. Division of labor is practiced, work is also given out to home workers. The center of the industry in Bogorodskoye Uyezd is the big village of Kotaychi, where agriculture is receding into the background. The Moscow Zemstvo publication stated quite rightly, Handicraft Industries of Bogorodskoye Uyezd, Moscow Gubernia, in 1890, that this village is nothing but a large comb manufactory. In 1890, over 500 industrialists were counted in this village, with an output of from 3.5 to 5.5 million combs. More often than not, the horn dealer is also a buyer up of finished goods, and in many cases a big comb maker as well. The position of those makers who are compelled to take horns at piece rates is particularly bad. Their position is actually worse than that of the wage workers in the big establishments. Dire need compels them to exploit the labor of their whole families beyond measure, to lengthen their working day and to put juveniles to work. During the winter, work in Kotaychi starts at 1 o'clock in the morning, and it is hard to say for certain when it ends in the cottage of the independent craftsman doing piecework. Payment in goods is widely practiced. This system, eliminated with such difficulty from the factories, is still in full force in the small handicraft establishments. Probably, the horn goods industry is organized on similar lines in Kadnikov Uyezd, Vologda Gubernia, in the area of Ustai village, where there are 58 hamlets. Mr. V. Borisov counts 388 handicraftsmen here, with an output totaling 45,000 rubles. All the handicraftsmen work for capitalists, who buy horns in St. Petersburg and tortoise shell abroad. At the beat of the brush industry in Moscow Gubernia we find big establishments with a large number of wage workers and with systematic division of labor. It is interesting to note at this point the changes that took place in the organization of this industry between 1879 and 1895. Some well-to-do industrialists went to Moscow to carry on the industry there. The number of industrialists increased 70%, the increase being particularly large in the number of women and girls. The number of big workshops with wage workers diminished, the proportion of establishments with wage workers dropped from 62% to 39%. This was due to the fact that the masters began to distribute work to be done in the home. The introduction into general use of the drilling machine accelerated and facilitated one of the main processes in brush making. The demand for setters increased, and this operation, which became increasingly specialized, fell to the lot of women, their labor being cheaper. The women began to work at home setting bristle, and were paid by the piece. Thus, the growing resort to domestic industry was caused in this case by progress in technique, progress in division of labor, and progress in capitalist exploitation. This example shows very clearly that domestic industry by no means eliminates the concept of capitalist manufacture, but, on the contrary, is sometimes even a sign of its further development. 7. The processing of mineral products. In the section relating to ceramics we get an example of capitalist manufacture in the industries of the Gjol district. The relevant statistics are given in our table of small industries. From these data it is evident that despite the enormous differences between the three Gjol industries, pottery, porcelain and decorative, these differences disappear as we pass from one grade of establishment to another in each industry, and we get a series of workshops of successively increasing dimensions. Here are the average numbers of workers per establishment according to grade in these three industries: 2.44, 8.44, 47.9, 13.5, 1869 to 26.4. In other words, the workshops range from the very smallest to the very biggest. There is no doubt that the big establishments belong to the category of capitalist manufacture. What is important, however, is not only this, but also that the small establishments are connected with the big ones, that we have a single system of industry here and not separate workshops of one or other type of economic organization. Gjol constitutes a single economic whole, and the big workshops in the district have grown slowly and gradually out of the small ones. The work is done by hand, with considerable division of labor. Among the potters we find wheel hands, kilnmen, etc., and sometimes special workers for preparing colors. In the manufacture of porcelain ware division of labor is extremely detailed: crushers, wheel hands, feeders, kilnmen, decorators, etc. The wheel hands even specialize in the various kinds of porcelain ware. The decorators' shops work for the porcelain makers and are, therefore, only departments of the latter's manufactories, performing a special detailed operation. It is characteristic of developed capitalist manufacture that physical strength itself becomes a speciality. Thus, in Gjol, some of the villages are engaged in clay digging, for heavy work not requiring special skill. Workers from the Tula and Ryazan gubernias are employed almost exclusively, being superior in strength and vigor to the not very robust Gjolians. Payment in goods is widely practiced. Agriculture is in a bad way. The Gjolians are a degenerating race, weak-chested, narrow-shouldered, feeble. The decorators lose their sight at an early age, etc. Capitalist division of labor breaks up the worker and deforms him. The working day is from 12 to 13 hours. 8. The metal trades. The Pavlovo industries. The celebrated Pavlovo lock and cutlery industries cover the whole of Gorbatov Uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, and Murom Uyezd, Vladimir gubernia. These industries originated very long ago. Smirnov states that as far back as 1621 there were 11 smithies in Pavlovo. By the middle of the 19th century these industries constituted a far-flung network of fully developed capitalist relations. After the reform, the industries in this district continued to develop and expand. According to the Zemstvo census of 1889, in Gorbatov Uyezd 13 volosts and 119 villages were engaged in industry, a total of 5,953 households, 6,570 male workers and 2,741 old men, juveniles, and women, 9,311 persons in all. In the Muramuyezd, Mr. Grigoriev in 1881 registered 6 industrial volosts, 66 villages, 1,545 households, and 2,205 male workers. Not only were large, non-agricultural industrial villages formed, but even the surrounding peasants were diverted from agriculture. Outside of Pavlovo and Vorzma, in Gorbatov Uyezd, 4,492 persons were engaged in industries, of whom 2,357, or more than half, did not engage in agriculture. Life in centers like Pavlovo has become quite urban and has given rise to incomparably more developed requirements, more cultured environment, clothes, manner of life, etc., than among the surrounding raw peasants. Turning to the economic organization of the Pavlovo industries, we must first of all note the indubitable fact that the handicraftsmen are headed by the most typical capitalist manufactories. For example, in the Zavielov's establishment a penknife passes through 8 or 9 hands: the forger, blade maker, handle maker, hardener, facer, polisher, finisher, grinder and marker. This is extensive capitalist cooperation based on division of labor, with a considerable number of the workers performing individual operations employed at home and not in the capitalist's workshop. Here are facts given by Mr. Labzin on the bigger establishments in the villages of Pavlovo, Vorzma, and Vacha, covering all branches of production in this district. 15 proprietors had 500 workers occupied on the premises and 1,134 workers outside, making a total of 1,634, with an output totaling 351,700 rubles. How far this description of economic relations is applicable to the whole district at the present time may be seen from the following data. Thus, the organization of the industry as outlined by us prevails in all the districts. All in all, about 3/5 of the total number of workers are employed capitalistically. Here too, consequently, we find manufacture predominating in the general structure of the industry and holding masses of workers under its sway, without, however, being able to eradicate small production. The relative tenacity of the latter is fully explained, firstly, by the fact that in some branches of the Pavlovo industry mechanized production has not yet been introduced at all, and, secondly, by the fact that the small producer tries to save himself from sinking by resorting to means that cause him to sink far lower than the wage worker. These means are, lengthening the working day, and reducing the standard of living and of general requirements. The earnings of the group of handicraftsmen who work for proprietors are less subject to fluctuation. At Zavielov's, for example, the lowest paid worker is the handle maker. He works at home, and that is why he is satisfied with lower earnings. The handicraftsmen who work for factory owners are able to earn somewhat more than the average earnings of the one who takes his products to the market. Larger earnings are particularly noticeable among the workers who live in the factories. The working day in the factories is from 14½ to 15 hours, with a maximum of 16 hours. The working day of the home-working handicraftsman, on the other hand, is never less than 17 hours and sometimes as much as 18 and even 19 hours. It would not be in the least surprising if the law of June 2, 189/7138 caused an increase here in home work. It is high time these handicraftsmen directed their efforts towards compelling the proprietors to organize factories. Let the reader also recall the notorious Pavlovo loan purchase, exchange, wife pawning and similar forms of bondage and personal degradation which grind down the quasi-independent small producer. Fortunately, rapidly developing large-scale machine industry does not so readily tolerate these worst forms of exploitation as manufacture does. Running ahead a little, let us quote data on the growth of factory production in this district. We thus see that ever-increasing numbers of workers are being drawn into large establishments, which are going over to the use of machines. 9. Other metal trades. The industries of Bivodnoye village, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, and Uyezd also come under the head of capitalist manufacture. This is also an industrial village, the majority of whose inhabitants do not engage in agriculture at all, and which serves as the center of an industrial area of several villages. According to the Zemstvo census of 1889, in the Bivodnoye Volast 67.3% of the households cultivated no land, 78.3% had no horses, 82.4% engaged in industries, and 57.7% had literate persons and school children in the family. The Bivodnoye industries are devoted to the production of various metal goods, chains, fishhooks, and metal fabrics. The output was estimated at 2.5 million rubles in 1883 and 12 million rubles in 1888-89. The organization of the industry is as follows: work for proprietors, using their materials, which is distributed among a number of workers performing single operations and done partly in the employer's workshops and partly in the home. For example, in the making of fishhooks the various operations are performed by benders, cutters and pointers. All these work at piece rates for the capitalist, while the bender gives out work on his own account to the cutters and pointers. Metal wire is now done by horse-driven windlasses. Formerly the wire was drawn by blind men, who were brought here in large numbers. One of the specialties of capitalist manufacture. The conditions under which this work is done differ very much from those in all the other trades. People have to work in a stifling atmosphere filled with the harmful vapors emanating from accumulated horse dung. Organized on the same lines of capitalist manufacture are the screen, the pin, and the gold thread industries. In the last named industry at the beginning of the 80s there were 66 establishments, employing 670 workers, with an output totaling 368,500 rubles. Some of these capitalist establishments were occasionally also included among the factories and works. The locksmith industries of the Bermakino Volast of Yaroslavl gubernia and Uyezd are probably organized on the same lines. At all events, here we observe the same division of labor, the same extensive development of wage labor, the same predominance of big capital over all these detail workers, the same combination of the buying up of wares with the production of wares in capitalist workshops, some of which are occasionally included among the factories and works. In the appendix to the preceding chapter, statistics were given on the tray and the copper industries of Moscow gubernia. The data show that wage labor plays a predominant part in these industries, that the industries are headed by large workshops employing an average of from 18 to 23 wage workers per establishment, with an average output of from 16,000 to 17,000 rubles. If we add to this that division of labor is very widely practiced here, it will be clear that what we have is capitalist manufacture. The small industrial units, which are an anomaly under the existing conditions of technique and division of labor, can only hold out alongside the big workshops by lengthening the working day to the utmost among the tray makers, for example, for as long as 19 hours. The ordinary working day here is from 13 to 15 hours, with the small proprietors it is from 16 to 17 hours. Payment in goods is widely practiced. Let us add that the lengthy existence of this industry and extensive specialization have, in this case too, produced highly skilled workers. The Zagorians are famed for their craftsmanship. Specialties have also sprung up in the industry which need no preliminary training and are within the grasp of even underage workers. This very possibility, Mr. Isaev rightly observes, of becoming an underage worker at once and acquiring a trade, as it were, without having to study, indicates that the handicraft spirit, which demands the training of labor power, is disappearing. The simplicity of many of the detailed operations is a symptom of the transition of handicraft to manufacture. Let us only observe that to a certain degree the handicraft spirit always remains in manufacture, for its basis is the same hand production. 10. The jewelry, samovar and accordion trades. The village of Krasnoy, Kostroma gubernia, and Uyezd, is one of the industrial villages usually held up as centers of our people's capitalist manufacture. This large village is purely urban in character. The inhabitants live like townspeople and do not engage in agriculture. Krasnoye is the center of the jewelry industry, which covers 4 volosts and 51 villages, and in them 735 households and about 1,706 workers. The principal representatives of industry, said Mr. Tilo, are undoubtedly the big industrialists of the village of Krasnoye, the Pushilovs, Mazovs, Sorokins, Chulkovs and other merchants. They buy materials, employ craftsmen, buy up finished articles, distribute orders for work to be done in the home, supply samples, etc. The big industrialists have their workshops, so-called rabotarny, where the metal is smelted and forged, then to be given out for finishing to handicraftsmen. They have technical appliances, such as pretzi, punches, rollers, benches, etc. Division of labor is widely practiced. Nearly every article passes through several hands in an established order in the course of manufacture. For example, in the making of earrings, the master industrialist first sends the silver to his own workshop, where part of it is rolled and part drawn into wire. Then on receipt of an order the material is given to a craftsman who, if he has a family, divides the work among several persons. One uses a punch to cut the silver plates into the shapes for the earrings, another bends the wire into the rings with which the earrings are attached to the ears, a third solders these parts, and, lastly, a fourth polishes the finished earrings. None of this work is difficult, or requires much training. Very often the soldering and the polishing are done by women and by children of 7 or 8 years of age. Here, too, the working day is excessively long, usually as much as 16 hours. Payment in provisions is common. The following statistics clearly illustrate the economic structure of the industry. 139. Both the first groups should be classed as home-working factory workers rather than as handicraftsmen. In the top group, wage labor occurs more and more frequently. The craftsmen have begun to buy articles made by others. In the upper strata of this group, buying up predominates, and 4 of the buyers up have no workshops at all. The samovar and accordion industries in Tula town and environs are highly typical examples of capitalist manufacture. Generally speaking, the handicraft industries in this district have a long history. Dating back to the 15th century, they evidenced a particularly rapid development in the middle of the 17th century. Mr. Borisov considers that the second period in the development of the Tula industries then began. In 1637 the first iron foundry was built. The Tula gunsmiths formed a separate smith suburb, constituted a separate social estate, enjoying special rights and privileges. In 1696 the first iron foundry was erected in Tula by a famous Tula blacksmith, and the industry spread to the Urals and Siberia. Then began the third period in the history of the Tula industries. The craftsmen set up their own workshops and taught the trade to surrounding peasants. In the 1810s and 1820s the first samovar factories were started. By 1825 there were in Tula 43 different factories that belonged to gunsmiths, while those in existence at the present time nearly all belong to one-time gunsmiths, now Tula merchants. Here, consequently, we observe a direct continuity and connection between the old guild masters and the principles of subsequent capitalist manufacture. In 1864 the Tula gunsmiths were freed from serf dependence 140 and assigned to the Burger estate. Earnings dropped as a consequence of the severe competition of the village handicraftsmen. The workers turned to the samovar, lock, cutlery, and accordion industries. The samovar industry is at present organized as follows. It is headed by big capitalists who own workshops employing tens and hundreds of wage workers, but they also distribute many separate operations to be done by workers, urban and rural, in their homes. Those who perform these operations sometimes still have their own workshops and employ wage workers. Naturally, side by side with the big there are small workshops, with all the consecutive stages of dependence upon the capitalists. Division of labor is the general basis of the whole structure of this trade. The process of samovar making is divided into the following separate operations: 1. Rolling the copper sheets into tubes, 2. Soldering the tubes, 3. Filing the seams, 4. Fitting the bottoms, 5. Beating out the shapes, 6. Cleaning the insides, 7. Turning the bodies and necks, 8. Plating, 9. Press punching the vents in the bottoms and the covers, 10. Assembling the samovars. Further, there are the separate processes of casting the small copper parts, a. Preparing the molds and b. Casting. Where work is given out to be done in the home, each of these operations may constitute a special handicraft industry. One of these industries was described by Mr. Borisov in Volume 7 of the Transactions of the Handicraft Commission. This industry consists in peasants doing at piece rates one of the operations we have described, using merchants' materials. The handicraftsmen left Tula town to work in the countryside after 1861, the cost of living and standard of requirements were lower in the countryside. Mr. Borisov quite rightly attributes this tenacity of the handicraftsmen to the retention of hand labor in the beating out of samovars. It will always be profitable for the manufacturer to employ the village handicraftsman, because he works at from 10 to 20% below the rate of the urban artisan. Mr. Borisov estimated the value of the output of samovars in 1882 at approximately 5 million rubles, the number of workers totaling from 4,000 to 5,000. In this case also the factory statistics cover only a fraction of capitalist manufacture. The directory for 1879 counted in Tula Gubernia 53 samovar factories with 1,479 workers and an output totaling 836,000 rubles. The directory for 1890 gives 162 factories, 2,175 workers and an output of 1.1 million rubles. The list of firms, however, contains only 50 factories, with 1,326 workers and an output totaling 698,000 rubles. Evidently, some hundred small establishments were in this case classed as factories. Lastly, the list gives the following for 1894 to 95, 25 factories, 1,202 workers and an output totaling 1,613,000 rubles. In these data neither the number of factories nor the number of workers are comparable. The only thing beyond doubt is that manufacture is being steadily displaced by large-scale machine industry. In 1879, there were 2 factories with 100 and more workers, in 1890 there were 2 and in 1894 to 95 there were 4. The accordion industry, which is at a lower stage of economic development, is organized in precisely the same way. In the making of accordions there are over 10 separate trades. The making of the different parts of an accordion or the performance of some of the operations constitute separate, quasi-independent handicraft industries. When things are quiet, all the handicraftsmen work for factories or for more or less big workshops, the owners of which supply them with materials. When, however, there is a brisk demand for accordions, a large number of small producers appear, who buy up parts from the handicraftsmen, assemble them and take the finished articles to the local shops where accordions are very readily purchased. Mr. Borisov in 1882 estimated from 2,000 to 3,000 workers in this industry, with an output totaling about 4 million rubles. Factory statistics in 1879 showed 2 factories, with 22 workers and an output totaling 5,000 rubles. In 1890, 19 factories, with 275 workers and an output totaling 82,000 rubles. In 1894 to 95 1 factory, with 23 workers and an output totaling 20,000 rubles. Steam engines are not employed at all. All these figure variations indicate a purely haphazard picking of individual establishments which are component parts of the complex organism of capitalist manufacture. 3. Technique in manufacture. Division of labor and its significance. Let us now draw conclusions from the foregoing data and see whether they are really indicative of a special stage in the development of capitalism in our industry. Underscore 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 underscore. The feature common to all the industries we have examined is the retention of hand production and systematic, widely practiced division of labor. The process of production is split up into several single operations performed by different specialist craftsmen. The training of such specialists takes a fairly long time, and therefore a natural concomitant of manufacture is apprenticeship. It is well known that under the general conditions of commodity economy and capitalism, this gives rise to the worst forms of personal dependence and exploitation. The disappearance of apprenticeship is connected with a higher development of manufacture and with the advent of large-scale machine industry, when machines reduce the period of training to a minimum or when such simple single operations arise as can be done even by children. The retention of hand production as the basis of manufacture explains its comparative immobility, which is particularly striking when compared with the factory. The development and extension of division of labor proceeds very slowly, so that for whole decades manufacture retains its form once it has been adopted. As we have seen, quite a number of the industries examined are of quite ancient origin, yet no great changes in methods of production have been observed in the majority of them until recently. As for division of labor, we shall not repeat here the commonly known tenets of theoretical economics concerning the part it plays in the process of development of the productive powers of labor. On the basis of hand production, no other progress in technique was possible except by division of labor. Let us merely note the two major circumstances that make clear the need for division of labor as a preparatory stage for large-scale machine industry. Firstly, the introduction of machines is possible only when the production process has been split into a number of the simplest, purely mechanical operations. Machines are first used for the simplest operations and their spread to the more complicated processes is very gradual. For example, in weaving, the power loom has long predominated in the production of plain fabrics, whereas silk weaving continues to be carried on mainly by hand. In the engineering trade, the machine is applied first of all to one of the simplest operations, grinding, etc. But this splitting of production into the simplest operations, while being a necessary preparatory step to the introduction of large-scale machine production, leads at the same time to a growth of small industries. The surrounding population is enabled to perform such detailed operations in its homes, either to order of the manufactory owners, using their materials, or even independently buying the materials, making certain parts of the product and selling them to the manufacturers. It seems paradoxical that the growth of small industries should be an expression of the growth of capitalist manufacture, nevertheless it is a fact. The independence of such handicraftsmen is quite fictitious. Their work could not be done, and their product would on occasion even have no use value, if there were no connection with other detailed operations, with other parts of the product. And only big capital, ruling over a mass of workers performing separate operations, was able to and did create this connection. One of the main errors of Narodnik economics is that it ignores or obscures the fact that the handicraftsman performing a single operation is a constituent part of the capitalist manufactory. The second circumstance that must particularly be stressed is that manufacture trains skilled workers. Large-scale machine industry could not have developed so quickly in the post-reform period had it not been preceded by a long period in which manufacture trained workers. For instance, the investigators of the handicraft weaving industry of the Pokrov Uyezd, Vladimir Gubernia, note the remarkable technical skill and experience of the weavers of Kudykino Velost. Nowhere do we find such intensity of labor. A strict division of labor between the weaver and the bobbin hand is invariably practiced here. The past has imparted to the Kudykinians expert skill in the technique of production, an ability to cope with all sorts of difficulties. Factories cannot be erected in any village and in any number. We read in reference to silk weaving, the factory must follow the weaver into the villages where, due to migratory labor, a contingent of proficient workers has been formed. Establishments like the St. Petersburg boot factory 141 could not have developed so quickly if in the district around Cumry village, say, skilled workers who have now taken to migration had not been developing for centuries, etc. That, incidentally, is why very great importance attaches to the formation by manufacture of a whole number of large districts which specialized in certain trades and trained large numbers of skilled workers. Division of labor in capitalist manufacture disfigures and cripples the worker, including the handicraftsmen who make single parts. It produces virtuosi and cripples, the former as rare exceptions, whose skill arouses the astonishment of investigators, and the latter in the shape of the mass of handicraftsmen, weak-chested, with inordinately developed arms, curvature of the spine, etc., etc. For the territorial division of labor and the separation of agriculture from industry. Directly connected with division of labor in general is, as has been noted, territorial division of labor, the specialization of certain districts in the production of some one product, of one sort of product, and even of a certain part of a product. The predominance of hand production, the existence of a mass of small establishments, the preservation of the workers' connection with the land, the tying of the craftsmen to a given trade, all this inevitably gives rise to the seclusion of the different industrial districts of manufacture. Sometimes this local seclusion amounts to complete isolation from the rest of the world, with which only the merchant masters have dealings. In the following effusion Mr. Karizomenov underrates the significance of the territorial division of labor. The vast distances of the empire go hand in hand with sharp differences of natural conditions. One locality is rich in timber and wild animals, another in cattle, while a third abounds in clay or iron. These natural features determine the character of industry. The great distances and inconveniences of communication made the transport of raw materials impossible, or extremely costly. As a result, industry had necessarily to nestle where an abundance of raw material was close at hand. Hence the characteristic feature of our industry, the specialization of commodity production in large and compact areas. Territorial division of labor is not a characteristic feature of our industry, but of manufacture. The small industries did not produce such extensive districts, while the factory broke down their seclusion and facilitated the transfer of establishments and masses of workers to other places. Manufacture not only creates compact areas, but introduces specialization within these areas. The availability of raw materials in the given locality is not at all essential for manufacture, and is hardly even usual for it, for manufacture presupposes fairly wide commercial intercourse. Connected with the above described features of manufacture is the circumstance that this stage of capitalist evolution is marked by a specific form of separation of agriculture from industry. It is no longer the peasant who is the most typical industrialist, but the non-farming artisan. In most cases the industries organized on the lines of manufacture have non-agricultural centers, either towns or villages, whose inhabitants hardly engage in agriculture at all, and which should be classed as settlements of a commercial and industrial character. The separation of industry from agriculture is here deeply rooted in the technique of manufacture, in its economy, and in the peculiarities of its way of life. Technique ties the worker to one trade and therefore, on the one hand, renders him unfit for agriculture, and, on the other, demands continuous and long pursuit of the craft. The economic structure of manufacture is characterized by a far deeper differentiation among the industrialists than is the case in the small industries, and we have seen that in the small industries, differentiation in industry is paralleled by differentiation in agriculture. With the utter pauperization of the mass of producers, which is a condition and a consequence of manufacture, its working personnel cannot be recruited from among farmers who are at all economically sound. Among the cultural peculiarities of manufacture are, firstly, the very lengthy existence of the industry, which leaves its impress upon the population, and secondly, the higher standard of living of the population. We shall deal with the latter circumstance in greater detail further on, but first let us note that manufacture does not bring about the complete separation of industry from agriculture. Underhand technique: the big establishments cannot eliminate the small ones completely, especially if the small handicraftsmen lengthen their working day and reduce the level of their requirements. Under such conditions, manufacture, as we have seen, even develops the small industries. It is natural, therefore, that in the majority of cases we see around the non-agricultural center of manufacture a whole region of agricultural settlements, the inhabitants of which also engage in industries. Hence, in this respect, too, we find clearly revealed the transitional character of manufacture between small hand production and the factory. If even in the West the manufacturing period of capitalism could not bring about the complete separation of the industrial workers from agriculture, in Russia, with the preservation of many institutions that tie the peasants to the land, such separation could not but be retarded. Therefore, we repeat, what is most typical of Russian capitalist manufacture is the non-agricultural center which attracts the population of the surrounding villages, the inhabitants of which are semi-agriculturists and semi-industrialists, and dominates these villages. Particularly noteworthy in this connection is the fact of the higher cultural level of the population of such non-agricultural centers. A higher degree of literacy, a considerably higher standard of requirements and life, vigorous dissociation from the rawness of native village soil, such are the usual distinguishing features of the inhabitants of such centers. One can understand the enormous significance of this fact, which clearly demonstrates the progressive historical role of capitalism, and moreover of purely people's capitalism, which even the most ardent Narodnik would scarcely dare characterize as artificial. Since the overwhelming majority of the centers described are usually classified under the heading of handicraft industry, the transitional character of manufacture is revealed here too, since it merely begins the transformation of the mentality of the population, and only large-scale machine industry completes it. V. The economic structure of manufacture. In all the industries organized on the lines of manufacture that we have examined, the vast mass of the workers are not independent, are subordinated to capital, and receive only wages, owning neither raw material nor finished product. At bottom, the overwhelming majority of the workers in these industries are wage workers, although this relationship never achieves in manufacture the completeness and purity characteristic of the factory. In manufacture, merchant's capital is combined with industrial capital, is interwoven with it in the most diverse ways, and the dependence of the operative on the capitalist assumes a host of forms and shades, from work for hire in another person's workshop, to work at home for a master, and finally to dependence in the purchase of raw material or in the sale of the product. Under manufacture, side by side with the mass of dependent workers, there always remains a more or less considerable number of quasi-independent producers. But all this diversity of forms of dependence merely covers up the main feature of manufacture, the fact that the split between the representatives of labor and of capital is already manifested in full force. By the time the emancipation of the peasants took place, the split in the larger centers of Russian manufacture had already been sealed by a continuity of several generations. In all the industries above examined we see a mass of people whose only means of livelihood is to work in a condition of dependence upon members of the propertied class. On the other hand, we see a small minority of well-to-do industrialists who control nearly the whole industry of the given district. It is this fundamental fact that imparts to our manufacture a pronounced capitalist character, as distinct from the preceding stage. Dependence on capital and work for hire existed then too, but it had not yet taken definite shape, had not yet embraced the mass of industrialists, the mass of the population, had not given rise to a split among the various groups of individuals participating in production. Moreover, production itself in the preceding stage still preserves its small dimensions. The difference between the master and the worker is relatively small. There are scarcely any big capitalists, nor are there any workers tied to a single operation and thereby tied to capital, which combines these detailed operations into a single mechanism of production. Here is an old writer's evidence which strikingly confirms this characterization of the data cited by us above. In the village of Kumry, as in other so-called rich Russian villages, Pavlovo, for example, half the population are beggars who live entirely on alms. If an operative falls sick, and moreover lives alone, he risks going the next week without a crust of bread. Thus, the main feature of the economy of Russian manufacture was already fully revealed by the 60s, the contrast between the wealth of a whole number of celebrated villages and the complete proletarization of the overwhelming majority of handicraftsmen. Connected with this feature is the circumstance that the most typical workers in manufacture are already gravitating towards the next, and not the preceding, stage of capitalism, that they stand closer to the worker in large-scale machine industry than to the peasant. The above quoted data on the cultural level of the handicraftsmen are striking proof of this. But that description cannot be extended to the whole mass of the working personnel in manufacture. The retention of a vast number of small establishments and small masters, the retention of connection with the land and the exceedingly extensive development of work in the home, all this leads to large numbers of handicraftsmen in manufacture gravitating still towards the peasantry, towards becoming small masters, towards the past and not the future, and clinging to all sorts of illusions about the possibility of becoming independent masters. Here is a remarkably fair appraisal of these petty bourgeois illusions given by an investigator of the handicraft industries of Vladimir Gubernia. The final victory of large-scale industry over small industry, the bringing together of the workers, scattered in numerous workrooms, within the walls of a single silk mill, is only a matter of time, and the sooner this victory is achieved the better it will be for the weavers. Characteristic of the present organization of the silk industry are the instability and indefiniteness of economic categories, the struggle between large-scale production, and small production and agriculture. This struggle drags the small master and the weaver into fevers of excitement, yielding them nothing but divorcing them from the land, dragging them into debt and overwhelming them in periods of depression. Concentration of production will not reduce the weaver's wages, but will make it unnecessary to entice workers and intoxicate them, to attract them with advances that do not correspond to their annual earnings. With the diminution of mutual competition, factory owners lose interest in expending considerable sums on involving the weaver in debt. Moreover, large-scale production so clearly counterposes the interests of the factory owner and the workers, the wealth of the one and the poverty of the others, that the weaver cannot develop the desire to become a factory owner himself. Small production gives the weaver no more than large-scale production does, but it lacks the stability of the latter and for that reason corrupts the worker much more deeply. False hopes arise in the mind of the handicraft weaver. He looks forward to the opportunity of setting up his own loom. To achieve this ideal he strains himself to the utmost, falls into debt, steals, lies, regards his fellow weavers not as friends in misfortune, but as enemies, as competitors for the very wretched loom that he sees in his mind's eye in the remote future. The small master does not understand his economic insignificance, he cringes to the buyers up and the factory owners, hides from his fellow weavers where and on what terms he buys his raw materials and sells his product. Imagining that he is an independent master, he becomes a voluntary and wretched tool, a plaything in the hands of the big traders. No sooner does he succeed in dragging himself out of the mire, in acquiring 3 or 4 looms, than he begins to talk about the troubles of the employer, the laziness and drunkenness of the weavers, about the necessity of insuring the factory owner against non-payment of debts. The small master is the incarnation of industrial servility, just as in the good old days the butler and the housekeeper were the incarnation of serf servility. So long as the instruments of production are not entirely divorced from the producer and the latter still has opportunities of becoming an independent master, so long as the economic gulf between the buyer up and the weaver is bridged by proprietors, small masters, and middlemen, who direct and exploit the lower economic categories and are subject to the exploitation of the upper ones, the social consciousness of those who work is obscured and their imagination is distorted by fictions. Competition arises where there should be solidarity, and the interests of what are really antagonistic economic groups are united. Not confining itself to economic exploitation, the present organization of silk production finds its agents among the exploited and lays upon them the task of obscuring the minds and corrupting the hearts of those who work. 6. Merchants and industrial capital in manufacture. The buyer up and the factory owner. From the data given above it is evident that along with big capitalist workshops we always find an extremely large number of small establishments at this stage of capitalist development. Numerically, these, as a rule, even predominate, although they play a quite subordinate role in the sum total of production. This retention of small establishments under manufacture is quite a natural phenomenon. Underhand production, the large establishments have no decisive advantage over the small ones. Division of labor, by creating the simplest detailed operations, facilitates the rise of small workshops. For this reason, A typical feature of capitalist manufacture is precisely the small number of relatively large establishments side by side with a considerable number of small establishments. Is there any connection between the one and the other? The data examined above leave no doubt that the connection between them is of the closest, that it is out of the small establishments that the large ones grow, that the small establishments are sometimes merely outside departments of the manufactories, that in the overwhelming majority of cases the connection between them is maintained by merchants' capital, which belongs to the big masters and holds sway over the small ones. The owner of the big workshop has to buy raw materials and sell his wares on a large scale. The bigger his turnover, the smaller are his expenses on the purchase and sale of goods, on sorting, warehousing, etc., etc., and so there arises the retail reselling of raw materials to small masters, and the purchase of their wares, which the manufactory owner resells as his own. If bondage and usury are linked with these transactions in the sale of raw materials and the purchase of wares, if the small master gets materials on credit and delivers wares in payment of debt, the big manufactory owner obtains a high level of profit on his capital such as he could never obtain from wage workers. Division of labor gives a fresh impetus to the development of such relations of dependence of the small masters upon the big ones. The latter either distribute materials in the homes for making up, or buy up from the handicraftsmen parts of products, special sorts of products, etc. In short, the closest and most inseparable tie between merchants and industrial capital is one of the most characteristic features of manufacture. The buyer up nearly always merges here with the manufactory owner. That is why, in the overwhelming majority of cases, data on the scale of production of the big establishments in themselves give no idea of their real significance in our handicraft industries, for the owners of such establishments have at their command the labor, not only of the workers employed in their establishments, but of a mass of domestic workers, and even of a mass of quasi-independent small masters, in relation to whom they are buyers up. The data on Russian manufacture thus bring out in striking relief the law established by the author of Capital, namely, that the degree of development of merchants' capital is inversely proportional to the degree of development of industrial capital. 143. And indeed, we may characterize all the industries described in 2 as follows: the fewer the big workshops in them, the more is buying up developed, and vice versa. All that changes is the form of capital that dominates in each case and that places the independent handicraftsman in conditions which often are incomparably worse than those of the wage worker. The fundamental error of Narodnik economics is that it ignores, or glosses over, the connection between the big and the small establishments, on the one hand, and between merchants and industrial capital, on the other. The factory owner of the Pavlovo area is nothing more than a complex type of buyer-up, says Mr. Grigoriev. That is true, not only of Pavlovo, but of the majority of industries organized on the lines of capitalist manufacture. The reverse is likewise true. The buyer-up in manufacture is a complex type of factory owner. This, incidentally, is one of the fundamental differences between the buyer-up in manufacture and the buyer-up in the small peasant industries. But to see in this fact of the connection between the buyer-up and the factory owner some argument in favor of small industry means drawing absolutely arbitrary conclusions and distorting facts to fit preconceived notions. A host of facts testify, as we have seen, to the point that the combination of merchants' capital with industrial capital makes the position of the direct producer considerably worse than that of the wage worker, lengthens his working day, reduces his earnings, and retards economic and cultural development. 7. Capitalist domestic industry as an appendage of manufacture. Capitalist domestic industry, i.e., the processing at home, for payment by the piece, of raw materials obtained from an entrepreneur is also met with, as indicated in the preceding chapter, in the small peasant industries. Later we shall see that it is met with again alongside the factory, i.e., large-scale machine industry. Thus, capitalist domestic industry is met with at all stages of the development of capitalism in industry, but is most characteristic of manufacture. Both the small peasant industries and large-scale machine industry manage very easily without domestic industry. The manufactory period, however, of capitalist development, with its characteristic retention of the workers' connection with the land, and with an abundance of small establishments around big ones, can be imagined with difficulty, or hardly at all, without the distribution of home work. And the facts of Russia do indeed show, as we have seen, that in the industries organized on the lines of capitalist manufacture the distribution of home work is particularly widespread. That is why we think it most appropriate to examine in precisely this chapter the characteristic features of capitalist domestic industry, although some of the examples quoted below cannot be assigned specifically to manufacture. Let us point, first of all, to the multitude of middlemen between the capitalist and the worker in domestic industry. The big entrepreneur cannot himself distribute materials to hundreds and thousands of workers, scattered sometimes in different villages. What is needed is the appearance of middlemen to take the materials in bulk and distribute them in small quantities. We get a regular sweating system, a system of the severest exploitation. The subcontractor, who is close to the worker, knows how to take advantage even of specific cases of his distress and devises such methods of exploitation as would be inconceivable in a big establishment, and as absolutely preclude all possibility of control or supervision. Alongside the sweating system, and perhaps as one of its forms, should be placed the truck system *, the system of payment in provisions, which is prohibited in factories, but continues to reign in handicraft industries, especially where the work is distributed to homes. Above, in describing the various industries, instances were given of this widespread practice. Further, capitalist domestic industry inevitably entails extremely insanitary working conditions. The utter poverty of the worker, the utter impossibility of controlling working conditions by regulations of any kind, and the combination of the living and working premises, such are the conditions that convert the dwellings of the home workers into hotbeds of infection and occupational disease. In the large establishments one can fight such things. Domestic industry, however, is in this respect the most liberal form of capitalist exploitation. An excessively long working day is also an essential feature of domestic work for the capitalist and of the small industries in general. Instances have been given illustrating the comparative length of the working day in the factories and among the handicraftsmen. The drawing of women and of children of the tenderest age into production is nearly always observed in domestic industry. To illustrate this, let us cite some facts from a description of the women's industries of Moscow gubernia. There are 10,004 women engaged in cotton winding. Children start work at the age of 5 or 6, daily earnings are 10 kopecks, yearly 17 rubles. The working day in the women's industries in general is as much as 18 hours. In the knitting industry, children start work from the age of 6, daily earnings are 10 kopecks, yearly 22 rubles. Altogether 37,514 females are employed in the women's industries. They begin working from the age of 5 or 6, the average daily earnings are 13 kopecks, yearly 26 rubles 20 kopecks. One of the most pernicious aspects of capitalist domestic industry is that it leads to a reduction in the level of the workers' requirements. The employer is able to recruit workers in remote districts where the popular standard of living is particularly low and where the worker's connection with the land enables him to work for a bare pittance. For example, the owner of a village stocking establishment explains that in Moscow rents are high and that, besides, the knitters have to be supplied with white bread, whereas here the workers do the job in their own cottages and eat black bread. Now how can Moscow compete with us? In the cotton winding industry, the explanation of the very low wages is that for the peasants' wives, daughters, etc., this is merely a supplementary source of income. Thus, the system prevailing in this trade forces down to the utmost limit the wages of those for whom it is the sole means of livelihood, reduces the wages of those who obtain their livelihood exclusively by factory labor below their minimum needs, or retards the raising of their standard of living. In both cases it creates extremely abnormal conditions. The factory seeks cheap weavers, says Mr. Kirizomenov, and it finds them in their native villages, far from the centers of industry. That wages drop steadily as one moves from the industrial centers to the outer regions is an undoubted fact. Hence, the employers are perfectly well able to take advantage of the conditions which artificially tie the population to the rural districts. The isolation of the home workers is a no less pernicious aspect of this system. Here is a graphic description of this aspect of the matter, as given by buyers up themselves. The operations of both are organized according to one system. When they collect the nails, they pay partly in money and partly in iron, and to make the blacksmiths more tractable always have them working in their homes. These words provide a simple clue to the vitality of our handicraft industry. The isolation of the home workers and the abundance of middlemen naturally lead to widespread bondage, to all kinds of personal dependence, which usually accompany patriarchal relationships in remote rural districts. Workers' indebtedness to employers is extremely widespread in the handicraft industries in general, and in domestic industry in particular. Usually the worker is not only a lone slave but also a scold slave. Instances were given above of the conditions in which the worker is placed by the patriarchal character of rural relationships. Passing from the description of capitalist domestic industry to the conditions making for its spread, we must first make mention of the connection between this system and the tying of the peasant to his allotment. The lack of freedom of movement, the necessity of occasionally suffering monetary loss in order to get rid of land, the social estate exclusiveness of the peasant community, all this artificially enlarges the sphere of application of capitalist homework, artificially binds the peasant to these worst forms of exploitation. Obsolete institutions and an agrarian system that is thoroughly saturated with the social estate principle thus exert a most pernicious influence in both agriculture and industry, perpetuating technically backward forms of production which go hand in hand with the greatest development of bondage and personal dependence, with the hardest lot and the most helpless position of the working people. Furthermore, there is also an undoubted connection between homework for capitalists and the differentiation of the peasantry. Extensive incidence of homework presupposes two conditions: 1. The existence of a mass of rural proletarians who have to sell their labor power, and to sell it cheaply; 2. The existence of well-to-do peasants, well acquainted with local conditions, who can undertake the function of agents in distributing work. A salesman sent in by the merchant will not always be able to fulfill this function and will hardly ever be able to fulfill it with such virtuosity as can a local peasant, one of themselves. The big entrepreneurs would probably be unable to carry out half their operations in distributing work to home workers if they did not have at their command a whole army of small entrepreneurs who can be trusted with goods on credit or on commission, and who greedily clutch at every opportunity of enlarging their small commercial operations. Finally, it is extremely important to point to the significance of capitalist domestic industry in the theory of the surplus population created by capitalism. No one has talked so much about the freeing of the Russian workers by capitalism as have Messrs. V.V., N. On and other narodniks, but none of them has taken the trouble to analyze the specific forms of the reserve army of labor that have arisen and are arising in Russia in the post-reform period. None of the narodniks has even noticed the trifling detail that home workers constitute what is, perhaps, the largest section of our reserve army of capitalism. By distributing work to be done in the home, the entrepreneurs are enabled to increase production immediately to the desired dimensions without any considerable expenditure of capital and time on setting up workshops, etc. Such an immediate expansion of production is very often dictated by the conditions of the market, when increased demand results from a livening up of some large branch of industry, or from such circumstances as war, etc. Hence, another aspect of the process which we described in Chapter 2 as the formation of an agricultural proletariat of millions, is, incidentally, the enormous development in the post-reform period of capitalist domestic industry. What has become of the hands released from the occupations of domestic, strictly natural economy, which had in view the family and the few consumers in the neighboring market? The factories overcrowded with workers, the rapid expansion of large-scale domestic industry provide a clear answer. The figures given in the following section will show how great the number of workers employed by entrepreneurs in domestic industry must be in Russia today. 8. What is handicraft industry? In the two preceding chapters we dealt mainly with what in Russia is usually called handicraft industry. We may now try to answer the question put in the heading. Let us begin with some statistics, so as to judge which of the forms of industry analyzed above figure in publications among the general mass of handicraft industries. The Moscow statisticians, in concluding their investigation of the peasant industries, summarized all and sundry non-agricultural occupations. They listed altogether 141,329 persons engaged in local industries, but among these were included artisans, wood sawyers, etc., etc. Not fewer than 87,000 were domestic workers employed by capitalists. The number of wage workers in the 54 industries for which we have been able to combine the data is 17,566, out of 29,446, i.e., 59.65%. For Vladimir Gubernia we have obtained the following results: altogether, 18,286 engaged in 31 industries. Of these 15,447 were engaged in industries in which capitalist domestic industry predominates. Further, there are 150 rural artisans and 2,689 small commodity producers. The total number of capitalistically engaged workers is 16,003, i.e., 87.5%. In Kostroma Gubernia, there are 83,633 local industrialists, of whom 19,701 are lumber workers, while 29,564 work in their homes for capitalists. Some 19,954 are engaged in industries in which small commodity producers predominate, and some 14,414 are village artisans. In 9 uyezds of Vyatka Gubernia there are 60,019 local industrialists. Of these, 9,672 are millers and oil pressers, 2,032 are pure artisans, 14,928 are partly artisans and partly commodity producers, the overwhelming majority. Working independently, 14,424 engage in industries partly subordinated to capital, 14,875 engage in industries entirely subordinated to capital, 4,088 engage in industries in which wage labor completely predominates. On the basis of the data in the transactions regarding the other gubernias, we have compiled a table of those industries on the organization of which more or less detailed information is available. We get 97 industries employing 107,957 persons, with an output totaling 21,151,000 rubles. Of these, industries in which wage labor and capitalist domestic industry predominate employ 70,204 persons, industries in which wage workers and workers occupied at home for capitalists constitute only a minority employ 26,935 persons, and, finally, industries in which independent labor almost completely predominates employ 10,818 persons. According to Zemstvo statistical materials regarding 7 industries of Gorbatov and Semyonov uyezds of Nizhny Novgorod Gubernia, there are 16,303 handicraftsmen, of whom 4,614 work for the local market, 8,520 work for a master, and 3,169 as wage workers. In other words, 11,689 are capitalistically employed workers. According to the returns of the 1894-95 Perm Handicraft Census, of 26,000 handicraftsmen, 6,500 are wage workers, and 5,200 work for buyers up. In other words, 45% are capitalistically employed workers. Fragmentary as the data are, they nevertheless clearly show that, taken as a whole, a mass of capitalistically employed workers are classified among the handicraftsmen. For instance, those working at home for capitalists number over 200,000. And this is for some 50 or 60 uyezds, by no means all of which have been investigated thoroughly. For the whole of Russia the number of workers of this type must be something like 2 million if to these are added the wage workers employed by handicraftsmen and, as may be seen from the above quoted figures, their number is by no means as small as is sometimes thought. Here in Russia we shall have to concede that the figure of 2 million industrial workers capitalistically employed outside the so-called factories and works is, if anything, a minimum figure. To the question what is handicraft industry? The data quoted in the last two chapters compel us to give the answer that the term used is absolutely unsuitable for purposes of scientific investigation, and is one usually employed to cover all and sundry forms of industry, from domestic industries and handicrafts to wage labor in very large manufactories. This lumping together of the most diverse types of economic organization, which prevails in a host of descriptions of handicraft industries, was taken over quite uncritically and quite senselessly by the Narodnik economists, who made a tremendous step backward by comparison, for example, with a writer like Korsak, and availed themselves of the prevailing confusion of terms to evolve the most curious theories. Handicraft industry was regarded as something economically homogeneous, something sufficient unto itself, and was counterposed to capitalism, which without further ado was taken to mean factory industry. Let us take Mr. N. On, for instance. On page 79 of his sketches we find the heading Capitalization of Industries, and then, without any reservation or explanation, data on factories. The simplicity is positively touching. Capitalism equals factory industry, and factory industry equals what is classified under this heading in official publications. And on the basis of such a profound analysis the masses of capitalistically employed workers included among the handicraftsmen are wiped off capitalism's account. On the basis of this sort of analysis the question of the different forms of industry in Russia is completely evaded. On the basis of this sort of analysis one of the most absurd and pernicious prejudices is built up concerning the distinction between our handicraft industry and our factory industry, the divorcement of the latter from the former, the artificial character of factory industry, etc. It is a prejudice because no one has ever so much as attempted to examine the data, which in all branches of industry show a very close and inseparable connection between handicraft industry and factory industry. The object of this chapter has been to show in what precisely this connection consists and precisely which specific technical, economic and cultural features are represented by the form of industry that in Russia stands between small-scale industry and large-scale machine industry. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 7. The development of large-scale machine industry. The scientific conception of the factory and the significance of factory statistics 148. Before dealing with large-scale machine industry, we must first establish the fact that the scientific conception of the term does not correspond at all to its common, everyday meaning. In our official statistics, and in literature generally, a factory is taken to mean any more or less big industrial establishment with a more or less considerable number of wage workers. According to Marx's theory, however, the term large-scale machine industry applies only to a definite stage of capitalism in industry, namely, the highest stage. The principal and most important feature of this stage is the employment of a system of machines for production. The transition from the manufactory to the factory signifies a complete technical revolution, which does away with the craftsman's manual skill that has taken centuries to acquire, and this technical revolution is inevitably followed by the most thoroughgoing destruction of social production relations, by a final split among the various groups of participants in production, by a complete break with tradition, by an intensification and extension of all the dark aspects of capitalism, and at the same time by a mass socialization of labor by capitalism. Large-scale machine industry is thus the last word of capitalism, the last word of its elements of social progress and regress. From this it is clear that the transition from the manufactory to the factory is particularly important when we deal with the development of capitalism. Whoever confuses these two stages deprives himself of the possibility of understanding the transforming, progressive role of capitalism. That is the mistake made by our Narodnik economists, who, as we have seen, naively identify capitalism generally with factory industry and propose to solve the problem of the mission of capitalism and even of its unifying significance by simply referring to factory statistics. Apart from the fact that on matters of factory statistics these writers have betrayed astonishing ignorance, they commit a still graver error in their amazingly stereotyped and narrow understanding of Marx's theory. In the first place, it is ridiculous to reduce the problem of the development of large-scale machine industry to mere factory statistics. It is a question not only of statistics, but of the forms assumed and the stages traversed by the development of capitalism in the industry of the country under consideration. Only after the substance of these forms and their distinguishing features have been made clear is there any sense in illustrating the development of this or that form by means of properly compiled statistics. If, however, they restrict themselves to Russian statistics, this inevitably leads to lumping together the most diverse forms of capitalism, to not seeing the wood for the trees. Secondly, to reduce the whole mission of capitalism to that of increasing the number of factory workers means to betray as profound an understanding of theory as did Mr. Mikhailovsky when he expressed surprise as to why people talk about the socialization of labor by capitalism, when all that this socialization amounts to, he averred, is that several hundred or thousand workers saw, chop, cut, plane, etc., under one roof. The task of our further exposition is twofold. On the one hand, we shall examine in detail the condition of our factory statistics and the question of their suitability. This, largely negative, work is necessary because the data involved are positively abused in our literature. On the other hand, we shall examine the data attesting to the growth of large-scale machine industry in the post-reform period. 2. Our factory statistics. The main source of factory statistics in Russia is the returns supplied annually by owners of factories and works to the Department of Commerce and Manufacture, in conformity with the law passed at the very beginning of the present century. The very detailed regulations in this law concerning the submission of information by factory owners are nothing but a pious wish, and to this day the factory statistics are organized on the old, purely pre-reform lines and are simply appendices to gubernatorial reports. There is no precise definition of the term factory and works, and consequently gubernia and even uyezd authorities employ it in the most diverse ways. There is no central body to direct the proper and uniform collection, and verification, of returns. The distribution of industrial establishments among various departments still further increases the confusion. In Appendix 2 we cite the data on our factory industry in the post-reform period that are to be found in official publications, namely, for the years of 1863 to 1879 and 1885 to 1891. These data relate only to trades not subject to excise duty. Moreover, for different periods information is given for a different number of trades. That is why we have singled out 34 trades for which data are available for 1864 to 1879 and 1885 to 1890, i.e., for 22 years. To judge the value of these data, let us first examine the most important publications on our factory statistics. Let us begin with the 60s. The compilers of factory statistics in the 60s fully appreciated the extremely unsatisfactory nature of the returns they were handling. In their unanimous opinion, the number of workers and the total output were considerably understated in the factory owners' reports. There is no uniform definition, even for the different gubernias, of what should be regarded as a factory and a works, since many gubernias include among the factories and works, for example, windmills, brick-making sheds and small industrial establishments, while others take no account of them, with the result that even comparative data on the total numbers of factories and works in the different gubernias are valueless. Still more trenchant is the criticism by Bushin, Bach, and Timir-Yazef, who, in addition, point to the inclusion of those occupied at home among the factory workers, to the fact that some factory owners supply returns only for workers who live on the factory premises, etc. There are no correct official statistics on manufactory and factory industry, says Mr. Bushin, and there will be none until there is a change in the main principles on which the primary material is gathered. The tables of factories and works for many trades include, evidently by misunderstanding, numerous purely artisan and handicraft establishments that possess nothing of the character of a factory or works. In view of this, the editors of the yearbook refused even to summarize the data printed, not desiring to pass on to the public incorrect and obviously exaggerated figures. To give the reader a precise idea of the extent of this obvious exaggeration, let us turn to the data given in the yearbook, which differs to advantage from all other sources, in that it contains a list of factories with an output exceeding 1,000 rubles. At the present time, establishments with a smaller total output are not counted as factories. An estimate of these small establishments according to the yearbook reveals that 2,366 were included in the general list of factories, employing 7,327 workers and an output amounting to 987,000 rubles. The total number of factories, however, in 71 trades, according to the yearbook, was 6,891, with 342,473 workers and an output totaling 276,211,000 rubles. Consequently, the small establishments represent 34.3% of the total number of establishments, 2.1% of the total number of workers, and 0.3% of the total output. It stands to reason that it is absurd to regard such small establishments as factories, and that there can be no question of there being anything like a complete registration of them. Not only have such establishments been classed as factories in our statistics, but there have even been cases of hundreds of handicraftsmen being quite artificially and arbitrarily combined as a factory. For example, this very yearbook mentions in the rope-making trade of the Izbilets-Volost, Gorbatov Uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod Gubernia, a factory of the peasants of the Izbilets-Volost, 929 workers, 308 spinning wheels, output 100,400 rubles, or in the village of Vorzma in the same Uyezd, a factory of temporarily bound peasants of Count Cheremetev, 100 smithies, 250 carpenters' benches, 3 horse-operated and 20 hand-operated grindstones, 902 workers, output 6,610 rubles. One can imagine what an idea of the real situation such statistics give. A special place among the sources of factory statistics of the 60s is held by the Military Statistical Abstract. It gives data on all the factories and works of the Russian Empire, including mining and excise-paying establishments, and estimates that in 1866 there were in European Russia no more nor less than 70,631 factories, 829,573 workers, with an output totaling 583,317,000 rubles. These curious figures were arrived at, firstly, because they were taken, not from the reports of the Ministry of Finance, but from the special returns of the Central Statistical Committee, secondly, because the compilers of the Military Statistical Abstract did not hesitate in the least to class even the smallest establishments as factories. And furthermore supplemented the basic returns with other material, returns of the Department of Commerce and Manufacture, returns of the Commissariat, returns of the Ordnance and Naval Departments, and finally, returns from the most diverse sources. Therefore, in using the data of the Military Statistical Abstract for purposes of comparison with present-day data, Messrs. Enon, Karashev and Kablukov revealed their total unfamiliarity with the principal sources of our factory statistics and their utterly uncritical attitude towards these statistics. During the debate in the Free Economic Society on the paper read by M. Itigan Baranovsky, who pointed to the completely erroneous character of the figures in the Military Statistical Abstract, several speakers declared that even if there was an error in the number of workers, it was only a slight 1/10 to 15%. That was said, for example, by Mr. V.V. He was joined by Mr. V. Pokrovsky, who also confined himself to a bald statement. Without even attempting a critical examination of the various sources of our factory statistics, these people and their supporters contented themselves with generalities about the unsatisfactory nature of factory statistics, and about the data having recently become more exact and so forth. The main issue, the crude error of Messrs. Lenin and Karashev, was thus simply glossed over, as P.B. Struve quite rightly observed. We therefore think it worthwhile to calculate those exaggerations in the data of the military statistical abstract which could and should have been noticed by anybody handling the sources attentively. For 71 trades we have the parallel statistics for 1,866 both of the Ministry of Finance and of unknown origin. For these trades, leaving out the metallurgical, the military statistical abstract exaggerated the number of workers employed in factories and works in European Russia by 50,000. Further, for those trades for which the yearbook gave only gross figures for the empire, refusing to analyze them in detail in view of their obvious exaggeration, the military statistical abstract gives 95,000 workers over and above these figures. In brickmaking the number of workers is exaggerated by a minimum of 10,000, to convince oneself of this, one should compare the data by gubernias given in the military statistical abstract and those in returns and material of the Ministry of Finance, number 4 of 1,866 and number 6 of 1,867. For the metallurgical trades the military statistical abstract exaggerated the number of workers by 86,000 as compared with that in the yearbook, having evidently included some of the mine workers in its figure. For the excise-paying trades the military statistical abstract, as we shall show in the next section, exaggerates the number of workers by nearly 40,000. Altogether there is an exaggeration of 280,000. This is a minimum and incomplete figure, for we lack material to verify the data of the military statistical abstract for all trades. One can therefore judge to what extent those who assert that the error of Messrs. Lenin and Karashev is trifling are informed on this subject. In the 1870s much less was done to combine and analyze factory statistics than in the 1860s. The Ministry of Finance yearbook contains data for only 40 trades for 1867 to 1879, the exclusion of the other trades being ascribed to the extremely unsatisfactory nature of the material for industries which are connected with agricultural life, or are appendages of artisan and handicraft industries. The most valuable source for the 1870s is Mr. Pierre Love's Directory of Factories and Works. This publication lists all establishments with an output of not less than 2,000 rubles. The others, being small and inseparable from handicraft establishments, are not enumerated in this list, but are included in the summarized data given by the directory. Since no separate totals are given for establishments with an output of 2,000 rubles and over, the general data of the directory, like those of previous publications, combine the small establishments with the large ones. For different trades and different gubernias unequal numbers of small establishments are included in the statistics. Regarding trades connected with agriculture, the directory repeats the yearbook's reservation and refuses to give even approximate totals owing to the inaccuracy and incompleteness of the data. This view did not, however, prevent the inclusion in the directory's general totals of all these particularly unreliable figures, which are thus lumped together with relatively reliable ones. Let us give the directory's total figures for European Russia, with the observation that, unlike previous figures, they also embrace excise-paying trades. Thus, the gubernatorial reports included tens of thousands of small agricultural and handicraft establishments among the factories. Of course, such establishments were included among the factories quite fortuitously for the various trades, and for the various gubernias and uyezds. Here are examples of the number of works according to the returns and the collection. In some trades, for 1,205 and 259, leather 4,079 and 2026, mat and bag 562 and 55, starch and treacle 1,228 and 184, flour milling 17,765 and 3,940, oil pressing 9,341 and 574, tar distilling 3,366 and 328, brickmaking 5,067 and 1,488, pottery and glazed tile 2,573 and 147. One can imagine the sort of statistics that will be obtained if one estimates the size of establishments in our factory industry by taking average figures based on such a method of computing factories. But Mr. Karashev forms his estimate in precisely this manner when he classes under large-scale industry only those trades in which the above-mentioned average number of workers per factory is over 100. By this phenomenal method the conclusion is reached that only a quarter of the total output is provided by large-scale industry as understood within the above indicated limits. Further on we shall show that factories with 100 and more workers actually account for more than half the total output of our factory industry. Let us observe, incidentally, that the data of the local gubernia statistical committees are always distinguished by the utter vagueness of the term factory and works and by the casual registration of small establishments. Thus, in Smolensk gubernia, for 1893–94, some uyezds counted dozens of small oil presses as factories, while others did not count any. The number of tar works in the gubernia was given as 152, with the same casual registration in the various uyezds, etc. For Yaroslavl gubernia, the local statisticians in the 90s gave the number of factories as 3,376, including hundreds of flour mills, smithies, small potato processing works, etc. Quite recently our factory statistics have undergone a reform which has changed the plan for the gathering of information, changed the significance of the term factory and works, and enlisted factory inspectors in the work of gathering and verifying information. We refer the reader for details to the above-mentioned article in our studies where a detailed examination is made of the list of factories and works compiled according to the new plan, and where it is shown that despite the reform, improvements in our factory statistics are scarcely noticeable, that the term factory and works has remained absolutely vague, that the data are very often still quite haphazard and must, therefore, be handled with extreme caution. Only a proper industrial census, organized on European lines, can extricate our industrial statistics from their chaotic condition. It follows from the review of our factory statistics that the data they contain cannot in the overwhelming majority of cases be used without being specially processed, the principal object of which should be to separate the relatively useful from the utterly useless. In the next section we shall examine in this respect the data on the most important trades, but at the moment we put the question, is the number of factories in Russia increasing or decreasing? The main difficulty in answering this question is that in our factory statistics the term factory is employed in the most chaotic manner. That is why the negative replies to this question which are sometimes given on the basis of factory statistics cannot be of any use. We must first establish some definite criterion for the term factory. Without that condition it would be absurd to illustrate the development of large-scale machine industry with data for establishments of which the totals have at various times included various numbers of small flour mills, oil presses, brick sheds, etc., etc. Let us take as a criterion the employment of not fewer than 16 workers in the establishment, and then we shall see that the number of such industrial establishments in European Russia in 1866 was a maximum of from 2,500 to 3,000, in 1879 about 4,500, in 1890 about 6,000, in 1894 to 95 about 6,400, and in 1903 about 9,000. Consequently, the number of factories in Russia in the post-reform period is growing, and growing fairly rapidly cyclical character. 3. An examination of historico-statistical data on the development of large-scale industry. We have noted above that to judge the development of large-scale industry from factory statistics it is necessary to separate the relatively useful material in these statistics from the utterly useless. Let us, with this in view, examine the main branches of our manufacturing industry. 1. Textile trades. At the head of the wool trades is cloth production, which in 1890 had an output of over 35 million rubles and employed 45,000 workers. The historico-statistical data on this trade indicate a considerable drop in the number of workers, namely, from 72,638 in 1866 to 46,740 in 1890. To appraise this phenomenon we must take account of the fact that up to the 1860s inclusive, felt cloth production was organized on specific and original lines. It was concentrated in relatively large establishments which, however, did not in any way come under the category of capitalist factory industry, since they were based on the labor of serfs, or of temporarily bound peasants. In the surveys of the factory industry of the 60s we therefore meet with the division of cloth mills into 1, those owned by landlords or nobles, and 2, those owned by merchants. The former produced mainly army cloth, the government contracts having been distributed equally among the mills in proportion to the number of machines. Compulsory labor was the cause of the technical backwardness of such establishments and of their employing a much larger number of workers than the merchant mills based on the employment of hired labor. The principal drop in the number of workers engaged in felt cloth production took place in the gubernias with landlord factories. Thus, in the 13 such gubernias, the number of workers dropped from 32,921 to 14,539, while in the 5 gubernias with merchant factories it dropped from 31,291 to 28,257. From this it is clear that we have here two opposite trends, both of which, however, indicate the development of capitalism on the one hand, the decline of landlord establishments of a manorial possessional character 150, and on the other, the development of purely capitalist factories out of merchant establishments. A considerable number of the workers employed in felt cloth production in the 60s were not factory workers at all in the strict sense of the term, they were dependent peasants working for landlords. Cloth production is an example of that specific phenomenon of Russian history, the employment of serf labor in industry. Since we are dealing only with the post-reform period, the above brief remarks will suffice to show the way in which this phenomenon is reflected in factory statistics. We shall now quote some figures drawn from statistics on steam engines in order to estimate the development of large-scale machine production in this industry. In 1875 to 1878, in the wool spinning and cloth industries of European Russia there were 167 mechanized establishments using 209 steam engines with a total of 4,632 HP. And in 1890 there were 197 establishments using 341 steam engines with a total of 6,602 HP. The use of steam power, therefore, did not make very rapid progress. This is to be explained partly by the traditions of landlord factories and partly by the displacement of felt cloth by the cheaper worsted and mixed fabrics. In the years 1875 to 1878 there were 7 mechanized establishments using 20 steam engines with a total of 303 HP, and in 1890 there were 28 mechanized establishments employing 61 steam engines to a total of 1,375 HP. In regard to the woolen goods industry, let us also take note of felt making, a branch that shows in particularly striking fashion the impossibility of comparing factory statistics for different times. The figures for 1866 are 77 factories with a total of 295 workers, while for 1890 they are 57 factories with 1,217 workers. The former figure includes 60 small establishments employing 137 workers with an output of under 2,000 rubles, while the latter includes an establishment with 4 workers. In 1866 39 small establishments were recorded in Semyonovo Yezd, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, where felt making is now highly developed but is regarded as a handicraft and not a factory industry. Further, a particularly important place in the textile trades is held by cotton processing, a branch which now employs over 200,000 workers. Here we observe one of the biggest errors of our factory statistics, namely, the combining of factory workers and capitalistically occupied home workers. Large-scale machine industry developed here by drawing home workers into the factory. It is obvious how distorted this process will appear if work distributing offices and workrooms are classed as factories, if home workers are lumped together with factory workers. For 1,866 up to 22,000 home workers were included among factory workers. For 1890 we found only about 9,000 such workers. Clearly, the figures given in the factory statistics underrate the increase in the number of factory workers that actually took place. Here are data showing what different establishments were classed at different times as cotton weaving factories***. Thus, the decrease in the number of factories shown by the statistics actually indicates the displacing of distributing offices and workrooms by the factory. Let us illustrate this by the example of 2 factories. Hence, to assess the development of large-scale machine production in this branch of industry, it is best to take the data giving the number of power looms. In the 1860s there were about 11,000, and in 1890 about 87,000. Large-scale machine industry was consequently developing at enormous speed. In cotton spinning and weaving there was recorded in 1875 to 1878 a total of 148 mechanized establishments, having 481 steam engines totaling 20,504 HP, and in 1890, 168 mechanized establishments, having 554 steam engines with a total of 38,750 HP. Precisely the same mistake is made in Russian statistics in relation to linen production, wherein a decrease in the number of factory workers is erroneously shown. Actually, in 1866, of 16,900 looms belonging to linen mill owners only 4,749 were kept in their establishments, the remaining 12,151 being held by workroom owners. The number of factory workers for 1,866, therefore, included about 12,000 home workers, and for 1,890 only about 3,000. The number of power looms, however, grew from 2,263 in 1866 to 4,041 in 1890, and of spindles from 95,495 to 218,012. In flax spinning and linen weaving in the years 1875 to 1878 there were 28 mechanized establishments, having 47 steam engines with a total of 1,604 HP, while in 1890 there were 48 mechanized establishments, having 83 steam engines with a total of 5,027 HP. Lastly, of the textile trades mention should be made of dyeing, printing and finishing, in which trades the factory statistics combine factories and the very smallest handicraft establishments with only 1 or 2 workers each and an output of a few hundred rubles. Naturally, this causes no little confusion and obscures the rapid growth of large-scale machine industry. The following figures reflect this growth. In the wool cleaning, dyeing, bleaching and finishing trades in 1875 to 1878 there were 80 mechanized establishments with 255 steam engines totaling 2,634 HP. In 1890 there were 189 mechanized establishments with 858 steam engines totaling 9,100 HP. 2. Woodworking industries. In this section the most reliable data are those on sawmilling, although in the past small establishments were also included here. The enormous development of this trade in the post-reform period, accompanied by a considerable increase in the number of workers and in the number of steam-powered establishments, is particularly interesting, in that it affords striking evidence of the growth of the lumber industry. Sawmilling is but one of the operations of the lumber industry, which is a necessary concomitant of the first steps of large-scale machine industry. As to the rest of the trades in this section, namely, furnishing and carpentry, bast matting, and pitch and tar, the factory statistics relating to them are distinguished for their particularly chaotic condition. The small establishments so numerous in these trades were formerly included among the factories in numbers fixed arbitrarily, and the same is sometimes done even today. 3. Chemical, livestock product, and ceramic industries. The statistics on the chemical industry proper are distinguished for their relative reliability. The following returns show its growth. In 1857 chemical products were consumed in Russia to a total of 14 million rubles, in 1880, to a total of 36.14 million rubles, and in 1890, to a total of 42.7 million rubles. These data are particularly interesting because the chemical industries are extremely important as producers of auxiliary materials for large-scale machine industry, i.e., articles of productive consumption. As to potash and saltpetre production, let us remark that the number of factories given is unreliable, again due to the inclusion of small establishments. The tallow trade has undoubtedly declined in the post-reform period. Thus, the value of output of the tallow candle and tallow boiling trade was estimated in 1866 to 1868 at 13.6 million rubles, and in 1890 at 5 million rubles. This decline is to be explained by the growing use of mineral oils for lighting, which are displacing the old-time tallow candle. For leather production, statistics constantly lump together factories and small establishments. The relatively high cost of raw materials, which explains the high total output, and the fact that this trade requires very few workers, make it particularly difficult to draw a line of demarcation between the handicraft establishments and the factories. In 1890, of the total number of factories, only 103 had an output of less than 2,000 rubles. In 1879 there were 2,008 out of a total of 3,320, in 1866, of 2,308 factories 1,042 had an output of less than 1,000 rubles. Thus, the number of factories increased, although the factory statistics show a decrease. As for the small leather establishments, their number is still very large today. For instance, the Factory Industry and Trade of Russia, published by the Ministry of Finance, gives a total of nearly 9,500 handicraft works, with 21,000 workers and an output of 12 million rubles. These handicraft establishments are much larger than those which in the 60s were included among factories and works. Since small establishments are included among the factories and works in unequal numbers in the different gubernias and in different years, the statistics on this trade should be treated with great caution. The steam engine statistics for 1875 to 1878 gave for this industry 28 mechanized establishments with 33 steam engines to a total of 488 HP, and in 1890 there were 66 mechanized establishments with 82 steam engines to a total of 1,112 HP. In these 66 factories 5,522 workers were concentrated with an output totaling 12.3 million rubles, so that the concentration of production was very considerable, and the productivity of labor in the large establishments far above the average. The ceramic trades fall into two categories in accordance with the character of the factory statistics. In some, there is hardly any combining of small-scale production with large. That is why these statistics are fairly reliable. This applies to the following industries: glass, porcelain, and chinaware, plaster and cement. Particularly remarkable is the rapid growth of the last-mentioned trade, which is evidence of the development of the building industry. The total output in 1866 was estimated at 530,000 rubles, and in 1890 at 3,826,000 rubles. The number of power-operated establishments in 1875 to 1878 was 8, and in 1890 it was 39. On the other hand, in the pottery and brick trades the inclusion of small establishments is observed on a tremendous scale, and for that reason the factory statistics are very unsatisfactory, being particularly exaggerated for the 60s and 70s. Thus, in the pottery trade in 1879 there were listed 552 establishments, with 1,900 workers and an output totaling 538,000 rubles, and in 1890, 158 establishments with 1,978 workers and an output totaling 919,000 rubles. If we subtract the small establishments we get, 1879 70 establishments, with 840 workers and an output of 505,000 rubles, 1890 143 establishments, with 1,859 workers and an output of 857,000 rubles. That is to say, instead of the decrease in the number of factories and stagnation in the number of workers shown in the statistics, there was actually a considerable increase in both the one and the other. In brickmaking, the official data for 1,879 showed 2,627 establishments, with 28,800 workers and an output totaling 6,963,000 rubles, for 1891,292 establishments, with 24,334 workers and an output of 7,249,000 rubles, and without the small establishments we get for 1879 518 establishments, with 19,057 workers and an output of 5,625,000 rubles, and for 1891,096 establishments, with 23,222 workers and an output of 7,240,000 rubles. 4. Metallurgical industries. In the factory statistics for the metallurgical industries, the sources of confusion are, firstly, the inclusion of small establishments, and, secondly and mainly, the fact that metallurgical plants are subject, not to the jurisdiction of the Department of Commerce and Manufacture, but to that of the Department of Mines. The returns of the Ministry of Finance usually omit iron works on principle, but there have never been uniform and invariable rules for the separation of iron works from the other works. That is why the factory statistics published by the Ministry of Finance always include iron works to some extent, although the actual degree to which they are included varies for different gubernias and for different years. General data on the increased use of steam engines in metallurgy since the reform will be given below, when we deal with the mining and metallurgical industry. 5. Food industries. These industries merit special attention for the question that concerns us, since the confusion in factory statistics attains here its maximum. And yet, these industries occupy a prominent place in our factory industry as a whole. Thus, according to the directory for 1,890, these industries account for 7,095 factories, with 45,000 workers and an output totaling 174 million rubles out of a total for European Russia of 21,124 factories, with 875,764 workers and an output of 1,501 million rubles. The fact is that the principal trades of this group, flour milling, groat milling, and oil pressing, consist of the processing of agricultural produce. There are hundreds and thousands of small establishments in Russia engaged in this processing in every gubernia, and since there are no generally established rules for selecting the factories and works from among them, the statistics pick out such small establishments quite fortuitously. That is why the numbers of factories and works for different years and for different gubernias fluctuate enormously. Here, for example, are the figures for the flour milling trade for various years, as taken from various sources: 1865 857 mills, 1866 2,176, 1866 18,426, 1885 3,940, 17,765, 1,889, 1,890 and 1891 5,073, 5,605 and 5,201, 1894-95 2,308. Among the 5,041 mills listed in 1892, 803 were steam - 2,907 water - 1,323 wind and 8 horse operated. Some gubernias counted only steam mills, others included water mills, still others included also windmills and horse-operated mills. One can imagine the value of such statistics, and of conclusions based on a credulous use of the data they provide. Obviously, to judge the growth of large-scale machine industry we must first establish a definite criterion for the term factory. Let us take as such a criterion the employment of steam engines. Steam mills are a characteristic concomitant of the epoch of large-scale machine industry. The statistics for the oil pressing trade are unsatisfactory for the same reason. For instance, in 1879 2,450 works were listed with 7,207 workers and an output totaling 6,486,000 rubles, and in 1890 there were 383 works, with 4,746 workers and an output totaling 12,232,000 rubles. But this decrease in the number of factories and of workers is only apparent. If the data for 1879 and 1890 are made comparable, i.e., if we exclude establishments with an output of less than 2,000 rubles, we get for 1879, 272 works, with 2,941 workers and an output totaling 5,771,000 rubles, and for 1893 79 works, with 4,741 workers and an output totaling 12,232,000 rubles. That large-scale machine industry has developed in this trade no less rapidly than in flour milling is evident. For example, from the statistics for steam engines, in 1875 to 1878 there were 27 steam-powered works, with 28 steam engines of 521 HP, while in 1890 there were 113 mechanized works, with 116 steam engines totaling 1,886 HP. The other trades of this group are relatively small. Let us note that in the mustard and fish products trades, for instance, the statistics of the 60s included hundreds of small establishments such as have nothing whatever in common with factories and are now not classed as such. The extent to which our factory statistics for various years need correction is evident from the following: with the exception of flour milling, the directory for 1879 gave in this section a total of 3,555 establishments with 15,313 workers, and for 1891, 842 establishments with 19,159 workers. For 7 trades, small establishments were included as follows: in 1879 2,487 with 5,176 workers and an output totaling 916,000 rubles, and in 1890, 7 establishments, employing 10 workers and with an output totaling 2,000 rubles. To make the data comparable, one should, consequently, subtract in one case 5,000 workers, and in the other, 10 persons. 6. Excise paying and other trades. In some of the excise paying trades we observe a decrease in the number of factory workers between the 1860s and the present day, but the decrease is not nearly as considerable as is asserted by Mr. N. On, who blindly believes every figure in print. The fact is that for the majority of excise paying trades the only source of information is the military statistical abstract, which, as we know, tremendously exaggerates the totals in the factory statistics. Unfortunately, however, we have little material with which to verify the data in the abstract. In distilling, the military statistical abstract counted in 1866 a total of 3,836 distilleries with 52,660 workers, but the number of distilleries does not coincide with the data of the Ministry of Finance, which in 1865 to 66 calculated 2,947 operating distilleries, and in 1866-67 3,386. Judging by this, the number of workers is exaggerated by some 5,000 to 9,000. In vodka distilling, the military statistical abstract computes 4,841 distilleries, with 8,326 workers. Of these, Bessarabia Gubernia has 3,207 distilleries with 6,873 workers. The absurdity of these figures is glaring. In fact, we learn from material published by the Ministry of Finance that the actual number of vodka distilleries in Bessarabia Gubernia was 10 or 12, and in the whole of European Russia 1,157. The number of workers was consequently exaggerated by a minimum of 6,000. The cause of this exaggeration is, evidently, that the Bessarabian statisticians included vineyard owners among the owners of distilleries. In beer and mead brewing, the military statistical abstract counts 2,374 breweries, with 6,825 workers, whereas the Ministry of Finance yearbook estimates a total of 2,087 breweries in European Russia for 1,866. The number of workers is exaggerated here too in the beet sugar and sugar refining trades. The military statistical abstract exaggerates the number of workers by 11,000, counting 92,126 persons, as against 80,919 according to the data of the Ministry of Finance yearbook. In tobacco making, the military statistical abstract gives 5,327 factories, with 26,116 workers. Of these, 4,993 factories with 20,038 workers are in Bessarabia gubernia. Actually, the number of tobacco factories in Russia in 1866 was 343, and in Bessarabia gubernia 13. The number of workers has been exaggerated by about 20,000, and even the compilers of the military statistical abstract themselves indicated that the factories shown in Bessarabia gubernia are nothing but tobacco plantations. Mr. N. On evidently thought it superfluous to glance at the text of the statistical publication he uses, that is why he failed to notice the error, and discoursed with a highly serious air about a slight increase in the number of workers in the tobacco factories. Mr. N. On simply takes the total number of workers in the excise-paying trades from the military statistical abstract and the directory for 1,890 and calculates the percentage of decrease. In a period of 25 years there has been a considerable drop in the number of workers employed. It has diminished by 22.4%. Here we see no signs of an increase, the plain fact being that the number of workers has simply declined by a quarter of its previous magnitude. Indeed, what could be simpler? Take the first figure you lay your hands on, and calculate a percentage. As for the trifling circumstance that the figure given in the military statistical abstract exaggerates the number of workers by some 40,000, that can be ignored. 7. Conclusions. The criticism of our factory statistics given in the last two sections leads us to the following main conclusions. 1. The number of factories in Russia has been rapidly growing in the post-reform period. The opposite conclusion, which follows from our factory statistics, is erroneous. The point is that the figures we are given of factories include small artisan, handicraft and agricultural establishments, and the further back we go from the present day, the larger the number of small establishments included in the number of factories. 2. The number of factory workers and the volume of output of factories and works are likewise exaggerated for the past period in our statistics. This is due, firstly, to the fact that formerly a greater number of small establishments were included. Hence, the data for the industries that merge with handicrafts are particularly unreliable. Secondly, it is due to the fact that in the past more capitalistically employed home workers were classified as factory workers than today. 3. It is customary in this country to think that if figures are taken from the official factory statistics they must be considered comparable with other figures taken from the same source, and must be regarded as more or less reliable, until the contrary is proved. What has been said above, however, leads to the opposite conclusion, namely, that all comparisons of our factory statistics for different times and for different gubernias must be regarded as unreliable until the reverse is proved. 4. The development of the mining industry. In the initial period of Russia's post-reform development, the principal center of ore mining was the Urals. Constituting a single area, until quite recently separated sharply from central Russia, it has at the same time an original industrial structure. For ages the basis of the organization of labor in the Urals was serfdom, which to this day, the very end of the 19th century, leaves its impress on quite important aspects of life in this mining area. In the old days serfdom was the basis of the greatest prosperity of the Urals and of its dominant position, not only in Russia, but partly also in Europe. In the 18th century iron was one of Russia's principal items of export. In 1782 nearly 3.8 million poods of iron were exported, in 1800 to 1815 from 2 to 1.5 million poods, in 1815 to 1838 about 1/3 million poods. Already in the 20s of the 19th century, Russia was producing 12 times as much pig iron as France, 42 times as much as Prussia, and 3 times as much as Belgium. But the very serfdom that helped the Urals to rise to such heights when European capitalism was in its initial period was the very cause of the Urals' decline when capitalism was in its heyday. The iron industry in the Urals developed very slowly. In 1718 Russia's output of pig iron was about 62 million poods, in 1767 about 92 million poods, in 1806 12 million poods, in the 30s 9 to 11 million poods, in the 40s 11 to 13 million poods, in the 50s 12 to 16 million poods, in the 60s 13 to 18 million poods, in 1867 172 million poods. In 100 years the output was not even doubled, and Russia dropped far behind other European countries, where large-scale machine industry had given rise to a tremendous development of metallurgy. The main cause of stagnation in the Urals was serfdom. The iron masters were at once feudal landlords and industrialists, and their power was based not on capital and competition, but on monopoly and their possessional right. The Ural iron masters are big landowners even today. In 1890, the 262 iron works in the empire had 11.4 million desiatines of land, of which 10.2 million belonged to 111 Urals iron works. On the average, consequently, each Urals works possesses vast latifundia covering some 100,000 desiatines. The allotment of land to the peasants from these estates has to this day not been completed. Labor is obtained in the Urals, not only by hire, but also on the labor service basis. The Zemstvo statistics for Krasnoufimsk Uyezd, Permgubernia, for example, estimate that there are thousands of peasant farms that have the use of factory-owned land, pastures, woodland, etc., either gratis, or at a low rent. It stands to reason that this free use of the land actually has a very high cost, for it serves to reduce wages to a very low level. The iron works get their own workers, tied down to the works and cheaply paid. Here is the way Mr. V. D. Belov describes these relationships. The Urals enjoy the advantage, says Mr. Belov, of having workers who have been molded by their original history. Workers in other factories, abroad, or even in St. Petersburg, have not the interests of their factory at heart. They are here today and gone tomorrow. While the factory is running they work. When losses take the place of profits, they take up their knapsacks and go off as fast and as readily as they came. They and their employers are permanent enemies. The position is entirely different in the case of the Ural workers. They are natives of the place and in the vicinity of the works they have their land, their farms, and their families. Their own welfare is closely, inseparably, bound up with the welfare of the works. If it does well, they do well. If it does badly, it is bad for them, but they cannot leave it. They have more here than a knapsack. To leave means to wreck their whole world, to abandon the land, farm, and family. And so they are ready to hang on for years to work at half pay, or, what amounts to the same thing, to remain unemployed half their working time so that other local workers like themselves may earn a crust of bread. In short, they are ready to accept any terms the employers offer, so long as they are allowed to remain. Thus, there is an inseparable bond between the Ural workers and the works. The relationships are the same today as they were in the past, before their emancipation from serf dependence. Only the form of these relationships has changed, nothing more. The former principle of serfdom has been superseded by the lofty principle of mutual benefit. This lofty principle of mutual benefit manifests itself primarily in reduction of wages to a particularly low level. In the South, a worker costs twice and even 3 times as much as in the Urals. For example, according to data covering several thousand workers, 450 rubles as against 177 rubles. In the South, at the first opportunity of earning a decent wage in the fields of their native villages or anywhere else, the workers leave the iron works and coal or ore mines. In the Urals, however, a decent wage is not to be dreamt of. Naturally and inseparably connected with the low wages and servile status of the Ural workers is the technical backwardness of the Urals. Their pig iron is smelted mostly with the aid of wood fuel, in old-fashioned furnaces with cold or slightly heated blast. In 1893, the number of cold blast furnaces in the Urals was 37 out of 110, while in the south, there were 3 out of 18. A mineral fuel furnace had an average output of 1.4 million poods per year, while a wood fuel furnace had one of 217,000 poods. In 1890 Mr. Keppen wrote, "The refining process of smelting pig iron is still firmly established in the iron works of the Urals, whereas in other parts of Russia it has been almost entirely displaced by the puddling process. 152 steam engines are used to a far less extent in the Urals than in the south." Lastly, we cannot but note the seclusion of the Urals, its isolation from the center of Russia owing to the vast distance and the absence of railways. Until quite recently the products of the Urals were transported to Moscow mainly by the primitive method of floating by river once a year. Thus the most direct survivals of the pre-reform system, extensive practice of labor service, bonded condition of the workers, low productivity of labor, backwardness of technique, low wages, prevalence of hand production, primitive and rapaciously antediluvian exploitation of the region's natural wealth, monopolies, hindrances to competition, seclusion and isolation from the general commercial and industrial march of the times, such is the general picture of the Urals. The mining area in the south is in many respects the very opposite of the Urals. The south is in the period of formation and is as young as the Urals are old, and the system prevailing there time hallowed. The purely capitalist industry which has arisen here during recent decades recognizes no traditions, no social estate or national divisions, no seclusion of definite sections of the population. There has been a mass influx of foreign capital, engineers and workers into South Russia, and in the present period of boom entire factories are being brought there from America. International capital has not hesitated to settle within the tariff wall and establish itself on foreign soil, ubibani, ibi patria. The following are statistics on the displacement of the Urals by the South. 153. Thus we see that in the Urals the increase in the use of steam power was only some 2.5 times, whereas in the south it was 6-fold. The increase in the number of workers in the Urals was 1/2 times, whereas in the south it was nearly 4-fold. Consequently, it is capitalist large-scale industry that rapidly increases the number of workers, at the same time enormously increasing the productivity of their labor. Alongside of the south, mention should be made of the Caucasus, which is also characterized by an amazing growth of the mining industry in the post-reform period. The output of oil, which in the 60s did not even reach 1 million poods, was in 1870 1.7 million poods, in 1875 5.2 million poods, in 1880 21.5 million poods, in 1885 116 million poods, in 1892 42.9 million poods, in 1895 384 million poods, and in 1902 637.7 million poods. Nearly all the oil is obtained in Baku gubernia, and Baku from an insignificant town has turned into a first-class Russian industrial center, with 112,000 inhabitants. The enormous development of the extraction and processing of oil has given rise in Russia to a greater consumption of kerosene that has completely ousted the American product, and to a still greater consumption of oil byproducts as fuel in factories, in works, and on the railways. The number of workers in the mining industry of the Caucasus has also grown very rapidly, from 3,431 in 1877 to 17,603 in 1890, i.e., has increased 5-fold. To illustrate the structure of industry in the south, let us take the data for the coal industry in the Donets Basin. Classifying the mines according to number of workers employed, we get the following picture ****. Thus, in this area there are extremely small peasants' mines, which, however, despite their great number, play an absolutely insignificant part in the total output and are marked by an exceedingly low productivity of labor. On the other hand, the 37 largest mines employ nearly 3/5 of the total number of workers and produce over 70% of the total coal output. Productivity of labor increases parallel with the increase in the size of the mines, even irrespective of whether machinery is used or not. Concentration of production in the Donets Basin is steadily increasing. Thus, in the 4 years 1882 to 1886, of 512 coal consignors, 21 dispatched over 5,000 wagon loads each, making 229,700 wagon loads out of 480,800, i.e., less than half. In the 4 years 1891 to 1895, however, there were 872 consignors, of whom 55 dispatched over 5,000 wagon loads each, making 925,400 wagon loads out of 1,178,000, i.e., over of the total number. The foregoing data on the development of the mining industry are particularly important in two respects. Firstly, they reveal with exceptional clarity the essence of the change in social-economic relations that is taking place in Russia in all spheres of the national economy. Secondly, they illustrate the theoretical proposition that in a developing capitalist society there is a particularly rapid growth of those branches of industry which produce means of production, i.e., articles not of personal, but of productive, consumption. The replacement of one form of social economy by another is particularly clear in the mining industry, because here the typical representatives of the two forms are distinct areas. In one area there is the old pre-capitalist world, with its primitive, routine technique, personal dependence of a population tied to place of residence, firmly established social estate traditions, monopolies, etc., while in the other area one finds a complete break with all tradition, a technical revolution, and the rapid growth of purely capitalist machine industry. This example brings out in bold relief the mistake of the Narodnik economists. They deny the progressive nature of capitalism in Russia, pointing to the fact that in agriculture our entrepreneurs readily resort to labor service and in industry to the distribution of homework, and that in mining they seek to secure the tying down of the worker, legislative prohibition of competition by small establishments, etc., etc. The illogicality of such arguments and their flagrant distortion of historical perspective are glaring. Whence, indeed, does it follow that the efforts of our entrepreneurs to utilize the advantages of pre-capitalist methods of production should be charged to our capitalism, and not to those survivals of the past which retard the development of capitalism and which in many cases are preserved by force of law? Can one be surprised, for instance, at the southern mine owners being eager to tie the workers down and to secure the legislative prohibition of competition by small establishments, when in the other mining areas such tying down and such prohibitions have existed for ages, and exist to this day, and when in another area the iron masters, by using more primitive methods and employing cheaper and more docile labor, get a profit on their pig iron, without effort, of kopeck per kopeck and sometimes even 1.5 kopecks per kopeck? Should we not, on the contrary, be surprised at the fact that, under these circumstances, there are people who are capable of idealizing the pre-capitalist economic order in Russia, and who shut their eyes to the most urgent and pressing necessity of abolishing all obsolete institutions that hinder the development of capitalism? On the other hand, the data on the growth of the mining industry are important because they clearly reveal a more rapid growth of capitalism and of the home market on account of articles of productive consumption than on account of articles of personal consumption. This circumstance is ignored by Mr. N. On, for instance, who argues that the satisfaction of the entire home demand for the products of the mining industry will probably take place very soon. The fact is that the consumption of metals, coal, etc., does not and cannot remain stationary in capitalist society, but necessarily increases. Every new mile of railway, every new workshop, every iron plow acquired by a rural bourgeois increases the demand for the products of ore mining. Although from 1851 to 1897 the consumption of pig iron, for example, in Russia increased from 14 pounds per head to 13 poods, even this latter amount will have to increase very considerably before it approaches the size of the demand for pig iron in the advanced countries. Vis the number of workers in large capitalist enterprises growing? Having examined the statistics of the factory and mining industries, we can now attempt to answer this question: one which has so much engaged the attention of the Narodnik economists, and which they have answered in the negative. Let us observe first of all that the question must be whether an increase is taking place in the commercial and industrial population at the expense of the agricultural population, or whether an increase is taking place in the number of workers employed in large-scale machine industry. It cannot be asserted that the number of workers in small industrial establishments or in manufactories must increase in a developing capitalist society, for the factory constantly eliminates the more primitive forms of industry. Our factory statistics, however, as was shown in detail above, do not always refer to the factory in the scientific sense of the term. To examine the data on the question that interests us, we must take, firstly, the returns for all branches, and, secondly, the returns for a long period. Only if we do that is there a guarantee that the data will be more or less comparable. We take the years 1865 and 1890, a stretch of 25 years in the post-reform period. Let us sum up the available statistics. The factory statistics give the fullest data for 1865. For European Russia they showed 380,638 factory workers in all trades except distilling, brewing, beet sugar and tobacco. To determine the number of workers in these trades, we have to take the only data available, those of the military statistical abstract, which, as has been shown above, must be corrected. By adding the 127,935 workers in the trades mentioned, we get the total number of factory workers in European Russia in 1865 as 508,573. For 1890 the corresponding figure will be 839,730. The increase is 65%, much greater than the increase in population. It must, however, be borne in mind that actually the increase was undoubtedly bigger than these figures show. Above it was demonstrated in detail that the factory statistics for the 1860s are exaggerated due to their inclusion of small handicraft, artisan and agricultural establishments, as well as home workers. Unfortunately, we are unable, for lack of material, to correct all these exaggerations in full, and prefer not to correct them in part, especially as more exact data will be given below regarding the number of workers in large factories. Let us pass to the mining and metallurgical statistics. For 1865 the number of mine workers was given only for the copper and iron trades, as well as the gold and platinum fields. For European Russia it was 133,176. In 1890, there were in the same trades 274,748 workers, i.e., more than twice as many. The latter figure represents 80.6% of the total number of mine workers in European Russia in 1890, if we assume that in 1865 the trades mentioned also covered 80.6% of the total mine workers, we get the total number of mine workers for 1865 as 165,230 and for 1890 as 340,912. An increase of 107%. Further, railway workers also belong to the category of workers in big capitalist enterprises. In 1890, in European Russia, together with Poland and the Caucasus, they numbered 252,415. The figure for 1865 is unknown, but it can be determined with a sufficient degree of approximation, since the number of railway workers employed per verst of railway fluctuates very slightly. Counting 9 workers per verst, we get the total number of railway workers in 1865 as 32,076. Thus, in 25 years the number of workers in large capitalist enterprises more than doubled, i.e., it increased not only much faster than the population in general, but even faster than the urban population. The steadily increasing diversion of workers from agriculture and from the small industries to big industrial enterprises is consequently beyond doubt. This is indicated by the very statistics that are so often resorted to and abused by our Narodniks. But the culminating point of their abuse of the statistics is the following truly phenomenal device: They work out the proportion of factory workers to the total population, and on the basis of the figure arrived at expatiate on how insignificant this handful of workers is. Mr. Kablukov, for example, after repeating the calculation of the proportion of factory workers in Russia to the population, goes on to say, in the West, however, the number of workers engaged in manufacturing industry constitute quite a different proportion of the population, namely, from 53% in Britain to 23% in France. It is not difficult to see that the difference in the proportion of the class of factory workers there and here is so great that it is out of the question to identify the course of our development with that of Western Europe. And this is written by a professor and specialist in statistics. With extraordinary valor he perpetrates two misrepresentations at one blow. 1. Factory workers are replaced by workers engaged in manufacturing industry, and 2. The latter are replaced by the population engaged in manufacturing industry. Let us explain the meaning of these categories to our learned statisticians. In France, according to the census of 1891, the workers engaged in manufacturing industry numbered 3.3 million, less than 1/10 of the population. These are workers employed in all industrial establishments and enterprises, and not only factory workers. The population, however, that is engaged in manufacturing industry numbered 9.5 million. Added here to the number of workers are employers, etc., then office employees, clerks, etc., 0.2 million, dependents in household, 4.8 million, and domestic servants, 0.2 million. To illustrate the corresponding proportions in Russia, we must take particular centers as our examples, for we have no statistics showing the occupations of the whole population. Let us take one urban and one rural center. In Petersburg, the factory statistics for 1890 gave the number of factory workers as 51,760, whereas according to the St. Petersburg census of December 15, 1890, the number of persons of both sexes engaged in manufacturing industry was 341,991, distributed as follows. Needless to say, these data fully confirm what has been said above regarding the absurdity of the Narodnik device of comparing the number of factory workers with the whole population. It will be interesting, first of all, to group the data on the occupational distribution of the whole population of Russia, in a way that will illustrate the division of social labor as the basis of the whole of commodity production and capitalism in Russia. From this point of view, the entire population should be distributed into three large subdivisions: I. Agricultural, 2. Commercial and industrial, 3. Unproductive. Of the 9 groups given, only one cannot be directly and entirely assigned to any one of these three main subdivisions. That is Group G, private service, domestic servants, and day laborers. This group has to be distributed approximately between the commercial and industrial and the agricultural population. We have assigned to the former the section of this group which is shown as residing in towns, and to the latter those residing in rural areas. We then get the following picture of the distribution of the total population of Russia. This picture clearly shows, on the one hand, that commodity circulation and, hence, commodity production are firmly implanted in Russia. Russia is a capitalist country. On the other hand, it follows from this that Russia is still very backward, as compared with other capitalist countries, in her economic development. To proceed. After the analysis we have made in the present work, the statistics of the occupations of the whole population of Russia can and should be used to determine approximately the main categories into which the entire population of Russia is divided according to class status, i.e., according to their status in the social system of production. It is possible to determine these categories only approximately, of course, because we know the main economic groups into which the peasantry are divided. And the entire mass of the agricultural population of Russia may safely be regarded as peasants, for the number of landlords in the sum total is quite negligible. Quite a considerable section of landlords, moreover, are included in the category of rentiers, government officials, high dignitaries, etc. In the peasant mass of 97 millions, however, one must distinguish three main groups: the bottom group, the proletarian and semi-proletarian strata of the population; the middle group, the poor small peasant farmers; and the top group, the well-to-do small peasant farmers. We have analyzed above the main economic features of these groups as distinct class elements. The bottom group is the propertyless population, which earns its livelihood mainly, or half of it, by the sale of labor power. The middle group comprises the poor small peasant farmers, for the middle peasant in the best of years just barely manages to make ends meet, but the principal means of livelihood of this group is independent small-scale farming. Finally, the top group consists of the well-to-do small peasant farmers, who exploit more or less considerable numbers of allotment-holding farm laborers and day laborers and all sorts of wage laborers in general. These groups constitute approximately 50%, 30%, and 20% respectively of the total. Above we invariably took the share of each group in the total number of households or farms. Now we shall take them as a proportion of the population. This change affects an increase in the bottom group and a decrease in the top one. But this, undoubtedly, is precisely the change that has taken place in Russia in the past decade, as is proved incontrovertibly by the decline in horse ownership and by the ruin of the peasantry, the growth of poverty and unemployment in the rural districts, etc. That is to say, among the agricultural population we have about 48.5 million proletarians and semi-proletarians, about 29.1 million poor small peasant farmers and their families, and about 19.4 million of the population on the well-to-do small farms. Now the question is how to distribute the commercial and industrial and the unproductive population. The latter group contains sections of the population who obviously belong to the big bourgeoisie, all the rentiers, then part of the bourgeois intelligentsia, the high military and civil officials, etc. Altogether, these will number about 12 million. At the opposite pole of this group of unproductive population are the lower ranks of the army, navy, gendarmerie, and police, domestics and numerous servants, nearly 2 million beggars, tramps, etc., etc. Here we can only roughly distribute the groups that most closely approximate to the main economic types. About 2 million will go to the proletarian and semi-proletarian population, about 1.9 million to the poor small proprietors, and about 1.5 million to the well-to-do small proprietors, including the bulk of the clerks, managerial personnel, bourgeois intellectuals, etc. Lastly, among the commercial and industrial population the largest section is undoubtedly the proletariat, and the gulf is widest between the proletariat and the big bourgeoisie. But the census returns supply no data as to the distribution of this section of the population into employers, one-man producers, workers, etc. We have no alternative but to take as a model the above quoted data on the industrial population of St. Petersburg, classified according to position in production. On the basis of these data we may roughly assign about 7% to the big bourgeoisie, 10% to the well-to-do petty bourgeoisie, 22% to the poor small proprietors and 61% to the proletariat. In Russia as a whole, small production in industry is, of course, much more tenacious than it is in St. Petersburg, but then we do not assign to the semi-proletarian population the mass of one-man producers and handicraftsmen who work in their homes for masters. Hence, on the whole, the proportions taken will in all probability not differ very much from what they actually are. For the commercial and industrial population we shall then get about 1.5 million big bourgeoisie, about 2.2 million well-to-do, about 4.8 million needy small producers, and about 13.2 million belonging to the proletarian and semi-proletarian strata of the population. We have no doubt that our cadet and quasi-cadet economists and politicians will raise their voices in indignation against this oversimplified concept of the economy of Russia. After all, it is so convenient, so advantageous to gloss over the profundity of economic contradictions in a detailed analysis and at the same time to complain of the crudity of socialist views on these contradictions as a whole. Such criticism of the conclusion we have reached is, of course, without scientific value. Differences of opinion are, of course, possible about the degree of approximation of various figures. It is of interest to note, from this point of view, the work of Mr. Lositsky, Studies of the Population of Russia based on the census of 1897. The author took the bare census figures of the number of workers and servants, and from these estimated the proletarian population in Russia at 22 million, the peasant and land-owning population at 80 million, employers and clerks in commerce and industry at about 12 million, and the population not engaged in industry at about 12 million. The number of proletarians according to these figures comes quite close to the figure we have arrived at to deny the existence of a vast mass of semi-proletarians among the poor peasants who are dependent upon employments, among the handicraftsmen, etc., would be to scoff at all the data on the Russian economy. One need but recall the 3¼ million horseless households in European Russia alone, the 3.4 million one-horse households, the sum total of Zemstvo statistics on rented land, employments, budgets, etc., to abandon all doubt about the huge size of the semi-proletarian population. To agree that the proletarian and semi-proletarian population taken together comprises one half of the peasantry is probably no understatement and no exaggeration of its numbers. And outside of the agricultural population, the proletarians and semi-proletarians undoubtedly constitute a still higher percentage. Further, if we are not to replace the complete economic picture by petty details, we should include among the well-to-do small proprietors a considerable section of the commercial and industrial managerial personnel, clerks, bourgeois intellectuals, government officials, and so on. Here we have perhaps been too cautious and fixed the number of this group of the population too high. It is quite possible that we should have put the poor small proprietors at a higher figure and the well-to-do at a lower. But, of course, in making such divisions one does not lay claim to absolute statistical accuracy. Statistics should illustrate the socio-economic relations established by an all-round analysis, and not be made an end in themselves, as too often happens in our country. To gloss over the large numbers of the petty bourgeois strata in the population of Russia would be simply to falsify the picture of our real economic situation. 6. Steam engine statistics. The employment of steam engines in production is one of the most characteristic features of large-scale machine industry. It will be interesting therefore to examine the data available on this subject. For the years 1875 to 1878 the number of steam engines is supplied by material for the statistics of steam engines in the Russian Empire. For 1892 we have the figures of collection of data on factory industry, which cover all factory and mining trades. Here are these data compared. In 16 years the total HP capacity of steam engines in Russia increased threefold and in European Russia 2.5 times. The number of steam engines increased to a lesser degree, so that the average capacity per steam engine rose considerably, in European Russia from 18 HP to 24 HP, and in the Kingdom of Poland from 18 HP to 41 HP. Large-scale machine industry, consequently, developed very rapidly during this period. As regards steam power capacity, the following gubernias, in 1875 to 1878, were in the lead: St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev, Perm, and Vladimir. The total for these 5 gubernias being 52,871 HP, or about 3/5 of the total for European Russia. Then follow the Podolsk, Petrokov, and Warsaw gubernias. In 1892 the order changed: Petrokov, St. Petersburg, Ekaterinoslav, Moscow, Vladimir, and Kiev. The total for the last 5 gubernias being 126,572 HP, or nearly to the total for European Russia. Then follow the gubernias of Warsaw and Perm. These figures clearly indicate the formation of 2 new industrial centers, in Poland and in the south. In Petrokov gubernia, the total capacity increased 11.6-fold, and in the Ekaterinoslav and Don gubernias taken together, from 2,834 to 30,932 HP, or 10.9-fold. These industrial centers, which have grown so rapidly, have moved up from the bottom to the top places and have supplanted the old industrial centers. Let us observe that these data, too, reveal the particularly rapid growth of the industries producing articles of productive consumption, namely, the mining and metallurgical industries. In 1875 to 78 these industries employed 1,040 steam engines with a total of 22,966 HP, and in 1890 1,960 steam engines with a total of 74,204 HP, i.e., an increase in 14 years that exceeds the increase in the total number of steam engines in industry as a whole in 16 years. The industries producing means of production constitute an ever-growing part of industry as a whole. 7. The growth of large factories. The unsatisfactory nature of our factory statistics, as demonstrated above, has compelled us to resort to more complex calculations in order to determine the development of large-scale machine industry in Russia since the reform. We have selected data for 1866, 1879, 1890 and 1894 to 95 on the largest factories, namely, those with 100 and more workers per establishment. Outside workers are strictly separated only in the data of the list for 1894 to 95, hence, the data for previous years may still be somewhat exaggerated, notwithstanding the corrections referred to in the footnote. Let us commence our analysis of this table with the data for the years 1866, 1879 and 1890. The total number of large factories changed during these years as follows: 644, 852, 951, or in percentages, 100, 132, 147. In the course of 24 years the number of large factories increased, consequently, by nearly 50%. Moreover, if we take the data for the different categories of large factories, we shall see that the larger the factories, the faster their number grows. This indicates a growing concentration of production. The number of mechanized establishments grows more rapidly than the total number of factories, in percentages as follows: 100, 178, 226. An increasing number of large factories introduce steam engines. The larger the factories, the greater the number of mechanized establishments among them. If we calculate the percentage of these establishments to the total number of factories in the given category, we obtain the following: A. 39%, 53%, 63%, B. 75%, 91%, 100%, C. 83%, 94%, 100%. The employment of steam engines is closely bound up with the expansion of the volume of output, with the expansion of cooperation in production. The number of workers in all large factories changed in percentages as follows: 100, 168, 200. During the 24 years the number of workers doubled, i.e., exceeded the increase in the total number of factory workers. The average number of workers per large factory was by years, 359, 458, 488, and by categories, A. 213, 221, 220, B. 665, 706, 673, C. 1495, 1935, 2154. An increasing number of workers are thus being concentrated in the largest factories. In 1866, factories with 1,000 workers and over employed 27% of the total number of workers in large factories. In 1879, 40%, in 1890, 46%. The change in the output of all large factories expressed in percentages will be 100, 243, 292, and by categories, A. 100, 201, 187, B. 100, 245, 308, c. 100, 323, 479. Hence, the volume of output of all large factories increased almost threefold, and the larger the factory, the more rapid the increase. But if we compare the productivity of labor for each separate year according to the different categories, we shall get a somewhat different picture. The average output per worker in all large factories will be 866 rubles, 1,250, 1,260, and by categories, A. 901, 1,410, 1,191, B. 800, 1,282, 1,574, C. 841, 1,082, 1,188. Thus, for each separate year we observe no increase in output as we pass from the bottom category to the top. This is because the various categories include, in unequal proportions, factories in industries using raw materials of different value and obtaining, therefore, an annual output per worker of different value. We do not think it worthwhile to examine in equal detail the data for the years 1879 to 1890 and for the years 1879-1890-1894-1895, since this would mean repeating all that has been said above for somewhat different percentages. Latterly, the collection of factory inspectors' reports has supplied data on the distribution of factories and works into groups according to the number of workers employed. Here are the data for 1903. A comparison of these with the aforecited data will involve a certain inaccuracy, a slight one, it is true. At all events, they show that the number of large factories and the number of workers employed in them are rapidly increasing. The concentration of workers and, consequently, of production, also increases in the largest of these large factories. Comparing the data on the large factories with those on all factories and works given in our of official statistics, we see that in 1879 the large factories, constituting 4.4% of all factories and works, concentrated 66.8% of the total number of factory workers and 54.8% of the total output. In 1890 they constituted 6.7% of the total number of factories and works, and concentrated 71.1% of all factory workers and 57.2% of the total output. In 1894 to 95 they constituted 10.1% of all factories and works, and concentrated 74% of all factory workers and 70.8% of the total output. In 1903, the large factories in European Russia, those with over 100 workers, constituted 17% of the total number of factories and works and concentrated 76.6% of the total number of factory workers. Thus, the large, mostly steam-powered, factories, despite their small numbers, concentrate an overwhelming and ever-growing proportion of the workers and output of all factories and works. The tremendous rapidity with which these large factories have been growing in the post-reform period has already been noted. Let us now cite data on the equally large enterprises in the mining industry. In the mining industry the concentration of workers in large enterprises is still greater, 258,000 workers out of 305,000, i.e., 84.5%, are concentrated in enterprises with 100 and more workers. Almost half of the mine workers are employed in a few very large establishments each employing 1,000 and more workers. And of the total number of factory and mining workers in European Russia, 3/4 are concentrated in enterprises employing 100 workers and over, nearly half are concentrated in enterprises each employing 500 and more workers. Underscore 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 underscore. We think it worthwhile to deal here with the question raised by Mr. N. on concerning a slowing down of the development of capitalism and of the growth of the factory population in the period of 1880 to 1890, as compared with that of 1865-1880. From this remarkable discovery Mr. N. on contrived, thanks to the original logic that distinguishes him, to draw the conclusion that the facts fully confirm the assertion made in sketches that capitalism, after reaching certain limits of its development, affects a shrinkage of its own home market. Firstly, it is absurd to argue that a slowing down in the rate of increase indicates a shrinkage of the home market. If the number of factory workers is growing faster than the population, this shows that the population is being diverted from agriculture and that the home market is growing even for articles of personal consumption. Secondly, a decline in the growth, expressed in percentages, always has to take place in a capitalist country at a certain stage of development, for small magnitudes always grow faster, in percentages, than big ones. The only deduction one can draw from the fact that the initial steps in the development of capitalism are particularly rapid is that the young country is striving to overtake the older ones. It is wrong, however, to take the percentage increase in the initial period as a standard for subsequent periods. Thirdly, the fact itself of a decline in the growth is not proved at all by comparing the periods taken by Mr. N. on. The development of capitalist industry cannot proceed except in cycles, therefore, to compare different periods, one must take data for a whole number of years, so that the particularly prosperous, boom years and the slump years may stand out distinctly. Mr. N. on did not do this and slipped into profound error, for he overlooked the fact that the year 1880 was a high boom year. Moreover, Mr. N. on did not even hesitate to concoct the opposite assertion. We must also note, he argues, that the intervening year of 1880 was a year of crop failure, so that the number of workers registered in that year was below the normal. Mr. N. on had only to glance at the text of the very publication from which he plucked the figures for 1880, to read there that 1880 was marked by a spurt in industry, particularly in leather and machine building, and that this was due to the enhanced demand for goods after the war and to increased government orders. It is sufficient to look through the directory for 1879 to get a clear idea of the extent of this spurt. But Mr. N. on does not hesitate completely to distort the facts to suit his romantic theory. 8. The distribution of large-scale industry. Besides the concentration of production in very large establishments, the concentration of production in separate factory industrial centers and the different types of factory centers are also important in characterizing large-scale machine industry. Unfortunately, our factory statistics not only supply unsatisfactory and incomparable material, but arrange it in a far from adequate manner. For example, in contemporary publications the distribution of industry is shown only by gubernias. But in order to present an accurate picture of the distribution of large-scale industry, the data must be taken for separate centers, i.e., for separate towns, industrial settlements, or groups of industrial settlements situated close together. Gubernias or uyezds are too big as territorial units. In view of this, we thought it advisable to compute from the directory for 1879 and 1890 data on the concentration of our factory industry in the most important centers. The table given in the appendix contains data for 103 factory centers in European Russia, centers in which about half the total number of factory workers are concentrated. The table shows three main types of factory centers in Russia. 1. The towns. These take first place, being distinguished for the greatest concentration of both workers and establishments. Particularly outstanding in this respect are the large towns. In each of the metropolitan cities about 70,000 factory workers are concentrated. Riga has 16,000, Ivanovo-Voznesensk 15,000, and Bogorodsk had 10,000 in 1890, the other towns have fewer than 10,000 each. It is sufficient to take a cursory glance at the official figures on factory workers in several large cities to be convinced that these figures are ridiculously low. The instance of St. Petersburg given above shows how many times these figures would have to be multiplied for the correct number of industrial workers in these centers to be obtained. In addition to the towns, the suburbs must also be indicated. The suburbs of large towns are very often big industrial centers, but from the data we possess we have been able to separate only one such center, the suburbs of St. Petersburg, where in 1890 the number of workers was 18,900. Several of the settlements in the Moscow Uyezd included in our table are also actually suburbs. The second type of center is the factory villages, which are particularly numerous in the Moscow, Vladimir, and Kostroma gubernias. These centers are headed by the township of Orakhovo-Zhivievo. As to the number of workers, it comes second only to the capitals. In the three gubernias indicated, as also in the Yaroslavl and Tver gubernias, the majority of the rural factory centers are formed by huge textile mills. Formerly, there were almost always work distributing offices in such villages, i.e., centers of capitalist manufacture, which held sway over masses of neighboring hand weavers. In those cases where the statistics do not confuse home workers with factory workers, the data on the development of such centers clearly reveal the growth of large-scale machine industry which attracts thousands of peasants from the surrounding areas and transforms them into factory workers. Further, a considerable number of rural factory centers are formed by large mining and metallurgical plants. The majority of these are classified under mining, and for that reason were not included in our table. The beet sugar refineries situated in the villages and townships of the southwestern gubernias also form quite a number of village factory centers. For our example we have taken one of the largest, the township of Smila, in Kiev gubernia. The third type of factory center is the handicraft villages, the largest establishments in which are often classified as factories and works. In our table, the villages of Pavlovo, Vorzma, Bogorodskoy, and Dubovka serve as examples of such centers. A comparison between the number of factory workers in such centers and the total of their industrial population was made above in the case of Bogorodskoy village. If we group the centers given in our table according to number of workers in each center and according to the type of center, we get the following data. The table shows that in 1879 there were 356,000 workers concentrated in these 103 centers, while in 1890 there were 451,000. Accordingly, the number of workers increased by 26.8%, whereas in the large factories in general the increase was only 22.2%, while the total number of workers increased over this period by only 16.5%. Thus the workers are being concentrated in the largest centers. In 1879, only 11 centers had over 5,000 workers, in 1890 there were 21. Particularly striking is the increase in the number of centers with from 5,000 to 10,000 workers. This occurred for two reasons: 1, because of the exceptional growth of factory industry in the south, and 2, because of the growth of the factory villages in the central gubernias. A comparison between the urban and the rural centers shows that in 1890 the latter embraced about one-third of the total number of workers in the leading centers. For the whole of Russia this proportion should be higher, i.e., more than one-third of the factory workers must be outside of the towns. Indeed, all the outstanding urban centers are included in our table, whereas rural centers with several hundred workers each, apart from those we have mentioned, exist in exceedingly large numbers. Mining workers are also to be found mainly outside of towns. One may consider, therefore, that of the total number of factory and mining workers in European Russia not less than half are to be found outside of towns. This conclusion is very important, for it shows that the industrial population in Russia greatly exceeds the urban population. If we now turn to the pace at which factory industry develops in urban and in rural centers, we see that it is undoubtedly faster in the latter. The number of urban centers with 1,000 workers and over in the period taken grew very slightly, while the number of rural centers in this category grew very considerably. The number of workers in the 40 urban centers grew by only 16.1%, while in the 63 rural centers it grew by 54.7%. The average number of workers per urban center rose only from 6,400 to 7,500, whereas the average number per rural center rose from 1,500 to 2,400. Thus, Factory industry evidently tends to spread with particular rapidity outside the towns, to create new factory centers and to push them forward faster than the urban centers, and to penetrate deep into remote rural areas that would seem to be isolated from the world of big capitalist enterprises. This supremely important circumstance shows us, firstly, the rapidity with which large-scale machine industry transforms social and economic relationships. What formerly took ages to take shape now springs up in a decade or so. We have only to compare, for instance, the formation of such non-agricultural centers as the handicraft villages indicated in the previous chapter Bogorodskoy, Pavlovo, Kumry, Kotayichi, Velikoy and others with the process of the establishment of new centers by the modern factory, which at once draws the rural population by the thousands into industrial settlements. Social division of labor receives a tremendous impetus. Mobility of the population replaces the former immobility and isolation as a necessary condition of economic life. Secondly, the transfer of factories into the rural districts shows that capitalism is surmounting the obstacles which the social state seclusion of the peasant community creates for it, and is even deriving benefit from this seclusion. While the erection of factories in the countryside involves quite a few inconveniences, it does, however, guarantee a supply of cheap labor. The muzhik is not allowed to go to the factory, so the factory goes to the muzhik. The muzhik lacks complete freedom to seek the employer who gives the greatest advantage, but the employer has a perfect way of seeking out the cheapest worker. Thirdly, the large number of rural factory centers and their rapid growth proves groundless the opinion that the Russian factory is isolated from the mass of the peasantry, that it exercises little influence over them. The specific character of the distribution of our factory industry shows, on the contrary, that its influence is very widespread, and that it is far from being confined to the walls of the factory. On the other hand, however, this specific character of the distribution of our factory industry cannot but result in a temporary retardation of the transforming influence of large-scale machine industry on the population it employs. By converting the backwoodsman muzhik into a factory worker at one stroke, the factory may for a time ensure for itself a supply of the cheapest, least developed and least exacting hands. It is obvious, however, that such retardation cannot go on for long, and that it is purchased at the price of a still greater expansion of the area subjected to the influence of large-scale machine industry. 9. The development of the lumber and building industries. One of the necessary conditions for the growth of large-scale machine industry is the development of the industry for the supply of fuel and building materials, as well as of the building industry. Let us begin with the lumber industry. The felling and preliminary dressing of trees for their own needs has been an occupation of the peasantry from time immemorial, one that nearly everywhere forms part of the tiller's round of work. By the lumber industry, however, we mean exclusively the preparation of lumber for sale. Characteristic of the post-reform period is a particularly rapid growth of this industry, the demand for timber having grown rapidly both for personal consumption and, particularly, for productive consumption. The development of commerce, industry, urban life, military requirements, railroads, etc., etc., has led to an enormous increase in the demand for timber to be used, not by human beings, but by capital. In the industrial gubernias, for instance, the price of wood fuel has risen by leaps and bounds. In the last 5 years the price of wood fuel has more than doubled. The price of timber has begun to rise enormously. In Kostroma gubernia, with the huge consumption of wood fuel by the factories, the price has doubled in the past 7 years, etc. Timber exports rose from 5,947,000 rubles in 1856 to 30,153,000 rubles in 1881 and 39,200,000 rubles in 1894, i.e., in the ratio 100:507, 659. The amount of building timber and wood fuel transported along the inland waterways of European Russia in 1866 to 1868 averaged 156 million poods per year, and in 1888 to 1890, 701 million poods per year, i.e., there was a more than fourfold increase. The amount transported by railway in 1888 to 1890 averaged 290 million poods, whereas in 1866 to 1868 it was probably no more than 70 million poods. That is to say, total timber freights in the 60s amounted to about 226 million poods, and in 1888 to 1890 to 991 million poods, a more than fourfold increase. The vast growth of the lumber industry in precisely the post-reform period is thus beyond doubt. How is this industry organized? On purely capitalist lines. Forest land is bought from landowners by entrepreneurs, lumber industrialists, who hire workers to fell and saw the timber, to float it, etc. In Moscow gubernia, for example, the Zemstvo statisticians listed only 337 lumber industrialists out of 24,000 peasants engaged in lumber industries. In Slobodskoye Uyezd, Vyatka gubernia, 123 lumber industrialists were listed, while the number of workers engaged in lumbering was 18,865, with average earnings of 19.5 rubles per worker. Mr. S. Korolenko calculated that in the whole of European Russia as many as 2 million peasants were engaged in lumbering, and this figure is hardly an exaggeration if, for instance, in 9 uyezds of Vyatka gubernia about 56,430 lumber workers were listed, and in the whole of Kostroma gubernia, about 47,000. Lumbering is one of the worst paid occupations, the sanitary conditions are atrocious, and the workers' health is severely affected. Left to toil in the remote forest depths, these workers are in a totally defenseless position, and in this branch of industry bondage, the truck system, and such like concomitants of the patriarchal peasant industries prevail. In confirmation of this description, let us quote some opinions of local investigators. Moscow statisticians mention the compulsory purchase of provisions, which usually reduces to a marked degree the lumber workers' earnings. The Kostroma lumbermen live in teams in the forests, in hastily and badly erected shanties, where there are no stoves, and which are heated by open hearths. Bad food, consisting of bad soup and of bread which is like stone by the end of the week, fetid air, constantly damp clothes, all this is bound to have a disastrous effect upon the health of the lumber industrialists. The people live in much dirtier conditions in the lumber volosts than in the industrial volosts. Regarding Tikhvin uyezd, Novgorod gubernia, we read, agriculture constitutes an auxiliary source of income, although in all official statistics you will find that the people engage in farming. All that the peasant gets to meet his essential needs is earned in felling and floating lumber for the lumber industrialists. But a crisis will set in soon. In some 5 or 10 years, no forests will be left. The men who work in the lumber camps are more like Boatman 155, they spend the winter in the forest-encircled lumber camps, and in the spring, having lost the habit of working at home, are drawn to the work of lumber floating. Harvesting and haymaking alone make them return to their homes. The peasants are in perpetual bondage to the lumber industrialists. Vyatka investigators note that the hiring season for lumbering is usually arranged to coincide with tax-paying time, and that the purchase of provisions from the employer greatly reduces earnings. Both the tree fellers and the wood choppers receive about 17 kopecks per summer day, and about 33 kopecks per day when they work with their own horses. This paltry pay is an inadequate remuneration for labor, if we bear in mind the extremely insanitary conditions under which it is done, etc., etc. Thus, the lumber workers constitute one of the big sections of the rural proletariat. They have tiny plots of land and are compelled to sell their labor power on the most disadvantageous terms. The occupation is extremely irregular and casual. The lumbermen, therefore, represent that form of the reserve army which theory describes as latent. A certain section of the rural population must always be ready to undertake such work, must always be in need of it. That is a condition for the existence and development of capitalism. To the extent that the forests are destroyed by the rapacious methods of the lumber industrialists, an ever-growing need is felt for replacing wood by coal, and the coal industry, which alone is capable of serving as a firm basis for large-scale machine industry, develops at an ever faster rate. Cheap fuel, obtainable at any time and in any quantity, at a definite and little fluctuating price, such is the demand of the modern factory. The lumber industry is not in a position to meet this demand. That is why its predominance over the coal industry as a source of fuel supply corresponds to a low level of capitalist development. As for the social relations of production, in this respect the lumber industry is to the coal industry approximately what capitalist manufacture is to large-scale machine industry. The lumber industry means a technique of the most elementary kind, the exploitation of natural resources by primitive methods. The coal industry leads to a complete technical revolution and to the extensive use of machinery. The lumber industry leaves the producer a peasant, the coal industry transforms him into a factory hand. The lumber industry leaves all the old, patriarchal way of life practically intact, enmeshing in the worst forms of bondage the workers left to toil in the remote forest depths and taking advantage of their ignorance, defenselessness, and isolation. The coal industry creates mobility of the population, establishes large industrial centers, and inevitably leads to the introduction of public control over production. In a word, the changeover described is of the same progressive significance as the replacement of the manufactory by the factory. Building was originally also part of the peasant's round of domestic occupations, and it continues to be so to this day wherever semi-natural peasant economy is preserved. Subsequent development leads to the building workers turning into specialist artisans, who work to customers' orders. In the villages and small towns the building industry is largely organized on these lines even today. The artisan usually maintains his connection with the land and works for a very narrow circle of small clients. With the development of capitalism, the retention of this system of industry becomes impossible. The growth of trade, factories, towns, and railways creates a demand for types of buildings that are architecturally and dimensionally different from the old buildings of the patriarchal epoch. The new buildings require very diverse and costly materials, the cooperation of masses of workers of the most varied specialties, and a considerable length of time for their completion. The distribution of these new buildings does not correspond at all to the traditional distribution of the population. They are erected in large towns or suburbs, in uninhabited places, along railways in process of construction, etc. The local artisan turns into a migratory worker and is hired by an entrepreneur contractor, who gradually thrusts himself in between the consumer and the producer and becomes a real capitalist. The spasmodic development of capitalist economy, the alternation of prolonged periods of bad business with periods of building booms tremendously accelerate the expansion and deepening of capitalist relationships in the building industry. Such, according to the material of Russian economic literature, has been the post-reform evolution of the industry under review. This evolution finds particularly striking expression in the territorial division of labor, in the formation of large areas in which the working population specializes in some particular branch of building. This specialization of areas presupposes the formation of large markets for building work and, in this connection, the rise of capitalist relationships. To illustrate this point, let us quote data for one such area. Pokrovo Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, has long been celebrated for its carpenters, who already at the beginning of the century constituted more than half the total population. After the reform, carpentry continued to spread in the carpenters' area. The contractors are an element analogous to the subcontractors and factory owners. They are usually drawn from among the most enterprising members of carpenters' artels. Cases are not rare of contractors in 10 years accumulating from 50,000 to 60,000 rubles and more of clear profit. Some of the contractors employ from 300 to 500 carpenters and have become real capitalists. It is not surprising that the local peasants say that nothing pays so well as trading in carpenters. It would be hard to give a more striking characterization of the quintessence of the present organization of the industry. Carpentry has left a deep impress upon the whole of peasant life in this locality. The peasant carpenter devotes less and less time to agriculture, and eventually gives it up altogether. Life in the cities has laid the impress of culture on the carpenter. He lives a much cleaner life than do the surrounding peasants, and is conspicuous for his cultured appearance, for his relatively high mental development. The total number of building workers in European Russia must be very considerable, judging from the fragmentary data available. In Kalyuga gubernia the number of building workers in 1896 was estimated at 39,860, both local and migratory. In Yaroslavl gubernia there were in 1894-95 according to official data 20,170 migratory. In Kostroma gubernia there were about 39,500 migratory. In 9 uyezds of Vyatka gubernia, there were about 30,500 migratory. In 4 uyezds in Tver gubernia, there were 15,585, both local and migratory. In Gorbatov uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, there were 2,221, both local and migratory. The number of carpenters alone who left Ryazan gubernia every year to work in other districts was, according to official figures for 1,875 and 1,876, not less than 20,000. In Orel uyezd, Orel gubernia, there are 2,000 building workers. In 3 uyezds of Poltava gubernia, there are 1,440. In Nikolaevsk uyezd, Samara gubernia, there are 1,339. Judging by these figures, the number of building workers in European Russia must be not less than 1 million. This figure must rather be considered a minimum, for all the sources show that the number of building workers has grown rapidly in the post-reform period. The building workers are industrial proletarians in the making, whose connection with the land already very slight today is becoming slighter every year. The conditions of building workers are very different from those of lumber workers and are more like those of factory workers. They work in large urban and industrial centers, which, as we have seen, considerably raise their cultural standards. While the declining lumber industry typifies weakly developed forms of a capitalism that still tolerates the patriarchal way of life, the developing building industry typifies a higher stage of capitalism, leads to the formation of a new class of industrial workers, and marks a deep-going differentiation of the old peasantry. X. The appendage to the factory. By the appendage to the factory we mean those forms of wage labor and small industry whose existence is directly connected with the factory. These include, first of all, the lumber and building workers, of whom we have spoken and who in some cases directly form part of the industrial population of factory centers, and in others belong to the population of surrounding villages. Further, they include workers employed on peat bogs which are sometimes worked by factory owners themselves, carters, loaders, packers, and so-called laborers generally, who always constitute a fairly considerable part of the population of industrial centers. In St. Petersburg, for instance, the census of December 15, 1890, registered 44,814 persons in the group of day laborers and laborers, then 51,000 persons in the carting industry, of whom 9,500 are specially engaged in carting heavy and miscellaneous loads. Further, certain auxiliary work is done for factories by small independent industrialists. In factory centers or their environs such industries spring up as barrel making for oil mills and distilleries, basket making for packing glassware, packing case making for hardware, the making of wooden handles for joiners and fitters' tools, the making of brads for footwear factories, and of tanning for leather works, etc., the weaving of bast matting for the packing of factory wares, the making of sticks for matches, cardboard box making for tobacco factories, the making of wood dust for vinegar factories, the spinning of waste yarn in small spinning sheds, which has developed owing to the demand created by the big mills, etc., etc. All these small industrialists, like the wage workers referred to above, belong either to the industrial population of factory centers, or to the semi-agricultural population of the surrounding villages. Furthermore, when a factory's work is limited to the production of a semi-manufactured article, small industries are sometimes called into existence which engage in treating it further. For example, machine spinning has given an impetus to handicraft weaving, and handicraft producers of metal goods cluster around iron works, etc. Finally, capitalist domestic industry is often an appendage to the factory. The epoch of large-scale machine industry is marked in all countries by the extensive development of capitalist domestic industry in such branches as, for example, ready-made clothing. We have spoken above of the wide extent of such industry in Russia, of the conditions peculiar to it and of the reason for considering it more correct to describe it in the chapter on manufacture. In order to give anything like a full description of the appendage to the factory, one needs complete statistics on the occupations of the population, or monographic descriptions of the entire economic life of factory centers and their environs. But even the fragmentary data with which we have had to content ourselves show the incorrectness of the opinion widespread here that factory industry is isolated from other forms of industry, that the factory population is isolated from the population not employed in factories. The development of forms of industry, like that of all social relationships in general, cannot but proceed very gradually, among a mass of interlocking, transitional forms and seeming reversions to the past. Thus, the growth of small industries may express the progress of capitalist manufacture. Now we see that the factory, too, may sometimes develop small industries. Work for the buyer up is also an appendage to both the manufactory and the factory. To give a proper assessment of the significance of such phenomena, we must consider them in conjunction with the whole structure of industry at the given stage of its development and with the main trends of this development. 11. The complete separation of industry from agriculture. The complete separation of industry from agriculture is effected only by large-scale machine industry. The Russian facts fully confirm this thesis, which was established by the author of Capital for other countries, but which is usually ignored by the Narodnik economists. Mr. N. On in his sketches talks in and out of season about the separation of industry from agriculture, without, however, taking the trouble to examine, on the basis of precise data, how this process is actually taking place and what different forms it assumes. Mr. VV points to the connection of our industrial worker with the land and declaims in this regard about the shameful dependence of our capitalist industry upon the worker farmer, etc. Mr. VV has apparently not heard, or has forgotten if he has beard, that not only in our country but everywhere in the West, capitalism failed to bring about the complete separation of the workers from the land before large-scale machine industry was established. Finally, Mr. Kablukov has quite recently presented his students with the following amazing distortion of the facts: whereas in the West work in the factory is the sole means of livelihood for the worker, in our country, with relatively few exceptions, the worker regards work in the factory as a subsidiary occupation, he is more attracted to the land. A factual analysis of this question has been made in Mr. Dementiev's essay on the factory workers' connection with agriculture in the Moscow Sanitary Statistics. Systematically collated statistics embracing about 20,000 workers have shown that only 14.1% of the factory workers leave for agricultural employment. But far more important is the fact, proved in the greatest detail in the work mentioned, that it is precisely machine production that divorces the workers from the land. Of a whole series of figures quoted in proof of this fact, we select the following most striking ones. We have supplemented the author's table by dividing 8 of the trades into those carried on by hand and those by machinery. As regards the 9th, felt cloth production, let us note that it is conducted partly by hand and partly by machinery. Of the weavers in handloom factories, about 63% leave for field work, while of those working on power looms not one leaves. Of the workers in departments of cloth mills that are mechanized, 3.3% leave. Thus, the most important reason for factory workers breaking their ties with the land is the transition from hand to machine production. Despite the still relatively considerable number of factories with hand production, the number of workers employed in them, as compared with the number in factories with machine production, is quite negligible. That is why, of those who leave for field work, we get proportions as small as 14.1% of adult workers in general and 15.4% of adult workers belonging exclusively to the peasant social estate. Let us recall that the returns of the sanitary inspection of factories in Moscow Gubernia gave the following figures: mechanical factories, 22.6% of the total. In these, 80.7% of the total number of workers are concentrated. Hand labor factories constitute 69.2%, employing only 16.2% of the total number of workers. At the 244 mechanized factories there are 92,302 workers, while at the 747 hand labor factories there are 18,520 workers. We have shown above the considerable concentration of all Russian factory workers in the largest enterprises, mostly mechanized, which have an average of 488 and more workers per establishment. Mr. Dementayev has studied in detail the influence of the workers' place of birth on their separation from the land, differences between local-born and migrant workers, differences in social estate, etc., and it turned out that all these differences are eclipsed by the influence of the main factor, the transition from hand to machine production. Whatever causes may have helped to turn the former cultivator into a factory worker, these special workers already exist. They are merely counted as peasants, but their only connection with the village is by way of the taxes they pay when renewing their passports, for actually they have no farm in the village, and very often not even a house, which has usually been sold. Even their right to land they retain only juridically, so to speak, and the disorders that took place in 1885 to 1886 at many factories showed that these workers themselves feel totally alien to the village, just as the peasants in their turn regard them, offspring of their fellow villagers, as strangers. We are consequently faced with an already crystallized class of workers, possessing no homes of their own and virtually no property, a class bound by no ties and living from hand to mouth. And its origin does not date from yesterday. It has its factory genealogy, and a fairly large section of it is already in its third generation. Lastly, interesting material on the separation of the factory from agriculture is provided by the latest factory statistics. The list of factories and works gives information on the number of days in the year during which each factory operates. Mr. Kasparov hastened to use these data in support of the Narodnik theories when he calculated that on the average, the Russian factory works 165 days a year, that 35% of the factories in this country work less than 200 days a year. It goes without saying that in view of the vagueness of the term factory, such overall figures are practically valueless, since they do not indicate how many workers are employed for specific numbers of days in the year. We have computed the appropriate figures of the list for those large factories which, as we have seen above, employ about 3/4 of the total number of factory workers. It turns out that the average number of working days per year in the different categories was as follows: A. 242, B. 235, C. 273, and for all the large factories, 244. If we calculate the average number of working days per worker, we will get 253 working days per year as the average number per worker of a large factory. Of the 12 sections into which the various trades are divided in the list, only in one is the average number of working days, for the bottom categories, below 200, namely in section 11, A. 189, B. 148, C. 280. Factories in categories A and B in this section employ 110,588 workers, which is 16.2% of the total number of workers in the large factories. We would point out that this section combines quite diverse trades, example beet sugar and tobacco, distilling and flour milling, etc. For the remaining sections the average number of working days per factory is as follows: A. 259, B. 271, C. 272. Thus, the larger the factories, the greater the number of days they operate in the course of the year. The general data for all the biggest factories in European Russia, therefore, confirm the conclusions of the Moscow Sanitary Statistical Returns and prove that the factory creates a class of permanent factory workers. So then, the data on Russian factory workers fully confirm the theory of capital that it is large-scale machine industry that brings about a complete and definite revolution in the conditions of life of the industrial population, separating it once and for all from agriculture and from the century-old traditions of patriarchal life connected with it. But, by destroying patriarchal and petty bourgeois relationships, large-scale machine industry creates, on the other hand, conditions which draw wage workers in agriculture and industry closer together. Firstly, it introduces into the rural districts generally the commercial and industrial way of life which has first arisen in the non-agricultural centers. Secondly, it creates mobility of the population and large markets for the hiring of both agricultural and industrial workers. Thirdly, by introducing machinery into agriculture, large-scale machine industry brings into the rural districts skilled industrial workers, distinguished for their higher standard of living. 12. 3 stages in the development of capitalism in Russian industry. Let us now sum up the main conclusions to be drawn from the data on the development of capitalism in our industry. There are 3 main stages in this development: small commodity production, capitalist manufacture, and the factory. The facts utterly refute the view widespread here in Russia that factory and handicraft industry are isolated from each other. On the contrary, such a division is purely artificial. The connection and continuity between the forms of industry mentioned is of the most direct and intimate kind. The facts quite clearly show that the main trend of small commodity production is towards the development of capitalism, in particular, towards the rise of manufacture, and manufacture is growing with enormous rapidity before our very eyes into large-scale machine industry. Perhaps one of the most striking manifestations of the intimate and direct connection between the consecutive forms of industry is the fact that many of the big and even the biggest factory owners were at one time the smallest of small industrialists and passed through all the stages from popular production to capitalism. Sava Morozov was a peasant serf, a cowherd, a carter, a worker weaver, a handicraft weaver who used to journey to Moscow on foot in order to sell his goods to buyers up. Then he became the owner of a small establishment, a work distributing office, a factory. When he died in 1862, he and his numerous sons owned 2 large factories. In 1890, the 4 factories belonging to his descendants employed 39,000 workers, producing goods to the value of 35 million rubles. In the silk industry of Vladimir Gubernia, a number of big factory owners were formerly worker weavers or handicraft weavers. The biggest factory owners in Ivanovo-Voznesensk were formerly handicraftsmen. The brocade factories in Moscow Gubernia all grew out of handicraft workrooms. The factory owner Zavyelov, of Pavlovo district, still had in 1864 a vivid recollection of the time when he was a plain employee of craftsman Kabarov. Factory owner Vorypayev used to be a small handicraftsman. Kondratov was a handicraftsman who used to walk to Pavlovo carrying his wares in a bag. Mill owner Asmolov used to be a peddler's horse driver, then a small trader, then proprietor of a small tobacco workshop, and finally owner of a factory with a turnover of many millions. And so on and so forth. It would be interesting to see how, in these and similar cases, the Narodnik economists would determine where artificial capitalism begins and people's industry ends. The 3 main forms of industry enumerated above differ first of all in their systems of technique. Small commodity production is characterized by its totally primitive, hand technique that remained unchanged almost from time immemorial. The small producer in industry remains a peasant who follows tradition in his methods of processing raw material. Manufacture introduces division of labor, which effects a substantial change in technique and transforms the peasant into a factory hand, a laborer performing one detailed operation. But production by hand remains, and, on its basis, progress in methods of production is inevitably very slow. Division of labor springs up spontaneously and is passed on by tradition just as peasant labor is. Large-scale machine industry alone introduces a radical change, throws manual skill overboard, transforms production on new, rational principles, and systematically applies science to production. So long as capitalism in Russia did not organize large-scale machine industry, and in those industries in which it has not done so yet, we see almost complete stagnation in technique. We see the employment of the same handloom and the same watermill or windmill that were used in production centuries ago. On the other hand, In industries subordinated to the factory we observe a complete technical revolution and extremely rapid progress in the methods of machine production. We see that the different stages of the development of capitalism are connected with different systems of technique. Small commodity production and manufacture are characterized by the prevalence of small establishments, from among which only a few large ones emerge. Large-scale machine industry completely eliminates the small establishments. Capitalist relationships arise in the small industries too, but these are still poorly developed and are not crystallized in sharp oppositions between the groups participating in production. Neither big capital nor extensive proletarian strata as yet exist. In manufacture we see the rise of both. The gulf between the one who owns the means of production and the one who works now becomes very wide. Wealthy industrial settlements spring up, the bulk of whose inhabitants are poor working people. A small number of merchants, who do an enormous business buying raw materials and selling finished goods, and a mass of detail workers living from hand to mouth, such is the general picture of manufacture. But the multitude of small establishments, the retention of the tie with the land, the adherence to tradition in production and in the whole manner of living, all this creates a mass of intermediary elements between the extremes of manufacture and retards the development of these extremes. In large-scale machine industry all these retarding factors disappear, the acuteness of social contradictions reaches the highest point. All the dark sides of capitalism become concentrated, as it were. The machine, as we know, gives a tremendous impulse to the greatest possible prolongation of the working day. Women and children are drawn into industry, a reserve army of unemployed is formed, etc. However, the socialization of labor effected on a vast scale by the factory, and the transformation of the sentiments and conceptions of the people it employs cause a reaction. Large-scale machine industry, unlike the preceding stages, imperatively calls for the planned regulation of production and public control over it. The very character of the development of production changes at the various stages of capitalism. In the small industries this development follows in the wake of the development of peasant economy. The market is extremely narrow, the distance between the producer and the consumer is short, and the insignificant scale of production easily adapts itself to the slightly fluctuating local demand. That is why industry at this stage is characterized by the greatest stability, but this stability is tantamount to stagnation in technique and the preservation of patriarchal social relationships tangled up with all sorts of survivals of medieval traditions. The manufactories work for a big market, sometimes for the whole country, and, accordingly, production acquires the instability characteristic of capitalism, an instability which attains the greatest intensity under factory production. Large-scale machine industry can only develop in spurts, in alternating periods of prosperity and of crisis. The ruin of small producers is tremendously accelerated by this spasmodic growth of the factory. The workers are drawn into the factory in masses during a boom period, and are then thrown out. The formation of a vast reserve army of unemployed, ready to undertake any kind of work, becomes a condition for the existence and development of large-scale machine industry. In Chapter 2 we showed from which strata of the peasantry this army is recruited, and in subsequent chapters we indicated the main types of occupations for which capital keeps these reserves ready. The instability of large-scale machine industry has always evoked, and continues to evoke, reactionary complaints from individuals who continue to look at things through the eyes of the small producer and who forget that it is this instability alone that replaced the former stagnation by the rapid transformation of methods of production and of all social relationships. One of the manifestations of this transformation is the separation of industry from agriculture, the liberation of social relations in industry from the traditions of the feudal and patriarchal system that weigh down on agriculture. In small commodity production the industrialist has not yet emerged at all from his peasant shell. In the majority of cases he remains a farmer, and this connection between small industry and small agriculture is so profound that we observe the interesting law of the parallel differentiation of the small producers in industry and in agriculture. The formation of a petty bourgeoisie and of wage workers proceeds simultaneously in both spheres of the national economy, thereby preparing the way, at both poles of differentiation, for the industrialist to break with agriculture. Under manufacture this break is already very considerable. A whole number of industrial centers arise that do not engage in agriculture. The chief representative of industry is no longer the peasant, but the merchant and the manufactory owner on the one hand, and the artisan on the other. Industry and the relatively developed commercial intercourse with the rest of the world raise the standard of living and the culture of the population. The peasant is now regarded with disdain by the manufactory workman. Large-scale machine industry completes this transformation, separates industry from agriculture once and for all, and, as we have seen, creates a special class of the population totally alien to the old peasantry and differing from the latter in its manner of living, its family relationships and its higher standard of requirements, both material and spiritual. In the small industries and in manufacture we always find survivals of patriarchal relations and of diverse forms of personal dependence, which, in the general conditions of capitalist economy, exceedingly worsen the condition of the working people, and degrade and corrupt them. Large-scale machine industry, which concentrates masses of workers who often come from various parts of the country, absolutely refuses to tolerate survivals of patriarchalism and personal dependence, and is marked by a truly contemptuous attitude to the past. It is this break with obsolete tradition that is one of the substantial conditions which have created the possibility and evoked the necessity of regulating production and of public control over it. In particular, speaking of the transformation brought about by the factory in the conditions of life of the population, it must be stated that the drawing of women and juveniles into production is, at bottom, progressive. It is indisputable that the capitalist factory places these categories of the working population in particularly hard conditions, and that for them it is particularly necessary to regulate and shorten the working day, to guarantee hygienic conditions of labor, etc., but endeavors completely to ban the work of women and juveniles in industry, or to maintain the patriarchal manner of life that ruled out such work, would be reactionary and utopian. By destroying the patriarchal isolation of these categories of the population who formerly never emerged from the narrow circle of domestic, family relationships, by drawing them into direct participation in social production, large-scale machine industry stimulates their development and increases their independence, in other words, creates conditions of life that are incomparably superior to the patriarchal immobility of pre-capitalist relations. The settled character of the population is typical of the first two stages of industrial development. The small industrialist, remaining a peasant, is bound to his village by his farm. The artisan under manufacture is usually tied to the small, isolated industrial area which is created by manufacture. In the very system of industry at the first and second stages of its development there is nothing to disturb this settled and isolated condition of the producer. Intercourse between the various industrial areas is rare. The transfer of industry to other areas is due only to the migration of individual small producers, who establish new small industries in the outlying parts of the country. Large-scale machine industry, on the other hand, necessarily creates mobility of the population, commercial intercourse between the various districts grows enormously, railways facilitate travel. The demand for labor increases on the whole, rising in periods of boom and falling in periods of crisis, so that it becomes a necessity for workers to go from one factory to another, from one part of the country to another. Large-scale machine industry creates a number of new industrial centers, which grow up with unprecedented rapidity, sometimes in unpopulated places, a thing that would be impossible without the mass migration of workers. Further on we shall speak of the dimensions and the significance of the so-called outside non-agricultural industries. At the moment we shall limit ourselves to a brief presentation of Zemstvo sanitation statistics for Moscow gubernia. An inquiry among 103,175 factory workers showed that 53,238, or 51.6% of the total, were born in the uyezd in which they worked. Hence, nearly half the workers had migrated from one uyezd to another. The number of workers who were born in Moscow gubernia was 66,038, or 64%. More than a third of the workers came from other gubernias. A comparison of the different uyezds shows the most highly industrialized ones to be marked by the lowest percentage of locally born workers. For example, in the poorly industrialized Mozaisk and Volokolamsk uyezds from 92 to 93% of the factory workers are natives of the uyezd where they work. In the very highly industrialized Moscow, Kolomna, and Boghorodsk uyezds the percentage of locally born workers drops to 24%, 40% and 50%. From this the investigators draw the conclusion that the considerable development of factory production in an uyezd encourages the influx of outside elements. These facts show also that the movement of industrial workers bears the same features that we observed in the movement of agricultural workers. That is to say, industrial workers, too, migrate not only from localities where there is a surplus of labor, but also from those where there is a shortage. For example, the Bronnitsy uyezd attracts 1,125 workers from other uyezds of Moscow gubernia and from other gubernias, while at the same time providing 1,246 workers for the more highly industrialized Moscow and Boghorodsk uyezds. Hence, workers leave not only because they do not find local occupations at hand, but also because they make for the places where conditions are better. Elementary as this fact is, it is worthwhile giving the Narodnik economists a further reminder of it, for they idealize local occupations and condemn migration to industrial districts, ignoring the progressive significance of the mobility of the population created by capitalism. The above described characteristic features which distinguish large-scale machine industry from the preceding forms of industry may be summed up in the word socialization of labor. Indeed, production for an enormous national and international market, development of close commercial ties with various parts of the country and with different countries for the purchase of raw and auxiliary materials, enormous technical progress, concentration of production and of the population in colossal enterprises, demolition of the worn-out traditions of patriarchal life, creation of mobility of the population, and improvement of the worker's standard of requirements and his development. All these are elements of the capitalist process which is increasingly socializing production in the country, and with it those who participate in production. On the problem of the relation of large-scale machine industry in Russia to the home market for capitalism, the data given above lead to the following conclusion. The rapid development of factory industry in Russia is creating an enormous and ever-growing market for means of production and is increasing with particular rapidity the part of the population engaged in making articles of productive and not personal consumption. But the market for articles of personal consumption is also growing rapidly, owing to the growth of large-scale machine industry, which is diverting an increasingly large part of the population from agriculture into commercial and industrial occupations. As for the home market for factory-made products, the process of the formation of that market was examined in detail in the early chapters of this book. Chapter 8. The formation of the home market. We now have to sum up the data examined in the preceding chapters and to try to give an idea of the interdependence of the various spheres of the national economy in their capitalist development. The growth of commodity circulation. It is well known that commodity circulation precedes commodity production and constitutes one of the conditions of the rise of the latter. In the present work we have confined ourselves to an examination of data on commodity and capitalist production, and for that reason do not intend to deal in detail with the important problem of the growth of commodity circulation in post-reform Russia. In order to give a general idea of how rapidly the home market has grown, the following brief data will suffice. The length of the Russian railway system increased from 3,819 kilometers in 1865 to 29,063 kilometers in 1890, i.e., more than sevenfold. Similar progress was made by Britain in a longer period, by Germany in a shorter period. The length of new railway opened per year differed considerably in different periods. For example, in the 5 years 1868 to 1872 8,806 versts of new railway were opened, and in the 5 years 1878 to 1882 only 2,221. The extent of this fluctuation enables us to judge what an enormous reserve army of unemployed is required by capitalism, which now expands, and then contracts the demand for labor. There have been two boom periods in railway development in Russia, the end of the 60s, and the latter half of the 90s. From 1865 to 1875, the average annual increase in the length of the Russian railway system was 1,500 kilometers, and from 1893 to 1897, about 2,500 kilometers. The amount of railway freight carried was as follows: 1868 439 million poods, 1873 1,117 million poods, 1881 2,532 million poods, 1893 4,846 million poods, 1896 6,145 million poods, 1904 11,072 million poods. No less rapid has been the growth of passenger traffic: 1868 10.4 million passengers, 1873 22.7, 1881 34.4, 1893 49.4, 1896 65.5, 1904 123.6 million. The amount of freight carried on inland waterways in European Russia in 1881 was 899.7 million poods, in 1893 1,181.5 million poods, in 1896 1,553 million poods. The value of these freights was 186.5 million rubles, 257.2 million rubles, 290 million rubles. Russia's merchant marine in 1868 consisted of 51 steamers with a capacity of 14,300 lasts 160 and of 700 sailing ships with a capacity of 41,800 lasts, and in 1896 of 522 steamers with a capacity of 161,600 lasts. The development of mercantile shipping at all ports on the outer seas was as follows: during the 5 years 1856 to 1860 the number of homeward plus outward bound vessels averaged 18,901, with a total capacity of 3,783,000 tons. For the period 1886 to 1890 it averaged 23,201 vessels with a total capacity of 13,845,000 tons. Capacity, therefore, increased 3/2 times. In 39 years capacity grew 5.5-fold, and if we take Russian and foreign vessels separately, it is seen that during these 39 years the number of the former grew 3.4-fold, while their capacity grew 12.1-fold, whereas the number of the latter grew by 16% and their capacity 5.3-fold. Let us remark that the capacity of homeward and outward bound vessels also fluctuates very considerably from year to year, and these fluctuations enable us to gauge in part the fluctuations in the demand for unskilled laborers, dockers, etc. Here, too, capitalism requires the existence of a mass of people always in want of work and ready at the first call to accept it, however casual it may be. The latest statistics show an even greater development of the savings banks. In 1904, over the whole of Russia there were 6,557 savings banks with 5.1 million depositors and total deposits of 1,105.5 million rubles. Incidentally, in this country both the old Narodniks and the new opportunists in the socialist movement have frequently been very naive in talking about the increase in the number of savings banks constituting a sign of the people's well-being. It will perhaps not be out of place, therefore, to compare the distribution of savings bank deposits in Russia with that of France. What a wealth of material there is here for Narodnik revisionist cadet apologists. It is interesting, in passing, to note that in Russia deposits are also divided into 12 groups according to the occupations and professions of depositors. It appears that the largest sum of deposits, to 28.5 million rubles, is that of persons engaged in agriculture and rural industries, and these deposits are growing with particular rapidity. The village is becoming civilized, and to make the muzhik's ruin a source of business is becoming increasingly profitable. But let us return to our immediate theme. As we see, the data indicate an enormous growth of commodity circulation and capital accumulation. How the field for the employment of capital in all branches of the national economy was created and how merchants' capital was transformed into industrial capital, i.e., was directed into production and created capitalist relationships between those taking part in production, has been shown above. 2. The growth of the commercial and industrial population. We have stated above that the growth of the industrial population at the expense of the agricultural is a requisite phenomenon of every capitalist society. In what way the separation of industry from agriculture steadily takes place has also been examined, and now all that remains is to sum up on this question. 1. The growth of the towns. The most striking expression of the process under examination is the growth of the towns. Here are data on this growth in European Russia in the post-reform period. VI Lenin's grouping of towns in European Russia according to the population census of 1897. Thus, the percentage of urban population is constantly growing, that is, the population is being diverted from agriculture into commercial and industrial occupations. The population of the towns is growing twice as fast as that of the rest of the country. From 1863 to 1897 the total population increased 53.3%, the rural 48.5%, while the urban increased 97%. Over a period of 11 years the influx, at a minimum, of the rural population into the towns was 2.5 million persons, according to Mr. V. Mikhailovsky's estimate, i.e., more than 200,000 per annum. The population of towns that are important industrial and commercial centers is growing much more rapidly than the urban population generally. The number of towns with 50,000 and more inhabitants more than trebled between 1863 and 1897. In 1863, of the total urban population only about 27% were concentrated in such large centers, in 1885 it was nearly 41%, and in 1897 it was already more than half, about 53%. In the 1860s, therefore, the smaller towns provided the general pattern of the urban population, but in the 1890s they were completely outweighed by the big cities. The population of the 14 towns that had been the biggest in 1863 increased from 1.7 million inhabitants to 4.3 million, i.e., by 153%, whereas the overall urban population increased by only 97%. Hence, the enormous growth of large industrial centers and the emergence of a large number of new centers is one of the most characteristic features of the post-reform period. 2. The significance of home colonization. As we have pointed out above, theory deduces the law that the industrial population grows at the expense of the agricultural from the fact that in industry variable capital increases absolutely, whereas in agriculture the variable capital required for the exploitation of a certain plot of land decreases absolutely. It can thus only increase, Marx adds, to the extent that new land is taken into cultivation, but this again requires as a prerequisite a still greater growth of the non-agricultural population. 161. Hence it is clear that the growth of the industrial population is a phenomenon observable in its pure form only when we have before us an already populated territory in which all the land is already occupied. The inhabitants of such a territory, when forced out of agriculture by capitalism, have no other alternative but to migrate to the industrial centers or to other countries. But the situation is essentially different when we have before us a territory in which not all the land is occupied, and which is not yet fully populated. The inhabitants of such a territory, when forced out of agriculture in a populated area, may remove to an unpopulated part of that territory and set about taking new land into cultivation. The result will be an increase in the agricultural population, and this increase may be no less, if not more, rapid than the increase in the industrial population. In that case, we have before us two different processes: 1. The development of capitalism in the old, populated country or part of the country; 2. The development of capitalism on new land. The first process expresses the further development of established capitalist relationships, the second, the rise of new capitalist relationships on new territory. The first process means the development of capitalism in depth, the second, in breadth. Obviously, To confuse these two processes must inevitably lead to a wrong conception of the process which diverts the population from agriculture to commercial and industrial occupations. Post-reform Russia affords us an example of the two processes going on simultaneously. At the beginning of the post-reform period, in the 60s, the southern and eastern outer regions of European Russia were largely unpopulated, and there was an enormous influx into those areas of migrants from the central agricultural part of Russia. It was this formation of a new agricultural population on new territory that to some extent obscured the parallel process of the diversion of the population from agriculture to industry. To get a clear picture, from data on the urban population, of the specific feature of Russia here described, we must divide the 50 gubernias of European Russia into separate groups. We give data on the urban population in 9 areas of European Russia in 1863 and in 1897. As far as the question that interests us is concerned, the greatest importance attaches to 3 areas. 1. The non-agricultural industrial area. This is an area from which migration to other areas has been very slight. 2. The central agricultural area. Migration from this area has been very considerable, partly to the previous area, but mainly to the next. 3. The agricultural outer regions constitute an area that has been colonist in the post-reform period. The percentage of urban population in all these 33 gubernias differs very little, as the table shows, from the percentage of urban population in European Russia as a whole. In the first area, the non-agricultural or industrial, we observe a particularly rapid rise in the percentage of urban population, from 14.1% to 21.1%. The growth of the rural population is here very slight, being little more than half of that for the whole of Russia. The growth of the urban population, on the other hand, is considerably above the average. If Russia is to be compared with West European industrial countries, then these countries should be compared with just this one area, for it alone has conditions approximately similar to those of the industrial capitalist countries. Gubernias included in groups: I. St. Petersburg and Moscow, 2. Vladimir, Kalyuga, Kostroma, Nizhny Novgorod, Novgorod, Pskov, Smolensk, Tver, Yaroslavl, 3. Voronezh, Kazan, Kursk, Orel, Penza, Poltava, Ryazan, Saratov, Simbirsk, Tambov, Tula, Kharkov, Chernigov, 4. Astrakhan, Bessarabia, Don, Ekaterinoslav, Orenburg, Samara, Taurida, Kherson, Ufa, V. Kurland, Livonia, Estland, 6. Vilna, Vitebsk, Grodno, Kovno, Minsk, Mogilev, 7. Volhynia, Podolsk, Kiev, 8. Vyatka, Perm, 9. Archangel, Vologda, Olonets. In the second, the central agricultural area, we see a different picture. The percentage of urban population here is very low and grows with less than average rapidity. The increase in the population between 1863 and 1897, both urban and rural, was much below the average for Russia. This is to be explained by the vast stream of migrants from this area to the border regions. According to Mr. V. Mikhailovsky's calculations, between 1885 and 1897 nearly 3 million people, or more than 1/10 of the population, left these parts. In the third area, the outer regions, we see that the percentage of urban population underwent an increase that was slightly below the average. And yet the absolute growth of the urban population here, far from being less, was considerably above the average. The diversion of population from agriculture to industry has, consequently, been very intense, but it is hidden by the enormous growth of the agricultural population as a result of influx. In this area the rural population increased by 87%, as against an average for Russia of 48.5%. In certain gubernias this obscuring of the process of the industrialization of the population is still more striking. For instance, in Taurida gubernia the percentage of urban population was the same in 1897 as in 1863, and in Kherson gubernia actually declined, although the growth of the towns in both the gubernias was not far behind that of the metropolitan cities. The rise of a new agricultural population on new territory thus leads, in turn, to a still greater growth of the non-agricultural population. 3. The growth of factory and of commercial and industrial townships and villages. In addition to the towns, the following have the significance of industrial centers: firstly, suburbs, which are not always counted with the towns and which are spreading in an increasing area around the big towns, and secondly, factory townships and villages. Such industrial centers are particularly numerous in the industrial gubernias where the percentage of urban population is extremely low. The above table containing the data, by areas, of the town population shows that in the 9 industrial gubernias the percentage in 1863 was 7.3% and in 1897, 8.6%. The fact is that the commercial and industrial population of these gubernias is concentrated mainly, not in towns, but in industrial villages. Among the towns of Vladimir, Kostroma, Nizhny Novgorod and other gubernias there are not a few with less than 3,000, 2,000, or even 1,000 inhabitants, whereas there are numerous villages in each of which there are 2,000, 3,000, or 5,000 factory workers alone. In the post-reform period, rightly observes the compiler of the Survey of Yaroslavl gubernia, the towns have begun to grow still faster, and in addition there has been the growth of settlements of a new type, a type of factory center midway between the town and the village. We have cited data showing the enormous growth of these centers and the number of factory workers concentrated in them. We have seen that there are quite a few centers of this kind throughout Russia, not only in the industrial gubernias, but also in the south. In the Urals the percentage of urban population is lowest. In Vyatka and Perm gubernias it was 3.2% in 1863 and 4.7% in 1897. But here is an example of the relative size of the urban and the industrial populations. In Krasnoufimsk Uyezd, Perm gubernia, the urban population numbers 6,400, whereas according to the Zemstvo census of 1888 to 1891, the population of the industrial section of the Uyezd numbers 84,700, of whom 56,000 do not engage in agriculture at all, and only 5,600 obtain their livelihood mainly from the land. In Ekaterinburg Uyezd, according to the Zemstvo census, 65,000 inhabitants are landless and 81,000 have only meadow land. Hence, the industrial non-urban population of 2 uyezds alone is larger than the urban population of the whole gubernia. Finally, in addition to factory settlements, the significance of industrial centers attaches to the trading and industrial villages, which are either at the head of large handicraft districts, or have developed rapidly since the reform, owing to their situation on the banks of rivers, near railway stations, etc. Several examples of such villages were given in Chapter 6.2, and we saw that, like the towns, they attract the rural population, and that they are usually marked by a level of literacy among the population above the average. As a further example, let us quote data on Voronezh gubernia in order to show the relative importance of urban and non-urban industrial and commercial centers of population. The combined returns for Voronezh gubernia gives a combined table classifying the villages in 8 uyezds of the gubernia. In these uyezds there are 8 towns, with a population of 56,149. Of the villages, on the other hand, 4 stand out with 9,376 households, and with 53,732 inhabitants, i.e., they are much bigger than the towns. In 5 these villages there are 240 commercial and 404 industrial establishments. Of the total households, 60% do not cultivate at all, 21% cultivate by neighbor hire or on a half-crop basis, 71% have neither draft animals nor implements, 63% buy grain all year round, 86% engage in industries. By placing the entire population of these centers in the category of commercial and industrial, we not only do not exaggerate, but rather minimize, the size of the latter, For altogether in these 8 uyezds 21,956 households cultivate no land at all. Nevertheless, in the agricultural gubernia we have taken, the commercial and industrial population outside the towns turns out to be not less than that inside the towns. 4. Non-agricultural outside employments. But even if we add to the towns the factory and commercial and industrial villages and townships, we are far from exhausting the total industrial population of Russia. The lack of freedom of movement and the social estate exclusiveness of the village community fully explain the remarkable characteristic of Russia that we have to include no small part of the rural population in its industrial population, that part which obtains its livelihood by working in industrial centers and spends part of the year in these centers. We refer to the so-called non-agricultural outside employments. From the official point of view, these industrialists are peasant farmers who merely have subsidiary employments, and the majority of the Narodnik economists have, without further ado, adopted that viewpoint. There is no need, after what has been said above, to prove in detail how unsound it is. At all events, however much opinions on it may vary, there cannot be the slightest doubt that it indicates a diversion of the population from agriculture into commercial and industrial occupations. How far this fact changes our idea of the size of the industrial population in the towns may be seen from the following example. In Kalyuga gubernia the percentage of urban population is much lower than the average for Russia. Now the statistical survey of that gubernia for 1896 calculates, on the basis of passport data, the total number of months during which migratory workers were absent from their homes. It appears that the total is 1,491,600 months, divided by 12. This will give an absent population of 124,300 persons, i.e., nearly 11% of the total population. Add this number to the urban population, and the percentage of industrial population will be a very considerable one. Of course, a certain part of the migratory non-agricultural workers are registered among the existing town population, and are also part of the population of the non-urban industrial centers to which we have already referred. But only a part, for owing to the mobile character of this section of the population, it is difficult to cover them by any local census. Furthermore, population censuses are usually taken in the winter, whereas most of these industrial workers leave their homes in the spring. Here are data for some of the principal gubernias of non-agricultural migration. The number of passports issued reaches the maximum everywhere in the spring. Hence, a large part of the temporarily absent workers are not included in the censuses of the towns. But these temporary town dwellers may also more legitimately be assigned to the urban rather than the rural population. A family which gets its livelihood throughout the year, or during the greater part of it, in the town has far more reason to regard the town, which provides its subsistence, as its place of domicile than the village, with which it has only family and fiscal ties. The enormous significance these fiscal ties have to this day can be seen from the fact, for instance, that among migratory Kostroma people it is a rare thing for peasants to get for it some small part of the taxes to be paid. Usually they lease it on the sole condition that the tenants put it to use, the owner himself paying all the taxes. In the survey of Yaroslavl gubernia, we also find repeated references to migratory industrial workers having to purchase their release from their villages and allotments. How many migratory non-agricultural workers are there? The number of people engaged in all kinds of industries employing migratory workers is not less than from 5 to 6 millions. In fact, in 1884, about 4.67 million passports and identity cards were issued in European Russia, and passport revenue grew between 1884 and 1894 by more than one-third. In 1897 the total number of passports and cards issued in Russia was 9,495,700. In 1898 the number was 8,259,900. The number of workers superfluous in European Russia has been estimated by Mr. S. Korolenko at 6.3 million. Above we have seen that in 11 agricultural gubernias the number of passports issued exceeded Mr. Korolenko's estimate. Now we can add the data for 6 non-agricultural gubernias, Mr. Korolenko sets the number of superfluous workers in these at 1,287,800, while the number of passports issued was 1,298,600. Thus, in 17 gubernias of European Russia there are, according to Mr. Korolenko, 3 million workers who are superfluous. In the 90s, however, the number of passports and cards issued in these 17 gubernias was 3.3 million. In 1891, these gubernias provided 52.2% of the total passport revenue. Hence, the number of migratory workers in all probability exceeds 6 million. Finally, Zemstvo statistical data led Mr. Ivarov to the conclusion that Mr. Korolenko's figure was close to the truth, and that the figure of 5 million migratory workers was very highly probable. The question now arises, how large is the number of non-agricultural and of agricultural migratory workers? Mr. N. On very boldly and quite mistakenly asserts that the overwhelming majority of peasant outside employments are agricultural. Shaslovsky, whom Mr. N. on cites, expresses himself much more cautiously. He cites no data and limits himself to general remarks about the size of the areas which provide workers of one type or another. On the other hand, Mr. N. on's railway passenger traffic data prove absolutely nothing, for non-agricultural workers also leave their homes mainly in spring and, moreover, use the railways much more than agricultural workers do. We presume, on the contrary, that the majority of the migratory workers are probably non-agricultural workers. This view is based, firstly, on data concerning the distribution of passport revenue, and, secondly, on Mr. Vassin's data. Years ago Flerovsky, on the basis of the returns for 1862-63 showing the distribution of revenue from miscellaneous duties, drew the conclusion that the greatest movement of peasants in search of work was from the metropolitan and the non-agricultural gubernias. If we take the 11 non-agricultural gubernias which we combined above into a single area, and which non-agricultural workers leave in large numbers, we shall see that these gubernias in 1885 contained only 18.7% of the population of all European Russia, whereas they accounted for 42.9% of the passport revenue in 1885. Non-agricultural workers are provided by very many other gubernias, and we must therefore conclude that agricultural workers constitute less than half of the migrants. Mr. Vassin divides 38 gubernias of European Russia into groups according to the different types of migration that predominate, and obtains the following results. These figures fully illustrate the phenomena. 1. That migration for work in industry helps to raise wages in agriculture, and 2. That it attracts the best forces of the population. Not only money wages, but real wages also rise. In the group of uyezds from which not fewer than 60 out of every 100 working people migrate, the average wage of the farm laborer employed by the year is 69 rubles, or 123 poods of rye. In the uyezds where from 40 to 60% migrate, it is 64 rubles, or 125 poods of rye. In the uyezds which supply less than 40% of the migrants, it is 59 rubles, or 116 poods of rye. In these same groups of uyezds the percentage of letters of complaint about a shortage of labor steadily drops, 58%, 42%, and 35%. In manufacturing industry wages are higher than in agriculture, and the industries, according to the statements of numerous correspondents, help to develop new requirements among the peasant population, raise their general standard of living, and in this way bring about a rise in wages. Here is a typical view by a correspondent: the shortage is always acute, and the reason is that the suburban population is spoilt, it works in the railway workshops and serves on the railways. The nearness of Kalyuga and its markets always attract the surrounding inhabitants, who come to sell eggs, milk, etc., and then engage in orgies of drunkenness in the taverns. The reason is that everybody wants to get the highest pay for the least work. To be an agricultural laborer is considered a disgrace. All strive to get to the town, where they swell the ranks of the proletariat and the riffraff. The countryside, on the other hand, suffers from a shortage of capable and healthy laborers. We would be quite justified in describing this appraisal of industries employing migratory workers as narrow dist. Mr. Zbankov, for instance, while pointing out that those who migrate are not superfluous but necessary workers whose places are taken by entering peasants, considers it obvious that such mutual replacements are very disadvantageous. For whom, dear Mr. Zbankov? Life in the capitals cultivates many civilized habits of the lower order and an inclination to luxury and showiness, and this results in a useless waste of money. The expenditure on this showiness, etc., is largely unproductive. Mr. Herzenstein positively howls about the sham culture, the riotous living, wild carousing, orgies of drunkenness and filthy debauchery, etc. From the fact of wholesale migration, the Moscow statisticians draw the outright conclusion that it is necessary to take measures that would diminish the need for migratory labor. Mr. Karashev argues about migratory labor as follows: only an increase in the peasants' holdings to a size sufficient to provide the main requirements of their families can solve this most serious problem of our national economy. And it does not occur to any of these serene-spirited gentlemen that before talking about solving most serious problems, one must see to it that the peasants obtain complete freedom of movement, freedom to give up their land and leave the community, freedom to settle in any community, urban or rural, whatsoever. Underscore 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 underscore. And so the diversion of the population from agriculture is expressed, in Russia, in the growth of the towns, suburbs, factory and commercial and industrial villages and townships, as well as in non-agricultural migration. All these processes, which have been and are rapidly developing in breadth and depth in the post-reform period, are necessary components of capitalist development and are profoundly progressive as compared with the old forms of life. 3. The growth of the employment of wage labor. In considering the development of capitalism, perhaps the greatest importance attaches to the extent to which wage labor is employed. Capitalism is that stage in the development of commodity production in which labor power, too, becomes a commodity. The main tendency of capitalism is to apply the sum total of labor power in the national economy to production only after it has been sold and has been purchased by the employers. Above, we made an attempt to show in detail how this tendency has manifested itself in post-reform Russia. Now, we must draw the necessary conclusions. Firstly, let us compute the data on the number of sellers of labor power given in the preceding chapters and then describe the purchasers of labor power. The sellers of labor power are provided by the country's working population engaged in the production of material values. It is estimated that this population numbers about 15.5 million adult male workers. In Chapter 2 we showed that the bottom group of the peasantry is nothing else than a rural proletariat, and we stated that the forms in which this proletariat sells its labor power would be examined later. Let us now combine the categories of wage workers previously enumerated. 1. Agricultural wage workers. These number about 3.5 million. 2. Factory, mining, and railway workers about 1.5 million. Total, 5 million professional wage workers. Further, 3. Building workers about 1 million. 4. Lumber workers, navvies, railway builders, goods loaders and unloaders, and in general all kinds of unskilled laborers in industrial centers. These number about 2 million. 5. Workers occupied at home for capitalists, and also those working for wages in the manufacturing industries not included in factory industry. These number about 2 million. Total about 10 million wage workers. If we deduct the women and children, say 1/4, we get 7.5 million adult male wage workers, i.e., about half the total adult male population that is engaged in the production of material values in the country. Part of this vast mass of wage workers have completely broken with the land, and live entirely by the sale of their labor power. They include the great majority of factory workers, then a section of the building and shipbuilding workers, and unskilled laborers, finally, a fairly large section of the workers employed in capitalist manufactories and the inhabitants of non-agricultural centers engaged in home work for capitalists. The other, and larger, section has not yet broken with the land, covers its expenditures in part with the produce that comes from farming tiny plots of land, and, consequently, forms the type of allotment holding wage worker which we attempted to describe in detail in Chapter 2. In earlier remarks it was shown that this vast mass of wage workers has been formed mainly in the post-reform period and that it continues to grow rapidly. It is important to note the significance of our conclusion regarding the relative surplus population created by capitalism. The data regarding the total number of wage workers in all branches of the national economy bring out very clearly the basic error committed by the Narodnik economists on this point. As we have had occasion to observe elsewhere, this error lies in the fact that the Narodnik economists, who have talked a great deal about capitalism freeing the workers, have not thought of investigating the concrete forms of capitalist overpopulation in Russia, as well as in the fact that they failed completely to understand that the very existence and development of capitalism in this country require an enormous mass of reserve workers. By means of paltry phrases and curious calculations as to the number of factory workers, they have transformed one of the basic conditions for the development of capitalism into proof that capitalism is impossible, is an error, is devoid of foundation, etc. Actually, however, Russian capitalism could never have developed to its present level, could not have survived a single year, had the expropriation of the small producers not created an army of many millions of wage workers ready at the first call to satisfy the maximum demand of the employers in agriculture, lumbering, building, commerce and in the manufacturing, mining and transport industries, etc. We say the maximum demand, because capitalism can only develop spasmodically, and consequently, the number of producers who need to sell their labor power must always exceed capitalism's average demand for workers. We have now estimated the total number of the various categories of wage workers, but in doing so do not wish to say that capitalism is in a position to give regular employment to them all. There is not, nor can there be, such regularity of employment in capitalist society, whichever category of wage worker we take. Of the millions of migratory and resident workers, a certain section is constantly in the reserve army of unemployed, and this reserve army now swells to enormous dimensions in years of crisis, or if there is a slump in some industry in a particular district, or if there is a particularly rapid extension of machine production, which displaces workers and now shrinks to a minimum, even causing that shortage of labor which is often the subject of complaint by employers in some industries, in some years, in some parts of the country. It is impossible to determine even approximately the number of unemployed in an average year, owing to the complete absence of anything like reliable statistics, but there is no doubt that the number must be a very large one, as is evidenced by both the tremendous fluctuations in capitalist industry, trade, and agriculture, to which repeated reference was made above, and by the usual deficits in the budgets of the bottom group peasants recorded by Zemstvo statistics. The increase in the number of peasants thrown into the ranks of the industrial and rural proletariat, and the increase in the demand for wage labor, are two sides of one medal. As for the forms of wage labor, they are extremely diverse in an capitalist society still everywhere enmeshed in survivals and institutions of the pre-capitalist regime. It is a profound error to ignore this diversity of forms, and that is the error of those who, like Mr. V.V., argue that capitalism has fenced off a corner for itself with some 1 to 1.5 million workers and never emerges from it. Here we have large-scale machine industry instead of capitalism. But how arbitrarily and how artificially are these 1.5 million workers fenced off into a special corner that is supposedly in no way connected with the remaining spheres of wage labor? As a matter of fact, the connection is a very close one, and it will be sufficient, in order to characterize it, to mention two basic features of the present economic system. Firstly, this system is based on money economy. The power of money manifests itself in full force in both industry and agriculture, in both town and country, but it reaches its full development, completely eliminates the remnants of patriarchal economy, is concentrated in a few gigantic institutions and is directly connected with large-scale social production only in the sphere of large-scale machine industry. Secondly, The economic system of today is based on the purchase and sale of labor power. If we take even the smallest producers in agriculture or in industry, we will find that the one who does not hire himself out, or himself hire others, is the exception. But here again, these relationships reach full development and become completely separated from previous forms of economy only in large-scale machine industry. Hence, the corner which seems so small to some Narodnik actually embodies the quintessence of modern social relationships, and the population of this corner, i.e., the proletariat, is, in the literal sense of the word, the vanguard of the whole mass of toilers and exploited. Therefore, only by examining the whole of the present economic system from the angle of the relationships that have grown up in this corner can one become clear about the main relations between the various groups of persons taking part in production, and, consequently, trace the system's main trend of development. On the other hand, whoever turns his back on this corner and examines economic phenomena from the angle of petty patriarchal production, is turned by the march of history into either an innocent dreamer or an ideologist of the petty bourgeoisie and the agrarians. For the formation of a home market for labor power. To sum up the data given earlier on this problem, we shall confine ourselves to the picture of the movement of workers over the territory of European Russia. Such a picture is supplied by the Department of Agriculture's publication based on statements by employers. The picture of the movement of workers will give a general idea of how the home market for labor power is being formed. Using the material of the publication mentioned, we have only tried to draw a distinction between the movement of agricultural and non-agricultural workers, although the map appended to the publication and illustrating the movement of the workers does not show this distinction. The main movements of agricultural workers are the following: 1. From the central agricultural gubernias to the southern and eastern outer regions. 2. From the northern Black Earth gubernias to the southern Black Earth gubernias, from which, in turn, the workers go to the border regions. 3. From the central agricultural gubernias to the industrial gubernias. 4. From the central and the southwestern agricultural gubernias to the area of sugar beet plantations. The main movements of non-agricultural workers are, 1. To the metropolitan cities and the large towns, chiefly from the non-agricultural gubernias, but to a considerable degree also from the agricultural gubernias. 2. To the industrial area, to the factories of Vladimir, Yaroslavl, and other gubernias from the same localities. 3. To new centers of industry or to new branches of industry, to centers of non-factory industry, etc. These include the movement, a. To the beet sugar refineries of the southwestern gubernias, b. To the southern mining area, c. To jobs at the docks, d. To the peat beds in Vladimir and other gubernias, e. To the mining and metallurgical area of the Urals, f. To the fisheries, g. To shipbuilding, sailoring, lumbering and rafting jobs, etc., h. To jobs on the railways, etc. These are the main movements of the workers which, according to the evidence of employers, more or less materially affect the conditions of labor hire in the various localities. To appreciate more clearly the significance of these movements, let us compare them with the data on wages in the various districts from and to which the workers migrate. Confining ourselves to 28 gubernias in European Russia, we divide these into 6 groups according to the character of the movement of workers, and get the following data. This table clearly shows us the basis of the process that creates the home market for labor power and, consequently, the home market for capitalism. 2 main areas, those most developed capitalistically, attract vast numbers of workers, the area of agricultural capitalism, and the area of industrial capitalism. Wages are lowest in the area of departure, the central agricultural gubernias, where capitalism, both in agriculture and in industry, is least developed. In the influx areas, on the other hand, wages rise for all types of work, as does also the percentage of money wage to total wage, i.e., money economy gains ground at the expense of natural economy. The intermediary areas, those between the areas of the greatest influx and the area of departure reveal the mutual replacement of workers to which reference was made above. Workers leave in such numbers that in the places of departure a shortage of labor is created which attracts workers from the more poorly paid gubernias. In essence, the two-sided process shown in our table, that of the diversion of population from agriculture to industry and of the development of commercial industrial, capitalist agriculture, epitomizes all that has been said above on the formation of a home market for capitalist society. The home market for capitalism is created by the parallel development of capitalism in agriculture and in industry, by the formation of a class of rural and industrial employers, on the one hand, and of a class of rural and industrial wage workers, on the other. The main streams of the movement of workers show the main forms of this process, but by far not all the forms. In what has gone before we have shown that the forms of this process differ in peasant and in landlord farming, in the different areas of commercial agriculture, in the different stages of the capitalist development of industry, etc. How far this process is distorted and confused by the representatives of Narodnik economics is seen most clearly in 6 of Part 2 of Mr. N. on Sketches, which bears the significant heading, The Influence of the Redistribution of the Social Productive Forces upon the Economic Position of the Agricultural Population. Here is how Mr. N. on pictures this redistribution. In capitalist society, every increase in the productive power of labor entails the freeing of a corresponding number of workers, who are compelled to seek some other employment, and since this occurs in all branches of production, and this freeing takes place over the whole of capitalist society, the only thing left open to them is to turn to the means of production of which they have not yet been deprived, namely, the land. Our peasants have not been deprived of the land, and that is why they turn their efforts towards it. When they lose their employment in the factory, or are obliged to abandon their subsidiary domestic occupations, they see no other course but to set about the increased exploitation of the soil. All Zemstvo statistical returns note the fact that the area under cultivation is growing. As you see, Mr. N. on knows of quite a special sort of capitalism that has never existed anywhere and that no economist could conceive of. Mr. N. on's capitalism does not divert the population from agriculture to industry, does not divide the agriculturists into opposite classes. Quite the contrary. Capitalism frees the workers from industry and there is nothing left for them to do but to turn to the land, for our peasants have not been deprived of the land. At the bottom of this theory, which originally redistributes in poetic disorder all the processes of capitalist development, lie the ingenious tricks of all Narodniks which we have examined in detail previously. They lump together the peasant bourgeoisie and the rural proletariat, they ignore the growth of commercial farming, they concoct stories about people's handicraft industries being isolated from capitalist factory industry, instead of analyzing the consecutive forms and diverse manifestations of capitalism in industry. V. The significance of the border regions. Home or foreign market. In Chapter I we pointed to the erroneous character of the theory that links the problem of a foreign market for capitalism with that of the realization of the product. Capitalism's need of a foreign market is by no means to be explained by the impossibility of realizing the product on the home market, but by the circumstance that capitalism is in no position to go on repeating the same processes of production on the former scale, under unchanging conditions, and that it inevitably leads to an unlimited growth of production which overflows the old, narrow limits of earlier economic units. With the unevenness of development inherent in capitalism, one branch of production outstrips the others and strives to transcend the bounds of the old field of economic relations. Let us take, for example, the textile industry at the beginning of the post-reform period. Being fairly well developed capitalistically, it had gained complete command of the market of Central Russia. But the big factories, growing so rapidly, could no longer be satisfied with the former dimensions of the market. They began to seek a market further afield, among the new population colonizing Novorossiya, the southeast Transvolga region, North Caucasus, then Siberia, etc. The efforts of the big factories to reach out beyond the old markets are undoubted. Does it mean that the areas which served as these old markets could not, in general, consume a larger quantity of the products of the textile industry? Does it mean, for example, that the industrial and central agricultural gubernias cannot, in general, absorb a larger quantity of wares? No, it does not. We know that the differentiation of the peasantry, the growth of commercial agriculture and the increase in the industrial population have also expanded, and continue to expand, the home market of this old area. But this expansion of the home market is retarded by many factors, and the factory owners will not, of course, wait until the capitalist development of other branches of the national economy catches up with that of the textile industry. The mill owners need a market at once, and if the backwardness of other branches of the national economy restricts the market in the old area, they will seek for a market in another area, or in other countries, or in the colonies of the old country. What is a colony in the politico-economic sense? It was stated above that, according to Marx, the main features of this concept are the following: 1. The existence of unoccupied, free lands, easily accessible to settlers; 2. The existence of an established world division of labor, of a world market, thanks to which the colonies can specialize in the mass production of agricultural produce, receiving in exchange finished industrial goods which they would have to produce themselves under other circumstances. Reference has been made elsewhere to the fact that the southern and the eastern border regions of European Russia, which have been settled in the post-reform period, bear the distinctive features mentioned and constitute, in the economic sense, colonies of Central European Russia. The term colony is still more applicable to the other outer regions, for example, the Caucasus. Its economic conquest by Russia took place much later than the political conquest, and to this day this economic conquest has not been completed to the full. In the post-reform period there has been, on the one hand, an intensive colonization of the Caucasus, an extensive plowing up of the land by colonists producing wheat, tobacco, etc., for sale, and attracting masses of rural wage workers from Russia. On the other hand, native age-old handicraft industries, which are declining due to the competition of wares from Moscow, are being eliminated. There has been a decline in the ancient gunsmith's craft due to the competition of imported Tula and Belgian wares, a decline in handicraft ironwork due to the competition of the imported Russian products, as well as in the handicraft processing of copper, gold, and silver, clay, fats and soda, leather, etc. These products are turned out more cheaply in Russian factories, which supply the Caucasus with their wares. There has been a decline in the making of drinking horns because of the decay of the feudal system in Georgia and of the steady disappearance of her memorable feasts. There has been a decline in the headgear industry due to the replacement of Asiatic dress by European. There has been a decline in the production of wineskins and pitchers for local wine, which for the first time is now being sold and has in turn captured the Russian market. Russian capitalism has thus been drawing the Caucasus into the sphere of world commodity circulation, obliterating its local peculiarities, the remnants of ancient patriarchal isolation, and providing itself with a market for its factories. A country thinly populated at the beginning of the post-reform period, or populated by mountaineers living outside world economy and even outside history, has been turning into a land of oil industrialists, wine merchants, big wheat and tobacco growers, and Mr. Coupon 165 has been ruthlessly divesting the proud mountaineer of his picturesque national costume and dressing him in the livery of a European flunky. 166 The process of rapid colonization in the Caucasus and of the rapid growth of its agricultural population has been accompanied by a process of the diversion of the population from agriculture to industry. The urban population of the Caucasus increased from 350,000 in 1863 to about 900,000 in 1897. There is no need to add that the same thing has taken place and continues in both Central Asia and Siberia, etc. Thus, the question naturally arises, where is the borderline between the home and the foreign market? To take the political boundaries of the state would be too mechanical a solution, and would it be a solution? If Central Asia is the home market and Persia the foreign market, to which category do Khiva and Bokhara belong? If Siberia is the home market and China the foreign market, to which category does Manchuria belong? Such questions are not of great importance. What is important is that capitalism cannot exist and develop without constantly expanding the sphere of its domination, without colonizing new countries and drawing old non-capitalist countries into the whirlpool of world economy. And this feature of capitalism has been and continues to be manifested with tremendous force in post-reform Russia. Hence, the process of the formation of a market for capitalism has two aspects, namely, the development of capitalism in depth, i.e., the further growth of capitalist agriculture and industry in the given, definite, and enclosed territory, and the development of capitalism in breadth, i.e., the extension of the sphere of the capitalist domination to new territory. In accordance with the plan of the present work, we have confined ourselves almost exclusively to the first aspect of the process, and for this reason we consider it particularly necessary to stress the point here that its other aspect is of exceptionally great importance. Anything like a complete study of the process of colonization of the border regions and of the expansion of Russian territory, from the point of view of capitalist development, would require a special work. Suffice it to mention here that Russia is in a particularly favored position as compared with other capitalist countries, due to the abundance of free land accessible for colonization in her border regions. To say nothing of Asiatic Russia, we have also in European Russia border regions which, because of their exceeding remoteness and bad means of communication, are still very poorly connected economically with Central Russia. Let us take, for instance, the far north Archangel Gubernia. The boundless stretches of territory and their natural resources are still exploited very slightly. One of the principal local products, timber, was until recently exported mainly to England. In this respect, therefore, that part of European Russia was a foreign market for Britain without being a home market for Russia. The Russian entrepreneurs naturally envied the British, and now, with the extension of the railway line to Archangel, they are jubilant at the prospect of elevated moods and business activity in various branches of industry in the region. 6. The mission of capitalism. We still have, in conclusion, to sum up on the question which in literature has come to be known as that of the mission of capitalism, i.e., of its historical role in the economic development of Russia. Recognition of the progressiveness of this role is quite compatible with the full recognition of the negative and dark sides of capitalism, with the full recognition of the profound and all-round social contradictions which are inevitably inherent in capitalism, and which reveal the historically transient character of this economic regime. It is the Narodniks who exert every effort to show that an admission of the historically progressive nature of capitalism means an apology for capitalism, who are at fault in underrating the most profound contradictions of Russian capitalism, by glossing over the differentiation of the peasantry, the capitalist character of the evolution of our agriculture, and the rise of a class of rural and industrial allotment holding wage laborers, by glossing over the complete predominance of the lowest and worst forms of capitalism in the celebrated handicraft industries. The progressive historical role of capitalism may be summed up in two brief propositions: increase in the productive forces of social labor, and the socialization of that labor. But both these facts manifest themselves in extremely diverse processes in different branches of the national economy. The development of the productive forces of social labor is to be observed in full relief only in the epoch of large-scale machine industry. Until that highest stage of capitalism was reached, there still remained hand production and primitive technique, which developed quite spontaneously and exceedingly slowly. The post-reform epoch differs radically in this respect from previous epochs in Russian history. The Russia of the wooden plough and the flail, of the watermill and the handloom, began rapidly to be transformed into the Russia of the iron plough and the threshing machine, of the steam mill and the power loom. An equally thorough transformation of technique is seen in every branch of the national economy where capitalist production predominates. This process of transformation must, by the very nature of capitalism, take place in the midst of much that is uneven and disproportionate, periods of prosperity alternate with periods of crisis. The development of one industry leads to the decline of another, there is progress in one aspect of agriculture in one area and in another aspect in another area, the growth of trade and industry outstrips the growth of agriculture, etc. A large number of errors made by Narodnik writers spring from their efforts to prove that this disproportionate, spasmodic, feverish development is not development. Another feature of the development by capitalism of the social productive forces is that the growth of the means of production outstrips by far the growth of personal consumption. We have indicated on more than one occasion how this is manifested in agriculture and in industry. This feature springs from the general laws of the realization of the product in capitalist society, and fully conforms to the antagonistic nature of this society. The socialization of labor by capitalism is manifested in the following processes. Firstly, the very growth of commodity production destroys the scattered condition of small economic units that is characteristic of natural economy and draws together the small local markets into an enormous national market. Production for oneself is transformed into production for the whole of society, and the greater the development of capitalism, the stronger becomes the contradiction between this collective character of production and the individual character of appropriation. Secondly, capitalism replaces the former scattered production by an unprecedented concentration both in agriculture and in industry. That is the most striking and outstanding, but not the only, manifestation of the feature of capitalism under review. Thirdly, capitalism eliminates the forms of personal dependence that constituted an inalienable component of preceding systems of economy. In Russia, the progressive character of capitalism in this respect is particularly marked, since the personal dependence of the producer existed in our country, not only in agriculture, but in manufacturing industry, in the mining and metallurgical industries, in the fishing industry, etc. Compared with the labor of the dependent or bonded peasant, the labor of the hired worker is progressive in all branches of the national economy. Fourthly, capitalism necessarily creates mobility of the population, something not required by previous systems of social economy and impossible under them on anything like a large scale. Fifthly, capitalism constantly reduces the proportion of the population engaged in agriculture, and increases the number of large industrial centers. Sixthly, capitalist society increases the population's need for association, for organization, and lends these organizations a character distinct from those of former times. While breaking down the narrow, local, socialist state associations of medieval society and creating fierce competition, capitalism at the same time splits the whole of society into large groups of persons occupying different positions in production, and gives a tremendous impetus to organization within each such group. Seventhly, all the above-mentioned changes effected in the old economic system by capitalism inevitably lead also to a change in the mentality of the population. The spasmodic character of economic development, the rapid transformation of the methods of production and the enormous concentration of production, the disappearance of all forms of personal dependence and patriarchalism in relationships, the mobility of the population, the influence of the big industrial centers, etc. All this cannot but lead to a profound change in the very character of the producers, and we have had occasion to note the corresponding observations of Russian investigators. Turning now to Narodnik economics, with whose representatives we have constantly had to polemise, we may sum up the causes of our differences with them as follows. First, we cannot but regard as absolutely wrong the Narodniks' very conception of the process of capitalist development in Russia, and their notion of the system of economic relationships that preceded capitalism in Russia, and what is particularly important, from our point of view, is their ignoring of the capitalist contradictions in the structure of peasant economy. Furthermore, whether the development of capitalism in Russia is slow or rapid, depends entirely on what we compare this development with. If we compare the pre-capitalist epoch in Russia with the capitalist, the development of social economy under capitalism must be considered as extremely rapid. If, however, we compare the present rapidity of development with that which could be achieved with the general level of technique and culture as it is today, the present rate of development of capitalism in Russia really must be considered as slow. And it cannot but be slow, For in no single capitalist country has there been such an abundant survival of ancient institutions that are incompatible with capitalism, retard its development, and immeasurably worsen the condition of the producers, who suffer not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from the incompleteness of that development. 168 Finally, perhaps the profoundest cause of disagreement with the Narodniks is the difference in our fundamental views on social and economic processes. When studying the latter, the Narodnik usually draws conclusions that point to some moral. He does not regard the diverse groups of persons taking part in production as creators of various forms of life. He does not set out to present the sum total of social and economic relationships as the result of the mutual relations between these groups, which have different interests and different historical roles. If the writer of these lines has succeeded in providing some material for clarifying these problems, he may regard his labors as not having been fruitless.